Greetings, chess friends, and welcome to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. Today, I'm really happy to work with Grandmaster Ben Bach. Hey, Ben, welcome.
Hey, David, it's a pleasure to join you today for the U.S. Championship. What do you think is going to happen today?
Well, I'm most wondering what's going to happen in the match between Sviarch and Robson, because I think a lot of people thought the big story so far in the first 4 rounds was Ray Robson being in the lead. But for me, it's like not quite the story just yet. He's only half point ahead, and he's had 3 whites in 4 rounds. I'm not trying to diminish how well he's played so far, but I would say, like, for people who want to get like excited to see somebody other than the highest rated players win the tournament, and there are lots of people out there who like, you know, an underdog or a dark horse or a surprise winner, I think it's too early for people to get excited when he's played an extra white and he's half a point ahead of, you know, Fabi and Wesley and Lanier.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Ray also still has some very tough games ahead. I think he's going to play with Black against Fabiano, Lanier, and Wesley. So those are some very, very tough games for him. But yeah, I think he's been playing great. And today he's playing Black against Darius Swiarts, a tough opponent, but I mean, we'll see what's going to happen. I think that game can really go either way. Yeah. And I'm sure that players like Fabiano are looking to score against Daniel Naroditsky, who has had a bit of a tough event so far. He's on 1 out of 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what other thoughts do you have?
I think that's also sort of like a nightmare scenario for Danya and like a perfect opportunity for Fabi. The matchup of white versus black and styles and opening knowledge. I think what Danya fears most is like a super prepared opponent who can get him into an unpleasant situation from the beginning of the game. So that's a very, very dangerous round for Danya, and a very important point for Fabi to collect if he wants to, you know, eventually go on to win the tournament.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, 2.5 out of 4 is not a disastrous score by any means for Fabiano, but if he wants to win another US chess championship, he has to get going, and he basically has to win games like this against Danya with the white pieces.
Yeah. Not that we're saying that any of these players are bad by any means. These are all experienced, strong grandmasters, with the exception of perhaps John Burke, who's a strong but inexperienced grandmaster. And so, yeah, I mean, it's no disrespect to these players, but if Fabi wants to score, you know, 7.5 to 8 out of 11, he's got to start churning out some points. Let's take a quick look at the cross table so you can all see what Ben and I are talking about in terms of where the players stand, and just look how many players have 2.5 out of 4 right now. There's a huge group of players right behind Ray: Lanier, Wesley, Fabi, Lenderman, and Sevian. And honestly, I mean, I would love to see Ray win a couple more games and the story be like, can Ray, you know, run all the way to the finish line with the US Championship? And then it'll be thrilling to see him go up against the highest rated players while in the lead. But Lenderman or Sevian could make a move too. I mean, they could be the story of this tournament. We just don't know until we see another game or two, but they each have 2.5 out of 4. And I think in Sevian's case, I think he's faced a lot of high rated opponents already. So he could maybe make a move. and those would be pretty exciting as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, of course, we all expect someone like Fabiano or Lenier or Wesley to win. But remember that 3 years ago, Sam Shanklin, nobody expected him to win, and he won the US Chess Championship in 2018. So maybe this could be the year of Ray Robson or Sam Savian. I think Ray has a chance. I think he's extremely good. I think he can do it. He just has to try to hold his own in those games that we mentioned earlier, like Black against Fabiano, Black against Lenier. And if he can win his white games, he can win the tournament.
Yeah. At this point, I'd say his overall chances of winning the tournament are probably still under 10%, just based on how many players there are within like a game or two of him. I would say that, everybody on 2.5 is definitely in the running for the championships. And even like a couple of the players below that would still have a chance. So, yeah, still a lot to be played there. Let's go over and talk a little bit about the women before the round starts. So here's another cross table. And the big news in round 4 was Carissa Yip defeating the defending and 8-time champion Irina Krush, who blundered a piece very early in the game, very uncharacteristic. Almost accidentally said Carissa in that word, uncharacteristically blundering a piece. And that's a point that Carissa will take. I think it's going to be the only blunder like that from Irina, and she's going to take up the chase again today without missing a beat. I don't think that's going to be anything that demoralizes her or bothers her, but as you all can see, Carissa now tied for first place with Nemtsova. And then right behind them, we've got Talia Cervantes and Ashritha Eswaran with 2.5 out of 4, both quietly having good tournaments for themselves so far.
Yeah, no, Carissa and Katerina Nemchova are in the lead, but they're still pretty much all to play for. I think Irina Krush can still definitely make a comeback. We see though that Anna Zatonsky, one of the favorites, she's on -2, so she might be a bit too far behind, honestly. But yeah, maybe this could be the year of Carissa Yip. I don't think she's won a US chess champion yet, right?
Right. Her best result so far is second place, but she's young and up and coming. So definitely, the US championship is going to be a breakout for her at some point when she would, if she can win it. And, people are waiting to see which year it will be.
Yeah. And she's playing today with Black against Begim Tohir Chonova.
Yep.
Tough name to pronounce. So I think that game can really go either way. Two very enterprising players. So yeah, I'm pretty curious what's going to happen there. What other games do you think we should keep an eye out?
Yeah, I think I'm curious to see how Ashritha and Talia are going to play today, because the tournament is a little bit broken open from what we might expect by the fact that 2 of the sort of odds-on favorites are having a slow start, of Anna Zatonsky and Tatev Abrahamian, players who have often finished in first or second or third. So that's so far opened up the points, and we sort of have to wait to see who's going to seize the moment. We will come back to watch all these games in just 3 minutes when they start. So please bear with us for a short commercial break. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 US Championships and US Women's Championships. Ben, we've got a special scene here for watching the openings where we can see all boards at once. Do you see them all around you everywhere you look?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm looking at the game between Fabiano Caruana right now, and now I'm looking at the game between Bruzon and his opponent.
Nice.
So yeah, we're gonna start pretty shortly. Pretty excited about what's gonna happen. I'm definitely, pretty curious what Fabiano is gonna unleash against Danya. Definitely has some preparation cooked up. So what do you think it's gonna be? E4 or D4?
I think he'll probably play E4 because I think with D4, it's harder for him to control the game against Danya. When Danya gets into the King's Indian, even if you out prep him and get a good position, you can't just control the whole game. Like he gets loose at some point almost every game. So I think it's actually easier to control from E4.
Right. And we actually see E4 on the board from Fabiano. Danya answers with E5, knight f3, knight c6.
Wow.
I'm curious what Fabiano's going to do. Is he going to go for Scotch or Italian or a Rui Lopez?
Normally, the Rui Lopez is like Fabiano's home territory with white and with black. And one has to wonder, like, Fabi, you're wandering straight into the lion's den. Like, where do you think you're going to survive here, my friend?
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm curious what line Danya is going to choose. We see a6, bishop a4. And now there's a lot of options. I think Danya plays, the Chigorin lines with the closed Rui Lopez. So very curious what he has cooked up.
Yeah. And then another thing that I was wondering is what opening would Robson play against E4? Because I think today is going to be the first day that he faces E4 in this whole tournament. And so he's going against Svirch, and it looks like he's also chosen classical chess, E5, double king pawn. And okay, good to know. I mean, E5 is looking super popular as I look around me right now.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. We only have Wesley, breaking the trend by being even more solid, choosing the Petrov defense.
Right.
But yeah, Ray has chosen the closed games as well. Or it's the open games, actually, right? If you go E5. Right. And he has answered the Italian from Darius with the move knight f6. Darius does not accept the fried liver invitation, but plays move d3. Yeah. So here, probably bishop c5 from Ray, after which we'll get a very slow game, a lot of maneuvering. And it's going to be very interesting to see what plans both players will choose.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, these D3 Italians take a while to fully develop. You don't know whether or not bishops are going to get traded on E3 or E6, or if the players are going to move all their knights. Well, they'll probably move their knights to the king side through D2 F1 or C6 to E7 to G6. And then at some point, one of the players will play either D5 or D4, but you don't know if it'll be white or black or when it'll be. So yeah, it takes a while to develop. I'm a little bit surprised by Wesley playing the Petrov. I was expecting it to come out at some point this tournament. I was expecting maybe Fabi would play it against one of his like highest rated rivals. But Wesley's the first person to deploy it, and he's deploying it against a non-2700. So do you think that that Wesley, does this tell you anything about whether he's playing for a draw or a win today, this choice?
I mean, yeah, you would assume that he's just trying to be solid today. So I guess he sort of adopts the strategy of, try to win with white and be solid with black. I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that he, just choose the Petrov, where, white can very often get a slight advantage, and it's up to black to neutralize it. And yeah, usually white can just play very solid, and black will not have any winning chances whatsoever. So I was expecting Wesley to maybe keep a bit more life in a position. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see if Bruzon will just keep things very solid, or what's going to happen there.
Right. I mean, maybe he has some insight into Bruzon's sort of favorite variation or strengths or weaknesses, because there are variations in the Petrov that get more combative in some of the lines where white plays, d4, bishop d3, and black plays like bishop d6, and the knight on e4 is a little bit shaky.
Right.
But I mean, if Bruzon had no ambition, he could play knight f3, knight e4, queen e2.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, I would bet on a 2600 GM to be able to draw with white if they wanted to with that approach, even against a top 10 player.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, yeah, probably that game is going to be very, slow and controlled. I'm kind of curious to see Danya choosing the late Steinich against Fabiano by playing a6, bishop a4, and then d6. And I think Fabiano's probably going to build a big center with c3 and then d4. And I would not be surprised if Danya goes g6, bishop g7, trying to tap into those sort of King's Indian type of positions anyway.
Like say, okay, what do you want to play, d4, d5? That's what I'm dreaming of.
Yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, the thing is that white can choose whether he wants to play d4, but he can also delay that and just build up by, let's say, rook e1, and then knight e2, knight f1, knight g3, all the usual Ruy Lopez plans. But
Right.
I am expecting Danya to play g6.
Okay. I think Fabi will play d4 quickly. I think one of the issues for Danya is when he was thinking about what to play, he was probably trying to think like, is there some variation that Fabi might not have reviewed recently? Like I fully expected him to not play down, a 15 move common position from the Breyer or the Chigorin or something like that. But what little insight I have into looking at Fabi's games suggests that he seems to be pretty good at remembering his prep in a bunch of sidelines, even if, like, let's say he came up with a variation against it 2 years ago or 4 years ago. I've almost never seen him just sort of like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about this opening.
Yeah, no, his memory seems to be very good. I mean, he's a top player after all. There's got to be a reason for that. But yeah, I guess he just is constantly also reviewing lines, making sure he remembers everything. And so we see Danya actually play the move knight to f6. I expect Fabiano to play rook e1,
right,
to keep the option of d2, d4 open. But yeah, like you said, Fabiano's preparation is what really, enables him to fight at the very top level. I think that's one of the main reasons why he came so close to winning the World Championship in 2018. And I would say for someone like Danya, who's an extremely strong blitz player, I feel like his preparation is one of his weaknesses, you could say. I mean, he's of course a very strong grandmaster, but I feel like that's really an area that separates him from, let's say, the 2700 grandmasters.
Right. I think when you're playing, I think this is very logical, right? Because basically, when you're playing a lot of blitz online, you don't need good openings. Like, they don't have a big impact on your score or result. And they're also not something that you're really like practicing. You're not like using 15 move novelties, and you're not making any effort to like remember them and stuff like that. But what you are learning is all kinds of other skills in chess. So like the chess muscles you're working are, calculation, instincts, positional knowledge. You're gaining experience like broadly all over the place in different variations and different openings if you're varying things around. So it makes sense that would be what Danya would be less good in based on what his sort of chess diet has been.
Yeah, no, exactly. And also, if you're playing online blitz, you are just studying chess a little bit less than some of the top players who study a lot of hours each and every day. So yeah, is there perhaps another game you wanted to have a look at?
There's one very exciting choice of openings here by Dominguez, Perez, and John Burke. With Dominguez accepting the pawn sacrifice of the mainline Marshall. With the caveat that sometimes both players know 35 moves by heart in the Marshall, and then like it looks exciting on the board for us, but they might they might blitz out 35 moves and agree to a draw. I've seen that happen in, games of Levon Aronians, for example. But certainly the concept of this opening itself is very exciting, with white gaining a pawn, falling behind in development, and weakening their own king position. It makes the game quite exciting and controversial from the get-go.
Yeah, no, I think actually the Marshall, it used to be, very sharp and exciting opening. But nowadays I feel like very often the players will just get into an end game where white is a tiny bit better, but black usually holds a draw. I think what we see on the board is one of the main lines. I think black is supposed to capture the pawn on d3, and white plays someone like knight at d2 or bishop d4, and eventually they trade queens with queen at f5. And white's a little bit better, but black usually holds those endgames, but not always. I think Timur Rajabov won a game in the World Cup finals in 2019 against Ding Liren. So it's a risk-free endgame, but on the other hand, it is pretty much a must-win game for Lenier if he wants to have a chance to, win the tournament. I mean, being white against the lowest seed in the field, I feel like those games are games that he has to win. So we'll see if he can put some pressure, or if Burke will hold his own.
Yeah, and the thing that if there's anything that makes Dominguez less likely to win this tournament, I would say it's his solidity. And he's been very solid both in the first 4 rounds of this tournament and all year. He got a mistake out of Shankland at the end in the end game of their round 4 game, and that got him to +1. But I mean, he could have very easily drawn all 4 games so far. He's drawn 3 of them. And if you look at his classical tournaments so far this year, you can tell he's been in good form because he's got good results, and like he won like the Chess 960 Rapid. Like he's clearly in good form. But if you look at his tournaments, it's usually like 1 win and 8 draws. Or in the Sinkfield Cup, I think the Sinkfield Cup, he won 1 game and drew all the others. And then there was like a GCT classical tournament in May where he might have won 2 games, but it may have been an 11-round tournament. So 9 draws and 2 wins, something like that. So, I mean, I don't think he's lost a classical game this year, but to win this tournament, he's got to get to +3 minimum, maybe +4.
Right, yeah, and as you mentioned, if you score like +1 or +2 in the Sinkfield Cup, that's a great result, but that's not even going to get you close to winning the US Chess Championship. And yeah, I think he is struggling generally a little bit to, win games. Especially with the black pieces. So yeah, I'm curious as to how he will do. I think, he came very close in 2019, where he was tied with Hikaru going into the last round, but Hikaru managed to win his game and Dominguez did not. But he got a lot of wins in that tournament, so he's definitely capable of getting up there.
Yeah. Okay, so far as you say, white just gives back the pawn on d3, completes development, and the position just looks mildly pleasant for white. They've got an extra weakness on the king side, but slightly better placed pieces at the moment.
Exactly, yeah. And note that white can always grab a pawn on d5, but I think generally you keep the knight there in the air. I think white's more looking at ideas like a2, a4, trying to soften up black's queen side. Also, knight e4 is always on the card, hitting the bishop on d6. And yeah, it's slightly annoying for Burke, this position. I'm a bit surprised that he's thinking here, because I thought that this was all theory. But as I mentioned before, I thought the move queen f5 was theory, but maybe maybe the players know better.
Like maybe already here, queen f5, right?
Right, yeah. When the bishop was on d3, I thought queen to f5 was the move. Trying to trade off the queens.
Try to reduce that pressure and prevent knight e4, for the moment at least, covering that square. Because looking at the game position, I think the most annoying question for black is, what are you going to do about knight e4? Like, where's that
Right.
bishop going to go? Are we covering c5 or g5 from the knight, or
Mhm.
are we giving up the bishop pair? I think is unpleasant, but we could either give up the light squared bishop or defend the bishop on d6. So, sort of a choice of a few different mild unpleasantnesses.
Yeah. No, I think, yeah, maybe a move like rook fe8 or h6 makes sense. I would guess probably something like rook fe8, so knight e4 can be met with bishop to f8, because you can meet the move knight to g5 with queen to g4. But after rook e8, white once again can also play a move like a4, once again passing black the move, and it is a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, rook fe8, a4. I mean, I like your idea of rook e8 because I'm largely thinking, where am I trying to put this piece? And I don't like having a lot of pieces on undefended squares.
Right.
I almost feel like that's like a slightly secret thing that amateurs don't realize about chess is like masters leave like one piece undefended at a time. They're never just sitting around with 6 pieces on random undefended squares. And then you look at amateur games and they've got like 5 pieces on undefended squares. Of course, like they hang one of them at some point because, I mean, a GM wouldn't be able to keep track of that either if none of their pieces were defended.
No, exactly. And as you mentioned, yeah, the bishop on d6 is the only undefended piece in black's position. I mean, imagine the queen would not be on h3 defending the bishop on f5. White would always be threatening to take on d5, and if c takes d5, queen takes d5. And in that case, white only hits the bishop on d6, but the bishop on f5 is well protected. So that's why a move like rook f to e8 is possible.
Yeah. So that's why, like, you can understand, folks, we're not trying to attack you with this comment. We're just trying to provide advice now and then. But like, if this bishop is going to wander to e7 or c7, neither Ben nor I are really excited about that because it's sort of a vaguely loose square for the bishop to be on. It's not anchored by a pawn. On e7, it's on the same file as white's rook. So that's why, that's why he's looking at an idea like rook e8 and putting the bishop on f8. He knows he's not going to hang the bishop on f8 ever.
No, exactly. And yeah, I think black should not be too worried about white taking the pawn on d5. Black will always have great control over the light squares. And yeah, the knight on d5 isn't really going anywhere because then the pawn on c6 will always be hanging. So yeah, maybe you want to, go around the boards and have a look at a different game.
Yeah. Let's see. So we've got Sean Shankland with a London system. It's infected all levels of chess, all competitions, everywhere you go. How do you feel about the London system?
Yeah, well, I think the London system is great for beginners and intermediate players. We see a very interesting setup here by Sam Shankland, who delayed the move knight to f6, and now he played the move knight to e7. Yeah, very interesting approach. I don't think I've seen this much before, but I think, once again, if you are at a bit of a lower level, I think the London system is honestly great because you always can choose the same setup. As you move to higher levels, people will at some point, figure out better setups. And one flaw that London players have is that they always try to get the London system, but sometimes you have to be flexible, right? Like if your opponent goes d4, e5, you don't want to pre-move bishop to f4.
Right. Which basically I even see people doing on like, maybe not to the extreme of that, but you'll see people play d4, d6, and then bishop f4 there, looking straight at the well-defended pawn on d6 and ignoring the fact that white could have played, e4 or c4. Like there were like a couple really good moves available. If black plays d6 on move 1. Yeah. So, and do you ever play the London system yourself?
I play it quite a lot when I'm playing against viewers because it's very easy to play, and it's also a system I teach, so that's why I play it.
Right. That way you're reinforcing what you're teaching. The students get to see how you play it.
Exactly. Yeah. But I don't play it much at all when I'm playing other grandmasters.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I think the London system is a perfectly fine opening to play. It's just, really dangerous that some players fall into the trap of playing their moves without looking at their opponent's moves. That's the one thing that I like. I don't care what opening you're playing, but I always want my students to look at what moves their opponents have played. So if black never attacks the pawn on d4, I don't know why you would have to play c3 and e3. Like if black's playing like, let's say black's playing like the Queen's Indian against your London system, like you don't need to defend the d4 pawn like 6 times.
Yeah.
So Sam's move, knight e7, it's a good example. This is a good example of how I teach openings. Like if somebody played knight e7 against a student, I'd say, why is the knight on e7 instead of f6? What's this telling you about what Sam wants to do? Which squares is he going to contest? You know, what's his idea? And how would you answer that?
Yeah, no, I think knight g7 is a very interesting setup. I think one great advantage is that black can easily play f7 to f6, because usually if black puts a knight on f6, white will continue at some point with knight to e5, which is generally really annoying for black, because you cannot take that knight with your own knight, because then after d takes c5, you always run into a fork. But here, if white goes knight e5, black just goes f6, and he just tells white to, you know, go somewhere else with the knight.
Go away.
Go away, exactly.
And if white's not looking at black's moves, I could see like a system player just playing like some system players just playing like knight e5 here anyway, and then like surprised that it's not an outpost. Black has f6, black has knight g6, black has knight f5. Black has 3 easy ways to deal with knight e5 here. So yeah, that's not the idea anymore. So what this is gaining for black is the ability to control e5 really easily, which is normally what white sort of builds their game around. So now what does this move give up? Well, control over e4. So white needs to come up with like a different sort of game plan in the face of knight e7 completely.
Right, yeah. I still expect Jeffrey to play bishop to d3. It's the move you usually make. Sam will probably castle, and maybe white will be looking at ideas of pushing e4 at some point. But if you go e4, you always have to reckon with c takes d4, and you can be stuck with an isolated pawn on a d4 square. So you're very curious to see what Jeffrey is going to do here. But even if he does not play knight to e5, maybe f6, e5 could be a plan for Sam.
If Sam gets really aggressive, to me, looking at this, there's only one single logical approach for white. And sometimes the one thing that I think is logical, then you like play it out on the board and it doesn't even work. But to me, the only thing logical is black's given up control over e4. We don't have knight e5 as an idea. So there's an old plan in the Kali system with the bishop on c1, where you trade on c5 and then push e4.
Right. Yeah.
To not get the weak pawn on d4, but to play e4. And then you transition to basically, folks, imagine these 4 pawns off the board at some point. You transition to a small queenside majority for white versus the extra center pawn for black on e6. And this is sometimes done by players who just want to trade pieces and go to an endgame with the queenside majority. That's a very systematic, I guess. I don't know. It's like a big plan way of playing chess.
Yep.
And I think that that's one variation where the knight on e7 will say like, well, I would have been a little better off on f6. So that's the only thing that really makes sense to me here is bishop d3, like you say, then castle, and then play dc5 and e4 for white.
Right. So we see that Sam did not want to have to deal with that at all. And he actually took on d4, after which Jeffrey recaptured with the e-pawn. I guess Sam is going to cancel, but he could also consider going f6 and e5 quickly. I think that's his main idea in this position.
Wow. So you think he could like rush into this pawn fight in the center here, despite being black, right? And normally being like slightly behind on time.
Yeah. I think f6, e5 is an interesting idea. It doesn't seem that easy for white to stop. I mean, if you go bishop d3, black goes e5, and you run right into the storm, e4 is a threat. So I think that could be an idea, because if white
you
gets
play bishop b5, black can just play a6. They don't care. They bring the other knight to c6 and they still control e5.
Right, or just castle, get out of the pin.
Or castle out of the pin, right? Yeah, okay. F6 and e5. Wow. I wouldn't have thought of that at all. It's I think more aggressive than I usually play with black. Yeah, f6 and e5. Wow.
Yeah, very interesting setup here by Sam. But yeah, usually he's very well prepared, even against lines that, you know, to most players seem sort of random. He always has some theory cooked up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a couple years ago when the London was like first having this new popularity at super grandmaster level after many years of being sort of considered an amateur opening, he showed me a line that he prepared against it. And I was like, wow. And this is a completely different line. So Sam's probably already sort of like diversifying. He's got multiple lines prepared against the London system to try and catch people out. He knows he's going to face it at some point nowadays. So maybe f6 e5 is in the cards. Wow. I was thinking his idea might revolve around the f4 square, because in these cd4 ed4 positions, sometimes black can use the f4 square, and that could coordinate with either like knight g6 or knight f5 at some point, kind of trying to force the question of the tension on this diagonal. But f6 e5 would be more fun.
right, yeah, knight g6 is also an interesting move to consider, because bishop d3 would be met by knight f4, and white doesn't have a comfortable way of defending d3 and g2. So maybe after knight g6, white should develop the bishop to the b5 square. But yeah, Sam is generally quite an aggressive player, so yeah, I would not be surprised to see f6 and e5 at all. Let's have a look at the game between Lenderman and Savian, perhaps, because that's not a game we've looked at all yet.
Oh yeah, I want to know which of these players is going to have a great tournament. Well, Lenderman's got some great opening prep, an hour and 34 on the clock.
Right. Yeah, Lenderman is known for his opening prep. Black has the isolated pawn on d5, but he has some activity to compensate for that.
Yeah.
But he has to deal with his bishop on b4 first, and it's not so clear where it's going. I feel like if Lenderman has a chance to consolidate, let's say he goes castles, moves the rooks to d1 and to c1, maybe goes bishop to e1 to increase the pressure on the d5 pawn.
Bishop e1 increasing pressure.
Well, he's opening up the way for the rook.
Yeah.
So I think that could be quite unpleasant for Savian. So curious to see how he is going to deal with that.
Yeah. I think the problem with white's position, although, I mean, I'm sure this was, studied by Lenderman and a computer as well. But the problem with white's position, I would say, is that the d2 and e2 bishops, they're out of the way of the rooks, but they're doing nothing. They're not creating any pressure. They're not poised to create any pressure. So white's position is mildly passive, I would say.
Right, but that being said, the knight on e6, it looks nice, but it's blocking in the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
Right? Usually black would want that bishop to move out to g4, for example.
Right.
And I feel like this position really revolves around the question whether black can get in d5, d4 successfully. Right. I think if he cannot get in that move, I think white should just be a little bit better.
Right. Yeah. So in a sense, both players have something awkward about their positions, right? Black doesn't have an easy way to generate the normal isolated queen pawn play.
Right.
White with the bishop on d2 is not well placed to stop black from playing d4 at the moment. So we'll have to see if white can get a rook to d1 in time. Yeah, it should be interesting, but definitely Savian under some pressure on the clock, which I think could have an impact, especially if Lenderman knows his next 3 or 4 moves. At some point, it gets painful to be, 30 minutes, then 40 minutes, then 50 minutes behind on time.
Yeah, and I know Lenderman quite well. I've played him a couple times, and generally he likes playing against players who take their time, and he feels very comfortable, getting a lead on the clock and trying to build on that. So yeah, maybe if he would win, he could jump into the lead, and maybe it could be his tournament. Who knows?
Right. Okay. So let's see. Is there any game in this top section we haven't really checked on? Sam Shanklin didn't play f6. He castled first. Um, let's check quickly on Fabi before we go to our next short break. So he has achieved d4. Danya played g6, bishop g7, like you thought he would.
Yep. Staying true to his roots.
And
And
reminds me a little bit of the first round game of Fabi's, where he was getting sort of like a central advantage against Bruzon, but then he had like, not fully consolidated it. Like the pieces weren't necessarily well placed behind the beautiful center yet. And like Bruzon found some way to imbalance the position and start changing it quickly before Fabi could settle in. And I feel like Danya's got like a move or two here still to mess up the position.
Exactly. Yeah, I think if Fabiano gets in, let's say h3, knight f1 to g3, and then maybe brings out the other bishop to e3, he should have a great position. He can always defend the pawn on e4 with bishop to c2. And I think if he achieves all of that, his position will be great because he has the center, and it's not clear at all how Danya is going to attack it. But his position is not so easy. If white goes h3, there are moves like knight to b4, which could cause some trouble. So we'll see how Fabiano will handle this position.
Right. And then another big question is if black can, play rook e8 and prevent you from playing knight f1. And if you play bishop c2 yourself, then sometimes knight b4, bishop b1, maybe c5, since he's got a g7 bishop and white's not fully developed. Right. And then the other question is always if either player can play d5.
Yeah, I think if black plays d5, white is always looking to meet that with e5. But yeah, I think generally Fabiano's plan is to go h3, probably bishop c2 preemptively in case Danya goes rook to e8, and then maneuver the knight around. And like I said, we could very easily see some sort of transition into a Benoni structure.
Yeah. Could you ever see Fabi playing knight b1 in this position? Is d5 an important enough square, or is it just better to be on the king side for an attack?
Knight b1 later makes sense, but I guess the problem is that, well, so first of all, if you go knight b1 here, there's bishop to g4, which is annoying to deal with, right?
Yeah.
And if you go knight b1
like later after h3 and bishop c2,
right, then let's say if black goes knight b4, you don't have bishop b1 for your bishop. But maybe you just go knight c3 and give that bishop up. I've seen that happen. But generally, I think he's going to maneuver knight to g3.
Okay, cool. Well, some promising openings here, and we'll check back in on them in a bit. But first, we're going to take a short break, and then we will be checking out the openings in the U.S. Women's Championships when we come back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Women's Championships and 2021 Chess Championships. Here we've got the women's games, Ben, all around us. And yeah, we've got a couple, we've got a Rui Lopez here as well. We've got a Tarash defense between Irina and Anna over here on this side of me. These two have played each other for the US championships a million times. Usually it's like the main matchup every single year. And this year, you know, in round 5, it's being overshadowed a little bit, but you know, they've played key games. They've played tiebreakers after tying for first together. A lot of history between these two. Yeah, and then of course all eyes on Carissa after her victory against Irina, and she has this weird Grunfeld position that I'm hoping you can help us understand, because I couldn't even find another move for Carissa if I were here. I wouldn't even know what to do next. There's a knight on a5. I don't know where it's going. I don't like dangly pieces like that.
Yeah, no, I would say it looks quite pleasant for white, because like I said, the knight on a5 is a bit off. And I mean, in some positions, it could get in trouble. Like white could play b3 in some cases. I would just play king h2 here, defending the pawn on h3.
Right.
And then, you know, perhaps b3 later to trap the knight on a5, and then maybe bishop to d2. And if you move the knight out of the way, the knight might just drop off the board. So I think she's misplayed this opening a little bit, to be honest. It looks quite pleasant for Begim. So maybe Begim can try to shake up the standings somehow.
Okay, so it's not just my untrained Grunfeld eye. Like, this actually looks a little worrisome to you too.
Yeah, no, I would say white is a slight advantage. Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah. The Grunfeld is an opening that took me ages to begin to understand. When I was a younger player, I just thought, you're giving up the center. What trash, you know? When I was an E4 player, if I was playing somebody who played the Grunfeld, I would always play D4 against them. Like,
yeah,
you know, just on purpose, just thinking I could take advantage of that opening. But gradually I learned some of the idea of it, you know, the freedom for the black pieces. But here, I mean, the knight on a5 is just driving me crazy.
Yeah, no, I would say the Grunfeld is actually a very difficult opening to master. There's also a lot of theory that you have to know. Here we see Begim using the fianchetto system, but also there's a lot of mainline theory that black has to remember. So it's a tricky opening to master, that's for sure. But yeah, once again, this looks great for Begim.
Oh, you know, one thing I do know in this opening is sometimes you push the a pawn against this fianchetto variation.
Right. Yeah.
And then, so it would probably mean delaying e5 in a position like this.
Yeah, I think
e5
was a. Yeah, if we go back, I think e5 was a bit premature, because d5 could not be met comfortably. So yeah, usually both sides are making waiting moves. Indeed, a5 is, I believe, the main line.
Okay. Hey, that's what I would.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was thinking, if you move your pawn all the way to a4, then I'm less worried about getting the knight sent to a5.
Right. Yeah.
And honestly, I've seen black sometimes just drive the pawn all the way down, a5, a4, a3, as far as you can get it, because it's giving the rook scope. And it's creating, like, however it secures the pawn structure, it'll create 1 or 2 squares for the black knights on the queen side. Somewhere they'll end up having a home.
Exactly, yeah. Because if you push the pawn up to a4, let's say white plays a3, he weakens the b3 square, which you can occupy with a knight or with a bishop through e6. Yeah. But if you let black push all the way up to a3 and white plays b3, then you can place a knight on the b4 square.
Right.
So I think that would have been preferred. But after the move king h2, which is what we expected, we see Carissa play c6, which I think was quite necessary to try to get the knight back into the game.
Okay. And white's got a couple big possibilities here.
Right.
To my mind, I mean, you can, there's like probably 10 candidate moves that are simple, but to my mind, the
Hmm.
big options are either e4, trying to keep a pawn on d5,
Hmm.
hoping to also complete the picture with b3 and trap that knight. But
Hmm.
there will always be e4 tactics from black in those positions that you really have to watch out
Right.
for on the knight. So that would be like something you'd have to calculate very carefully to go for. My other aggressive option would be d6, which you
Hmm.
also have to either calculate or evaluate really precisely if that pawn's going to be strong or weak.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure. Yeah, I would say if yeah, I think all those moves are possible. If you go e4, then yeah, white will always have to deal with an isolated pawn on d5 after c takes d5, e takes d5.
mhm,
So d6 is also an option, but the pawn on d6 could get a bit stranded.
mhm.
So white can also consider taking on c6, and black will probably recapture with a knight, bring that knight back. And then maybe we'll be looking at something like knight e4 to d6.
Ah, I was going to say you would hear me sighing with relief in the tournament
Yeah.
hall if my knight on a5 came to c6, but then after knight e4,
Right.
I'd have to like worry again.
Yeah. Yeah, no, these positions are always quite tricky for black. They look kind of innocent from the white side, but
Uh-huh.
notice that the white bishop on g2 is still open after that trade on c6, while the
Yeah.
black bishop on g7 is sort of closed by its own pawn on e5.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Right. So if we imagine these pawns trading in the sort of like simpler symmetrical pawn structure open position, then Ben wants us to notice the difference between these two pieces. They're not symmetrical because of the e5 pawn. That extra space actually really hurts Black's bishop. So
Yeah.
even the simple approach could be dangerous for Black. Um, Interesting. Yeah, when I first see this with the knight on a5, bishop on d7, my instinct as white is like not to help black untangle those pieces. Like, do I have any way to leave things weird for black? But
Yeah. But d6 is also a very interesting move because it leaves the knight on a5, kind of in trouble. And then maybe we can follow it up with a move like b3 and then bishop d2 to try to target that knight. So I guess it also depends on what kind of mood Biggie is in. If she wants to have a probably d6 is probably the way to go.
mhm. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a big decision. I'm gonna guess that Big Eam's gonna put some time into this one because she's got more than one decent option, and it's very, very committal to
Mhm.
I mean to push or to trade. So let's check on her on Yip's co-leader, Katerina
Mhm.
Nemtsova, with a position that looks super pleasant for white as well.
Yep.
Although she's she's way down on the clock to start
She's way
this
down
off.
on the clock, yeah. And we see Anna Sharovich, she only used 5 minutes and the increment. But
Hmm.
yeah, Katerina is down 20 minutes on the clock. But like I said, she has quite a pleasant position. She can always choose when or if she wants to trade on e5 or push for d5. I would say what's probably a good strategy is keep that trade in the air because black generally doesn't really want to take on d4 because that will leave black with an isolated pawn on d6. So I would just continue developing my pieces here if I was white. Let's say maybe queen to d3, making sure that after b4, and if the knight moves, my pawn on e4 is not hanging.
Hmm.
And it's not so easy for black to come up with a plan because
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, black played b5. She can go b4. But if you move the knight out of the way, what are you gonna do next, right? The bishops on
Right.
d7 and e7 are lacking scope, and yeah, white just has more space. So it looks like white's a bit better.
And a6 is going to be hanging.
Right.
In my experience, the black bishops on d7 and e7 will be so if the center closes up with d5, but they'll be pretty
Hmm.
poorly placed if the center opens.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that again tells me black doesn't really want to play e takes d4 or d5. Sometimes your counter in these positions is you get a moment as black where you can play d5 and there's all that tension and white gets to move first, but it's just pawn trades and you're okay. And with the bishops on d7 and e7, I would really doubt that black's going to have any opportunities for d5 this game. So yeah, queen d3, maybe even rook ed1, piling up pressure where the tension is there. Maybe even white could play a4 themselves, looking at the a6 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, a4 will probably be met with a move like b4, but yeah, I think someone like queen to d3 followed by either the e rook or the c rook to d1 looks very pleasant for white. So let's see if maybe Katerina can keep on building on her momentum. And I don't think she want to use championship.
No, I don't think so. I think Foizor has won a US championship. I think that there are 8 titles for Irina, 4 for Zatonsky, 2 for Nazi, and 1 for Foizor. So I may have calculated it wrong, but I think Irina has 1 more US championship than all the other participants in the tournament put together at the moment. All with powers of 2, 1, 2, 4, 8.
Exactly. Does is that a record for Irina, or is there?
I think so,
or not at all. Okay.
Yeah, if anyone has won more than 8 championships, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe someone in the past that I'm not aware of. I don't know.
Yeah, they would have had to be unreasonably dominant.
Yeah. But 8 is a lot because I mean, she's obviously been at the top of US women's chess for a long time, but that also shows that she knows how to clutch, right? Because I think she was always more or less the same strength as Zatonsky, but maybe she handled her nerves a bit better in critical moments, and that's why
I
she has
100% agree with you, because even when I looked at the rating graphs, Zatonsky's like highest rating is like 30 or 40 points higher than Irina's, and my recollection is actually that Zatonsky would probably have been on average 20 to 30 points higher rated than her over the course of those years. And yet somehow Irina won twice as many championships. It says exactly what you're saying, something in the clutch there.
Yeah, definitely. Because in Dutch chess, we also have Luc van Wely, who I believe has 8 Dutch championships. And that also just shows that he's got that he's got the nerves when it really matters,
right? Well beyond like what his rating expectancy would be for how many times he should win the tournament.
Right. Yeah, he was of course always one of the favorites, but once again the amount of times also shows that he was very strong in critical moments.
Yeah. And then we've got like Fabi number 2 in the world, and I don't think anyone would expect him to win 8 US championships in his career. That doesn't seem like a normal mathematical expectation.
Yeah, I think that will take a while. I believe Fabi has 1 in 2016, or does he have more?
I'm not sure.
I think it's just 1, because I believe when did he start playing the US Chess Championship? Was that 2015 or 2016?
Yeah, probably 2015.
Yeah, I know that he won in 2016. I believe in 2017, Wesley won 2018. Shankland won 2019 was Hikaru, and last year it was Wesley again.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, your US history really well.
Yeah. I can't name all the US presidents, but I can name the US chess champions.
It's good.
Yeah,
that's the best part of our history, I think.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, that isn't a whole lot for someone like Fabiano, who's always one of the favorites. So I'm sure he's looking to win another championship this year.
Let me ask you one thing about winning positions like this for white. Obviously, the game's still a long way away from winning, right? But my understanding of like part of how you actually win games like this in practice in tournaments is you put your pieces on good squares quickly and let the player with black like suffer and get low on time and not really like know what to do. And I feel like there's a piece missing in terms of how Nemtsova is playing this, which is you've got, in theory, the easier position to play. You're half an
Mhm.
hour behind on the clock. I mean, it's not like a deep think is going to reveal a way for white to just win the game, right? I mean,
Right.
all you're going to come up with is queen d3 after another 10 minutes, or queen d2, which might not make a difference, or a3 and then queen d3. And I think actually an important component of winning these positions for white is playing faster than black.
Yeah. No, I think, like you said, usually when you have a better position, if you also play fast, then very often the game can sort of win itself. Like, right, we see the move a3 from Katerina, but if she had played that a little bit faster, she would have kept the pressure on Anna, who would then be thinking like, okay, what am I gonna do now, right? Because black can really do a whole lot, but this sort of takes a bit of pressure off of Anna, because she knows like, okay, if I just make a move fast, like maybe rook to e8, which is, it cannot be a bad move, then maybe Katerina will tank again, because a3 doesn't really show like white has, a clear plan going forward. So yeah, I think you made a very good point there, that very often these sort of games can win itself, but if you take a lot of time, then you let your opponent back into the game.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, and looking at like Anna Sharovich's position, it's hard to come up with a lot of moves for black. Like you can't play queen c7 because of knight d5. You can't play a5, h6 maybe, but it probably just weakens you a little bit. Rook c7, rook c8. I mean, rook c7, there's d5 and bishop b6. Like there's very, very few moves to play. So sometimes if you play a3 quickly, black like sits there for like 10 minutes just trying to find something they can move, which is also depressing. But if you spent 10 minutes on a3, black may have like noticed like the only thing I can do is rook e8 and pray. And then they play rook e8 quickly, and can sort of change the dynamic.
Yeah, one thing that's important to keep in mind is that in classical, when both players are taking a lot of time, is you can very often think in your opponent's time. And there we actually see rook e8 quickly played by Anna. She's taking like, approximately 1.5 minutes per move. I think it's a clever strategy, keeping the pressure sort of on Katerina. She knows her position is good, but she can't fall too far behind on the clock, because that will make things difficult for her. But yeah, I think if you're Anna, you'll just play, rook e8 quickly, then h6, and really let white come up with a plan, and you just sort of sit and wait and see what's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm impressed that Anna's able to like, play these moves quickly so far for black, because it's like a lot of suffering. And I think a lot of people basically, as black, lose these games too easily for the opponent by just sitting there like not knowing what to do and not moving and suffering, and then eventually making a mistake. And she's sort of saying, hey, I'm not just going to like collapse and give this game away. Okay, so let's move on. How about this Nimzo Indian? Is that good next?
Let's have a look at that game. So we see a very interesting Nimzo Indian here between Tatev and Ashrita. The position is very much closed, but I think the problem for black is that black can ever do anything. Some people might argue that the pawn on a4 is weak, but the most black can do is something like bishop to d7 and queen e8. But if white goes rook to a1, then what are you going to do next? Right, and I feel like white's looking to expand on the king side eventually. Probably just going to move that knight out of the way with knight h4, and then maybe protect the pawn on e4 one more time with, let's say, bishop to d3. But I think if white gets in f4, Tatev's position should be great. And we know that Tatev had a very slow start. She's only on 1 out of 4. So if she really wants to fight for the top places, she has to get a win here.
Yeah. I often think that these positions are a race to play f5 or f4. Like for which player gets their rook to first throw some influence on the file. Often once you've played f4 as white, black can't even dream about f5 anymore. They end up playing like f6 and just being like completely squeezed. And if black's able to play f5 very quickly themselves, then I think that, sometimes with the rook on f8, they'll have enough presence to prevent an easy f4 for white. They can also use bishop h3 to take the rook off of the file maybe and get some play on the f file. So that to me is often sort of the race in these positions, is who can get the f pawn up.
Yeah, I feel like it should be white, and I think it's very difficult for black to get f5 in under good circumstances, because if the position opens up, remember that white does have the two bishops. So yeah, I would say it should be very pleasant for Tatev.
Yeah.
And position is, I go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say here specifically, white, since they've got bishop d3 and knight h4, I can also see that black might struggle to control f5, right? So knight e8's played, maybe opening up the way for the f pawn. And it's not going to be easy to win control over f5 for black, actually. So that's going to be, as far as like a race, it's going to slow black to control that square.
Yeah, I would just go knight h4 here with white, making sure that black cannot go f5 at all. And yeah, I feel like black has a bit of white has a nice space advantage. Black's pieces are kind of cramped, right? Like your bishop and your knight on b8 are sort of standing in each other's way. But black has the square on h3 for the bishop, but her pieces can barely move. So I would say it's looking pretty good for Tatev.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, rook a6 is not good, and both knights are looking passive at the moment. So yeah, white's got this doubled pawn, which in some lines of the Nimzo is a liability, but here it doesn't seem to be any kind of problem as far as like the locked up queen side. Sort of probably nothing's going to happen on the queen side, so it doesn't matter that white's got the doubled pawn there. And we'll see what happens when white plays f4 this game, which I expect she will. Yeah, we'll see what Ashritha can come up with. She hasn't lost yet at this tournament.
Yeah, I think if white goes f4, there's two things black can do. Like maybe in some cases, like let's say the knight is on h4, black could maybe take an f4 and you could not recapture the g pawn, because that could leave the knight on h4 hanging. And if you would have to recapture the bishop, then black can maybe put a knight on e5 and try to block the position. But if there's no such possibilities, then I think the best black can do is go f6 and pray that the position stays locked. But then it feels like white is just controlling the entire board, and eventually white should break through.
Right. You play f6, you hunker down, and at least with that approach, you require a lot of skill of your opponent to win the game, right? Because they have to make choices about, do they play g4, g5? Do they play f4, f5 to gain more space? And then will they still have enough room to open the game or not? Do they ever trade on e5? So I think you pose them some difficult questions for converting, even though you're obviously just in a hopeless position from your own side of the board. Like there's nothing you can do, but they might not be able to knock you over.
Yeah, no, converting these kind of positions is still very often, a long way.
Yeah. Okay, and then another opening that we had that we don't see every day is the Leningrad variation of the Dutch. I'll just click through a couple moves so people can see how some of these games develop. So for anybody wondering, Leningrad is a name for variations of the Dutch defense where black puts a bishop on g7. It's got some dynamics that sometimes resemble the King's Indian defense. And yeah, we see Talia adopting a very early d5 push for white, grabbing space. Not a move I would make personally, because I like to have my pawns next to each other. And I prefer to grab space once my opponent has challenged my pawn. So then when I push past, they can't like try and trade that pawn anymore because they've already pushed past me. So I don't just race my pawns forward in that style that much. But what we see here is then when black plays e5, setting up the strong duo, Talia traded it.
Yeah,
And
I feel like these positions should generally be a little bit better for white. I think
mhm,
d5 is a pretty interesting strategy because if you give black the time, she could play e5 herself, and
mhm,
then if then you give black sort of a king side, then you give black a lot of space on the king side,
mhm.
right? So by
Right.
playing d5 early, e5 can always be met by taking en passant,
Right. So
and
you're not giving black the option of DE when they eventually challenge you in the center.
right. And so
Got
I
it.
think Talia played a pretty good game. I just did not like her last move. If we go ahead a couple of moves.
This one here with the queen.
Right. Yeah, we just move queen to b3 because it will make the c4 pawn kind of vulnerable. Like it cannot be defended easily.
Mhm.
And actually, what white should have done is play b3, which looks maybe a bit scary because you open up this diagonal, but black does not have a good way of taking advantage of it.
Mhm.
If
Like
black goes knight
obvious knight
e4,
G4
I
this.
believe white should always be able. Right, if knight g4, you have bishop to d4, right? And if you go knight to e4, probably you should always be able to sack with knight takes c4.
And then maybe here hitting two bishops.
Right, yeah, it's not even a sacrifice. White's probably just winning.
Okay. And you were thinking a lot of the times positionally, you could even just go queen takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. And then with the bishop pair, especially with black's weak dark squares, those positions tend to be okay for white.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
So I think b3 would have been the better move. But now
Yeah.
c4 is always, yeah, it's difficult to defend.
It's funny because black was like attacking the c4 pawn. Talia defended, and you said, you're making the pawn vulnerable by defending it.
Right, but you cannot defend it by a pawn.
Right. Right. Now that your queen's in the way of the pawn, you can never securely defend it. And
Exactly.
so
Yep.
you've tied yourself up in an awkward way.
Exactly. Yeah. And black's looking to go queen f7, and that pawn could easily just drop off in the next, couple of moves.
That's true. Black's got queen e7 to f7. Black's got knight d7 to e5. And also maybe like b5 in some positions. I mean, we have to be careful about the c6 pawn
Yeah.
and the rook. But I mean, if it hangs around long enough like this, there are scenarios where you could play, I don't know, maybe rook c8. And if bishop a7, b5 with like a clear advantage for black,
Yeah. No,
as you
exactly.
trade your a pawn for the c pawn and a lot of central
Mhm.
control. Black did play queen e7 here. Um, and yeah, looks fine for black at the moment. If white played b3, do you prefer white's position over black's here?
If white played b3 instead of queen b3, I would definitely prefer white. And I
Mhm.
think generally that's what white's aiming for in these positions. White's pawn structure is a little bit better. The pawn on d6 can be attacked, and it's
Mhm.
not so easy for black to get any sort of play going.
Right. So white's playing like queen c2, rook d1, and eventually going to pressure d6. Black needs to have some kind of counterplay because that will be mildly annoying over time, as well as the fact that just,
Yeah,
I mean, like, what do we do about this pawn? What do we do about this
right.
diagonal? It's annoying to set up in a way that there's no weakness. So then the
Mhm.
question is, does black ever have a way to play like f4 or maybe g5 and knight g4 and queen e8 to h5? Or like black has to be
Yeah,
sort of creative to come up with something dynamic, huh?
yeah, yeah. But generally, my experience is that it's difficult to really come up with counterplay for black in
Mm-hmm.
these types of positions.
Yeah.
So
I played the Budapest once in
yeah, I
my
would
life.
say if white had gone b3, white
If white had gone b3, you would have liked
um,
white.
oh yeah, I was gonna say if white had gone b3, I think white should have had a clear advantage. But now it's looking pretty good for Nazi. So maybe she can get her first win of the tournament. She's made 4 draws so far,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I would say she is one of the favorites or one of the outsiders to win this tournament. So this could be a game to get her up in the standings.
Yeah. There's such a huge pack still. The tournament's not that old. Anybody who's lurking with a bunch of draws still could go on a tear and compete
Yeah,
for first place. I was gonna suggest one idea for black in these B3 positions for any would-be Dutch players out there, um, which is I had a position sort of like this when I played the Budapest once in my life. And over the board, the plan I came up with in the Budapest, because I was like, oh, if the knight's on d5, I'm worse. If I play c6, my d6 pawn is worse. The plan I came up with for black was like queen e7, bring the rook over, and then a6, b5 to challenge the c4 square using my less valuable like a and b pawns. And that actually managed to sort of like get me into a game. I think maybe that would be another plan that Nazi could have tried here if she doesn't, if everything on the king side's too committal or weakening.
Yeah.
Do people in the Netherlands like notice or care at all that this opening is named after their country? Is that something that anyone cares about?
Yeah, I mean, I do, because I'm a bit disappointed that we got one of the worst openings.
Yeah. So you care.
Yeah.
There's probably some other people as well.
Yeah, it cannot be the only one.
You should see if Simon Williams will trade you the Dutch opening for the English opening.
I would be happy to get the English instead of the Dutch. I think
that would be like a clearly good trade for you for your country.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Let's check out another game. We've got Megan Lee against Sabina Foizor. Foizor won her game in round 4, I believe. Let me check. The opponent was Tatev. And that's what got Sabina out of the cellar and got her tournament started. Megan Lee, on the other hand, the second lowest player in the tournament by FIDE ratings, I think, or maybe third. Looks like she's 5 points ahead of Foizor, but she has 2 out of 4. But the nice thing about her 2 out of 4 is she's played the 3 highest rated players already.
Yep.
Megan Lee, who I don't think people know that well or think of as somebody who would play for first place, she's played the top players in the tournament so far. She lost only to Crush. She got her first. She's got her first win under her belt, and with 2 out of 4 and all the toughest opponents out of the way, she could say, "Hey, this tournament's looking really good for me."
Yeah, no, I think we talked about this earlier. I think this tournament can really be anyone's in both the open and in the women's section. But yeah, as you mentioned, she's on 50%, but she's had very tough opposition so far. So yeah, I'm curious to see if I think this game is critical for both players. I think for Megan Lee, 50% is a very good start, but for Sabina, she might have been hoping for a little bit more. But it's looking pretty interesting, and it's really going to revolve around a d5 square. We're probably going to see a trade on c6, maybe b4 hitting the knight on a5.
Right.
After which the knight usually comes out to c4.
I know very few things about the Rui. Very few things. Hopefully, I'm correctly identifying this position as a Rui, even. But, but my little thought is that forcing black to put this pawn on c4 is really bad for black. Who would want often to have counterplay against the c3 pawn. So I mean, pending details, I would think it's really nice for white to do that to black.
Yeah, there should be a slightly better position for white. Maybe what black can do after the move b4 is the move c takes d5.
I was wondering if it's such a critical strategic achievement for white that black would consider just sacking the knight to take out the whole center.
Yeah, I know that this sacrifice exists. It is tricky though. I mean, you are giving up a piece, but black gets a huge center. But yeah, maybe it's an interesting way to change the dynamic of the game, because as you mentioned, if you go to c4, probably white's going to be a little bit better. So curious to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah. So let's see. Right now, the live position is Foizor has played c6 and Megan's in thought. I imagine that she's looking at the option of b4 and that she's even considering like, what if black takes on d5? Am I ready for that?
Yeah.
So
White could take.
could she play E takes D then? Like if she's
Well,
not
but then
happy
that
with,
should give black a better version. Or then you go
right,
knight c4 and the pawn on d5 is always weak. So what
right.
she could do
I
after
mean, we're like
c6 is maybe
forced to give up this bishop right away, and still D5 is not so
exactly,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what white could do is trade on c6 first and then b4 if she doesn't want to deal with this piece sacrifice.
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, what white could do if white doesn't want to deal with this piece sacrifice is
Mhm.
trade on c6 first
Right.
and then b4. But then
Right.
black has the extra option of going knight to b7.
Black has time to take on C6 with the knight or to play bishop.
Sorry, with the
C6
bishop, with the
C7.
bishop. And then if b4, knight b7.
Yeah. And then this, oh no, we can't bring the bishop out yet. Yeah. All right, folks. We're unfortunately going to have to take a little break, but that's life. That's part of the tournament for us. Is every now and then we got to step out for a moment, run an ad, make a few pennies to pay for what is hopefully excellent coverage of the 2021 U.S. Women's Championships and 2021 U.S. Championships. We'll see you again in a couple minutes on the other side. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Championships, U.S. Women's Championships. I've got eyes on Fabiano Caruana and Daniel Naroditsky, and they're contesting a complicated Rui Lopez. What do you think of the changes since we last saw this position?
Yeah, so we saw some interesting changes in the position. Fabiano played this move h3 to stop bishop to g4, and Danya played knight to b4. I think a very important move to try to, trade off these bishops. And this coordinated the white position a little bit because black is very often looking to go knight to d3. So Fabiano traded on d7 and played queen to b3 to stop knight d3. Danya played a5 to defend the knight. And after a3, he went back to c6. We saw knight f1 by Fabiano, rerouting the knight. He could have also considered knight to b1, the idea that you mentioned earlier to go to c3.
Yeah. Now this square is weak too, right?
Right. Yeah, he can. He's controlling the b5 and the a4 squares, which are critical. But knight f1, we saw a4 from Danya, nice move. And after queen d3, knight a5. So Danya
like what we talked about with the Grunfeld, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A pawn rush, and now you've got a square.
Exactly. But I think after bishop g5, the move knight to b3 was maybe a bit preemptive. Was maybe a bit premature.
Right.
Because he could have also kept the knight on a5, and maybe after a move like b5, the knight could always hop to c4.
I had the exact same thought as you, so thank you, making me feel good about myself. I'm worried that the knight's just going to be like on a pointless outpost on b3. If every white piece is on the center or king side, and somehow the world's going to pass this knight by, and there'll be some fight on the e-file one day, and the knight will have had nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I think the move was a bit premature. It looks quite pleasant now for
too.
Yeah, it looks quite pleasant now for Fabiano.
Right. And I also wonder about d5 first. I'm afraid of playing like a lot of queenside moves, but like if my overall plan is b5 knight c4, I feel like it might be great to change the pawn structure with d5 e5, and then I can play b5 knight c4 in that kind of a structure. And I mean, I know there's always some risk to letting white get that space advantage, but it seems like we're well poised to have good counterplay here.
Yeah,
I didn't really calculate 95, but I mean, it was just an idea.
Yeah. Yeah, white gets more space on the king side, but black gets nice outpost. I mean, the 94 is pretty well placed. The other knight can come out of c4, maybe c5 or f6, or breaks that black can consider. So yeah, d5 was definitely a move as well. But we see Danya play knight to b3, and after rook 81, he chose the move h6. So it's up to Fabiano now to decide whether he wants to trade that bishop for the knight and f6, or maybe drop back. I would say he's probably going to drop back to e3, is my guess. And yeah, then once again, it's kind of up to Danya to come up with a plan.
Right. And so he could try to sit tight, or he could try to like throw the c pawn at white center at some point to try and make more use out of the knight. I mean, at the moment, c5 fails completely. I play it. I mean, I know I'm just, losing stuff on this file, but there could be a way to set it up if that's a way to coordinate with this piece. And I don't know, b5, c4, or b4, do something around that.
No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. c5 is also a move black could be looking at, or just something like rook fe8. Putting a bit of pressure on the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
And then it might not be that comfortable for white to protect the pawn. What do you think he's going to do after, let's say, bishop e3, rook fe8?
Knight g3.
Yeah, you can go knight g3. And okay, so d5 is not really an option here anymore, because after e5 you kind of go to e4. But perhaps maybe move like queen c6, increasing the pressure on the pawn on e4.
Approval. Yes. That looks pretty reasonable because the queen, she actually didn't like being on the d file. That wasn't helpful.
Right.
This would be terrible without a knight on b3 because, without a knight on b3, white would actually be playing on the c file quite likely here.
Yeah. Yeah, so with a knight on b3, at least black is controlling some squares. Otherwise, white would pretty much just control the entire board.
Attacking this. I might even play b5, queen c4. I mean, it's a defensive plan. It's not like it's nothing amazing, but
yeah, no, black still has a lot of plans here, and it's up to Fabiano to somehow consolidate the position. So I'm very curious to see what he's gonna come up with.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It feels like Danya did manage to get into the game without completely running himself off the clock or anything like that. I think actually he can be quite satisfied with the first 15 minutes, first 15 moves, or I guess now 17 moves of this game, because he's alive. He's alive on the clock. He's alive on the board. He's got some counterplay, and
he's got the bishop on g7.
He's got a
like in the King's
g7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Secretly all he wanted. All right.
Exactly.
We've got Bruzon versus Wesley So, which is, queens off and a little bit dry for the moment. I never consider these things to be drawish, just dry at first, because I think there's a lot of time for interesting things to happen. I just feel like 20 moves later, they're a little bit more interesting than now. So unless you see something important here, I think we can keep looking through the games.
Yeah, no, like you mentioned, that game is looking pretty dry and symmetrical so far. It can definitely heat up later on. There's still a lot of pieces on the board, still a lot of room left for maneuvering. But yeah, there's definitely some other games we can have a look at. Let's actually have a look at the game of our leader, Ray Robson, with the black pieces against Darius Sweerts.
Yeah, and he has just left the pawn on c7 hanging. He had to calculate it. I mean, for structural reasons. Oh, and white just took it. For structural reasons, when there's a bunch of trades on d4 here, we know this from the English opening, which will hopefully one day be known as the Dutch opening. When all these trades happen, black would love to fill d4 with a piece, not a pawn. It will allow them to pressure the d3 pawn. It also gives them an avenue to attack the a4 and b4 pawns from the side in a lot of like heavy piece situations. If Ray had time to play c6 at some point, then of course queen d4 and black would be having a jolly time. But he basically here he chose to sacrifice a pawn for the moment. And he could try getting it back on b4 or d3, and there's going to be a further series of trades.
Yeah. But I think the thing you mentioned is very often how games work at the grandmaster level, that you think like, okay, if I just get this one move in, I'm happy, but you're just one move, you just come one move short.
Yeah.
And I think Ray planned this pawn sacrifice, but he is counting on the fact that he probably believes that he has enough counterplay, but it is up to Ray to, prove that he has enough compensation. If he takes on d3 now, Darius is probably going to snap off another pawn on b7. And once again, it's up to Ray to prove the compensation.
And if he goes to b4, then rook b1 to b7, right? Oh, he took d3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if he takes on b4, then probably a rook to b1. But yeah, he took on d3, so I'm expecting Darius to take on b7 any moment.
Yeah.
No. And I think there might have been some games in this variation. I think Anish might have had a game against Aronian a couple of years ago. So maybe Ray had looked at this, but he was just taking his time in the opening. So I guess he feels like he has enough compensation, but once again, it is up to him to prove it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Darius has used more time, but not too much in any way. in my opinion. Like if this position is
Right.
pleasant for white and Ray's got something to prove, um, I think 40 minutes and a position with very few weaknesses, it's a pretty safe situation for Dariush. If I were Ray, I would not have any dreams of winning yet. I would just be like sort of in like survival kind of mode, right? Like just like,
Yeah.
can I stay in this game?
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, even though Darius is down half an hour on the clock, this is a game he should not lose under any circumstances. The one thing I would say though is that sometimes in these kind of positions, right, like white might get a small advantage, and 40 minutes, 420 moves is still a lot, but he might need, to take, let's say a 10-minute think at some point to really figure out the right plan to really put the pressure on Ray. So he cannot allow himself to get too low on the clock. I don't think there will be anything, terrible happening. But if he wants to, have chances to win this game, he will definitely need his time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the time might keep Dariush from finding like one important move to like win the game somewhere. I just don't see it like bouncing back against him in a dangerous way is all. I think it's, very safe.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Here. And he's completely turned his tournament around. He lost the first 2 games, which was, I mean, obviously losses are worse than draws and wins. And, it was a terrible way to start the tournament. And he played a great opposite colored bishop endgame to win against Danya in round 3. And then he drew in round 4 with black. And now he's just back to playing a normal tournament. So
exactly. Yeah. I mean, especially losing in the first round against the lowest seed in the tournament with the white pieces. I mean, there's no worse start than that. And then he lost that game against Wesley, but like you said, he redeemed himself very well against Danya. So I'm curious to see if he can really manage to put Ray under pressure on his game, or if it will, peter out into a draw. So why don't we go ahead and have a look at the game between Jeffrey Zhang and Sam Shankland, because that one is really heating up right now.
They're low in the tournament table at the moment, but I mean, the position is just like begging for us to look at it. So, so Sam didn't play F6, but he played F5, looking at F4, which was also extremely aggressive and in a sense, more positionally. Well, no, I guess both would be positionally committal.
Yeah. I'm very surprised by Sam by putting the pawn on F5, because it really takes away, the flexibility of his position. And I don't really see what black can do here. I mean, you can play E5, but then you're always going to be stuck with the isolated pawn on the D5 square. And I think if you're white here, you're just looking to expand on the queen side, which is what Jeffrey did with B4. But maybe he's going to follow with knight to B3. And black's bishop on D7 just feels like a pawn.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised with how Sam has played this.
And he committed to it very, very early. I mean, basically he castled. Bishop D3, knight G6, queen C2, preventing knight F4. Maybe he should have tried knight G6 before castling, because that knight F4 idea, I mean, it feels like part of the point of his development,
right,
is to play this knight F4 move. Now, if he plays H6, he's sacking a pawn on G6 very weirdly. If he plays knight F4, he's sacking a pawn on H7 very weirdly. Actually, maybe he could have still played knight F4 here, because G2's dangling.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe white just takes on H7, takes an F4 and drops the bishop back.
Right.
So it definitely feels very risky. But I thought F6 looks very interesting. And trying to go E5 quickly.
Right. Prior to this, right?
Right.
Or even here after the queen's already on C2.
Yeah, before
the knight came here.
Yeah, right. Because then G6 is always hanging.
Right.
But I thought before that F6 E5 was a very interesting plan.
Honestly, it almost feels like queen C2 kind of refuted what Sam wanted to do. And then he had, and I see him like with not that much time on the clock comparatively. I wonder if like somehow his opening idea got tangled up, because like, what's the point of the knight on G6 if it can't go to F4 and it's stopping F6 and H6? I can see why he played F5 at this point, because I'm not really seeing what else to do from here.
Right. Yeah. Um, yeah, it feels like Black's position is pretty passive. I have a really hard time figuring out a plan. And yeah, Jeffrey has had a really slow start so far. He's only on half out of 4. Definitely not the start that he was hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe this game can help him get back into the tournament. Sam just played the move knight to d8. I don't know what his plan is, but I guess if you're Jeffrey, you just keep expanding on the queen side.
Yeah, I I don't know. I don't have much in the way of plans for
Yeah.
Sam. I mean, I thought that maybe once White played b4, maybe you could play e5 and try to argue that the c3 pawn's almost as weak as the d5 pawn, and you know your light squared bishop gets in the game a little bit as the center opens up. But even there, it's just like, why did I move my f pawn? I wish I could bring it back.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So I mean, yeah, I guess Ben Feingold always says like don't play f6, but
Mm-hmm.
can we? I think we can establish a new rule like don't play f5.
Okay.
Yeah.
No more Dutch defenses.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, certainly, like for me, I'm very, very much like the way I look at chess. Colored complexes is a very, very important component of how I read like chessboards. When there's like a light square pawn structure and a light squared bishop, right? Or a light squared pawn structure and you've traded your dark squared bishop, or like I really see things like very structurally like that. So when I see like we're trading dark squared bishops, that's sort of like set up, and then we're playing f5, losing control over e5. To me, that just seems very depressing. If I consider that
Yeah.
from Black's perspective, I'm kind of like, what am I playing for?
Yeah, it feels really weird what Sam has done because, like you said, he's put all his pawns on light squares, and the bishop on d7 is just completely blocked in, and it's really difficult to come up with a plan. So, I mean, we'll see if maybe he can try to hang on in this game, but it's not looking good. And Sam also had a very slow start. He's on 1.5 out of 4, so it's probably not going to be his tournament this year.
Yeah, and I've got more bad news for him. I just came up with a plan for White, which I think is considerably easier to do than to come up with a plan for Black. But White can just play knight b3 to c5 here because the a
Yeah.
pawn is hanging if you ever try to play b6. I mean, it's just straight up
Yeah.
dead. And once the knight gets to c5, it'll be even harder to ever play b6, right? Like you need to play like bishop c8, but it's too late.
Yeah, no, I think that's a nice plan you mentioned. White can always play a5, making sure b6 can never be played.
Right.
Um,
I
so
think
that
it's
is very
even
nice.
better that we don't have to play a5. Because sometimes when you play a5, then your opponent can play like bishop b5, or they can like find some square to maneuver themselves. But if you can play knight c5 just based on their own pawn structure being like in bad relation to that knight, yeah.
Yeah, no, I like the idea that you mentioned, just keeping all options open. And probably
Yeah. Then we can also play b5 if we need to open the queen side and various things.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, I'm
So
feeling
yeah,
so
this
sad.
this one's looking tough for Shankland.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the game between Lenderman and Savian.
Okay.
This game changed quite a bit.
Yeah. Let's just see how the d pawn and queen were traded real quick, and then we'll get into evaluating this position. So d4. Okay, it was played quickly. That's the last thing we saw was White just sort of castling, and Black played d4.
Right.
Yeah. Now probably a rook to d1.
So yeah, Savian played d4 before White had the time to get it under control to move rook to d1. The drawback is that White is slightly more developed, so he's probably better prepared for the opening of the position. So we saw a trade rook a to d1, queen b4 by Savian, but after the trade and bishop f3, so maybe a beginner would say that this position looks approximately equal, but the problem for Black is that he has problems developing that bishop on c8, because then he will always leave the pawn on b7 undefended. And if you go rook b8 first, then White's always going to hit you with bishop f4, and you have to go back into the corner. So I would say it looks pretty pleasant for Lenderman because it's very difficult for black to develop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What I call this is like using a lot of energy for black when I'm like talking about this kind of thing. It's like you've got this position. White's just castling, playing rook d1. Black's like spending their time like doing stuff that gets like traded off, right? So they're like, I'll spend time trading my weak pawn. I'll spend time trading my queen. So you're like using up a lot of the energy you have. And then at some point, you're in this energy deficit and you have to pay it back at some point.
Yeah.
So I think Sevyan's under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting point you made. I think he played the move bishop a5. So now if he moves out the bishop to, let's say, e6 and white takes on b7, black can go rook to b8, hitting the bishop. And if that bishop moves, now the pawn on b2 is hanging. Yeah. Whereas before, the bishop on b4 was in the way. So curious to see how Lenderman's going to continue here.
Yeah, I was also thinking that moving this bishop would be sort of like the only palatable option for Sevyan trying to develop his bishop without defending the pawn. The thing is, like, okay, after bishop a5, if white just develops pieces, then when you play bishop e6, white might play bishop f4, threatening bishop b7, and you still are like, wait, how do I defend this? How do I defend this pawn, right? If white takes away that b2 idea.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah. Folks in chat thinking that this will be a draw. Like, I can assure you at a grandmaster level, a situation like this is extremely tense. Look at Sevyan's clock. He hasn't finished development and he's going to maybe get under 30 minutes before he finishes the development. Grandmasters like to have all their pieces out with at least an hour left on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this looks like a tough situation for Sevyan. As you mentioned, only 17 moves have been played and he only has 35 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
And generally, if you watch a lot of rapid and blitz chess, it might seem like he still has a lot of time. But in classical, where your opponent has a lot of time to really find accurate moves, your time can take away pretty fast. And I would also say that at some point, you have to speed up, but making that transition is also not always easy to make. So we could see Sevyan get under pressure here, not only in the position, but also on the clock.
Yeah. And I read that clock and I say, like, I don't have Sevyan's camera. You can only see the player cameras on the official St. Louis Chess Club's broadcast. But I imagine, just looking at his clock, I can imagine his face. Like, I'm sure this guy is under a lot of stress. You would take one glance at him and be like, oh man, somebody's like concerned, struggling, working hard, nervous.
Yeah. I played him in the recent World Cup in Sochi, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But that being said, Lenderman is taking 15 minutes here to come up with his next move. So he probably feels like this is a critical moment. He can keep Sevyan under pressure, but he hasn't figured out the right way to do so yet.
Right. Because like if I play like a naive move, just rook e1 coming to an open file with the idea of bishop e6, and then I mentioned like bishop f4 in a position like that, I think what black can do there, or at least what Lenderman has to be concerned about, is that black gives up the bishop pair on c3, sacks b7 and takes on a2, and you want to be pretty confident before you make that before you offer that sort of change to the position.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see what Lenderman's going to do. I think bishop f4 makes just a lot of sense.
It's the move we need, huh?
Yeah, to take away that b8 square. Because if you are a bit careless here, you can let black develop, and black can get fully back into the game.
So can I try to trade once and go bishop g4? So I'm not actually going to have to play against the bishop pair here. And then I'm allowing rook d7.
But can't white take on b7 anyway? If you take on d1, I take on a8.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, it's quite possible you can do that with the bishop pair. My rooks can't really move around you. Okay, yeah, I'm down a pawn. I didn't want that.
Yeah.
Mm. But
But
that's the pressure, folks. That's the pressure you're under against the GM. You know, you try to bring out your pieces and they take a pawn.
Yeah, so it's really choosing, you know, the lesser evil in situations like this.
Do I have other options? What are my options? What are my evil choices here? If Lenderman plays bishop f4.
Good question. Yeah. I guess I don't know, to be honest. I mean, you cannot keep your pieces tucked in forever, because if you play a move like h6, white might just play a move like h3, getting rid of that bishop g4 option altogether.
Now I can't even lose a pawn, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe what you mentioned with bishop g4 is an idea, but you lose a pawn. So I think bishop f4 would be a very nice move for Lenderman.
Okay. So you're saying the position looks bad enough that that if you're playing black, you might be looking at options to play the game down a pawn here.
Right, but that is very difficult to just admit, like, okay, I'm gonna be down a pawn and hope for a draw. But I would say that's what makes some of the top players so good, is that they realize they're in trouble and they choose, you know, the lesser evil.
Right. Yeah, it's like, I think this really helpful thing to have in chess is some kind of calibration of how good or bad should my position be right now. Because if you think like, oh, it's just a little unpleasant, I'll figure it out, and you refuse to sack a pawn, things can get so tangled up. You know, you play some waiting move like h6, hoping that miraculously like a new way to develop is going to appear. And then it never does. And it just gets worse and worse because, you know, white's rooks could be on even better squares by the time you realize you can't get out. So I think the key to the really great defenders is knowing how bad their position is. And so they're looking for the right kind of thing. Like, I'm down a pawn, but I've blockaded the c3 pawn at c4 or something like that.
And good players can very often, you know, feel when they have to go for a passive or a active defense. And I think this is a situation where black should try to go for an active defense, because those bishops, the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8 cannot be stuck there forever.
Yeah, Lenderman has just played bishop f4, by the way. That's official. Sevian's clock is ticking again. I don't expect him to be able to make this choice very quickly, or without a little bit of hair pulling. And I will also say that I think Lenderman has a lot of experience in torturing people with positions like this. I think he's very dangerous and comfortable in this sort of situation. And so we'll have to take a little break while Sevian works on this. But right now, in this battle between, you know, two up and coming American players, to see who can, like, you know, try to have a great tournament here. They're each at +1 right now. It's really looking nice for the player with the white pieces. Welcome back, everybody. This is still the U.S. Women's Championships and the U.S. Championships. And we are still David and Benjamin. And welcome back. We have only one move played in the game between Megan Lee and Sabina Fleisor, but it's a very promising move. B4, C takes D5. And I think we're going to get to see a very exciting imbalance in this game with a massive pawn center for black for a piece sacrifice early on. I love these kinds of positions. They're pretty interesting to play when the sort of pawn center changes the value of the white pieces. Very controversial battle. You have any thoughts about this direction?
Yeah, so C takes D5, very interesting piece sacrifice by Sabina. We see Megan Lee taking her time, but I think she has to accept the piece sacrifice because if you just recapture on D5 with the pawn, black's going to go knight C4. And after the trade of knights, this pawn on D5 is incredibly weak. And black just has a great position. So even though taking the piece is not clear, the other option is not good at all. So I think from a practical standpoint of view, you just have to take the knight and hope for the best.
Yeah. So she's taking her time here. She's going to need her time, though, because this is going to be an absolutely crazy game. You know, as soon as they start moving, I'm going to try and jump on this game and watch as much of it as we can. You can try and help remind me to do that, Ben. But for now, we're gonna click around and check in on Crush versus Zatonsky. Because I think this is a nice imbalance as well, an interesting moment to just see what we think about. I'm going to back up a few moves to right before Zatonsky took the B pawn. So set the stage here, knight B to D4.
Yeah, so we see that typical isolated pawn position. I would say the move rook D7 is a bit odd from Zatonsky, but what I would say is that it looks quite pleasant for white generally, because white doesn't have any weaknesses at all. Well, this pawn on D5 is always a weakness that black has to, look out for. And we see that after the move knight BD4, Zatonsky took the pawn on B2, and then Arena traded on F6. Now, the problem for black is here that she cannot take with the bishop, which is what you want to do, because then white has to move rook F to B1, and now black's queen is trapped. So what she did after bishop takes F6 is G takes F6, and now after rook FB1, she has queen A3, because her bishop is still in E7 defending that square. Now, Arena's down a pawn, so she didn't want to trade queens. Instead, she played rook to B3. And Zatonsky is up a pawn, but she has a worse pawn structure. His king is exposed. So I feel like Arena should have great compensation here. What do you think?
I love white's position. I think that the black king looks really bad. One plan is bishop D1 to C2. Another is knight H4 to F5. And with the knight H4 to F5 plan, you could also at some point by surprise play E4 and use your third rank lifts. And yeah, I mean, this structure here on the king side, I mean, we see it now and then. Sometimes you can defend it, sometimes you can't. Here, I don't see a lot of great squares on the king side for the black pieces, so I'm pretty worried.
Yeah, no, I think Anna probably has to drop the queen back to D6, making sure the queen is closer to the defense. And it looks pretty pleasant for Crush, but it's once again a situation where she's down a pawn, she has great compensation, but it is a pawn and she has to prove it. Because if you let black, activate all of her pieces, then, that extra pawn could start to matter at some point.
Yeah. There's a kind of like a little sub battle going on behind the position and the variations, which is a battle of confidence, right? Like who is the pressure on? Is the pressure on white to prove it, or is the pressure on black that they're like scared? And that can play a role often in an over the board game. You sit across from your opponent, you feel their body language, they feel yours. And like if you're really confident, they might lose confidence, and that could be helpful for you.
Exactly, yeah. And as we're talking about confidence, we see that Anna Satansky, she just dropped under half an hour on the clock,
Mm-hmm.
which, could be dangerous as well. The position is quite tricky. We
Yeah.
see Crush still has, 52 minutes on the clock. And Anna's only made 16 moves, and then half an hour is not a lot of time, considering the fact that there's going to be a few critical decisions coming up. And
Yeah.
if you have only half an hour, you can maybe take like 1 10-minute think. And
Yeah.
but if you take too much time, you're just gonna get low on the clock, and then mistakes can happen.
Yeah. And you mentioned this rook d7 move is kind of a weird move. I think she did it to defend the b7 pawn because she was already thinking of grabbing b2. That's what makes most sense, because when black wants to play d4 with the IQP, they don't do it by doubling up rooks behind the pawn. Actually, more often than that, they put like a rook on the e file or the c file to be active, and then somehow d4 becomes possible. I think she had
Right.
in mind to grab this pawn, and honestly, the pawn would not have been on my mind if I were black. I would have not been interested in like aiming the game in that direction at all.
Yeah, I wonder if, she decided to grab that pawn because she's had a slow start, and if she wants to, fight for the top places, this could be a game where she could, move up the standings.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels risky. I mean, rook d7, like I said, it felt like a weird move, but as you mentioned, it does enable her to, grab this pawn on b2. But yeah, I feel that here she's taking a bit too long. I feel like queen d6 is a very natural move. Your
Mm-hmm.
queen has to be closer to the defense. So I feel like she should play the move quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, even if like the move that her instincts tell her to play is queen to a5 instead of
Right.
queen to d6 for some reason, like, I don't know, you just have to have some confidence and play some moves in this phase here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Other excitement in Tohir Janova versus Guru versus Yip.
Yep.
Black pieces still kind of a little dangly for my taste. I mean, it came off a5 to c4. Looks like white invited it there by playing b4, so that's a bad sign. Maybe
Right.
if
Yeah.
the opponent wants you to come in, there's a problem.
Yeah. So we see that black, it looks like black's position is pretty good, but what white's going to do is white wants to play a5, kick the knight away from b6, and then put her own knight on d5. So there's a lot of tactical ideas that Carissa has to keep in mind, because let's say you make a move like, let's say rook 88, right? Looks
Right.
perfectly natural.
Simple
Then
development.
I think white's going to continue with, but also has ideas like b5, forcing your bishop back to d7,
Taking
and
away
then
even
a5.
another. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And if black goes, let's say a6, she has to be careful of a5, and if the knight moves back to d7, for example, then knight d5. Now the knight on c4 is under attack, and white's threatening a fork on the c7 square.
Yeah. Okay, so at the moment, everything looks scary. We need quite a good move here for Carissa, and she's working on it. Both players are a bit low on time again. I mean, I associate time trouble with rustiness and confidence. And a lot of players are a little bit rusty. There's several players in this tournament who basically haven't played since COVID. So
right, yeah.
So I think that's one of the reasons that we see a lot of games here at like move 15 or 16 with like 30 to 40 minutes on the clock, which is just not, I mean, it's not quite appropriate. I think if the players were on top form, you would see that a little bit less.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point. I think, as you mentioned, a lot of players just did not play over the board ever since COVID hit. And yeah, when you play over the board, it's always going to be different than online games. There's always going to be, more tension. I feel like there's more at stake. You're a bit more nervous. Um, but yeah, you still have to, just make moves at the end of the day. Like you say, you cannot get too low on the clock. So I'm curious to see if the players will, shake off a bit of rust
as the tournament
in
goes, right?
as the tournament goes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
All right.
let's
So
see.
that was the game of our one leader, Carissa. Let's have a look at the game of our other leader, Katerina.
Okay. So her game has simplified a lot.
Yeah.
Um, mildly better for white, or is it just equal?
Yeah, I would say it's still better for white. Um, we saw some. I felt like she missed her chance earlier on. It looked very pleasant. Now I would say the game is probably headed for a draw. White
Okay.
should still be like a little bit better
Mm-hmm.
because she has a bit more space. Her pieces are better mobilized, but she she's way down. She's almost an hour down on the clock. So I feel like Sherovich should be able to hold her own in this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sherovich, one player who's doing quite well with her time management.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm like surprised like how confidently she was able to play this game, really favorably surprised. And I think she had a tough time in the first like one or two rounds of this tournament. And since then, she's been playing really great, actually.
Yeah, no, she's playing super fast, so that's good to see that she's very confident. And yeah, I see Katerina struggling a little bit. I felt like, yeah, it felt like the moves, her moves are not coming out very smoothly,
Mm-hmm.
And so I expect this game to end in a draw. I don't think neither side is really gonna create any trouble for the opponent.
Mm-hmm. If I wanted to keep playing for white, I might try bishop f3, king g2,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and then maybe bishop g4 to trade one bishop off so that without bishop pairs, there might be some squares for the queen to work with for try to penetrate with the queen to c8 or d7 or something and attack
Yeah,
a6 or f7 eventually.
yeah, I like the idea that you mentioned. Bishop f3, then king g2. Making sure the king is always a little bit closer for the endgame, but
Mm-hmm.
also making sure that pawn on f2 is always protected. And we have to admit that black's position is still a bit passive. That bishop on f8 is just defending. Bishop on d7 is fairly active, but it doesn't really have any real target. So
Mm-hmm.
if anyone will win this game, I would say it's white, but it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll see what Katerina comes up with as this develops. Oh, Megan Lee chose not to take the piece, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Oh.
took on d5 with the pawn, and now we've had a trade followed by bishop a4, which is a little surprise to me. I thought she was going to be just forced into bishop g5, takes f6 here to save her pawn, but I didn't look that deeply. And here's another candidate move, which classical chess allows you to do, to like find all your candidates.
Exactly.
Some unusual moves.
But I would say it's a surprising decision. So black, if she wants, she could sacrifice the exchange here with a move like knight takes d5, and black's doing great. But I think even better would just be to go rook e7. Like, why not win a pawn for free?
Mm-hmm.
Because how's white gonna defend it?
Right. Still bishop g5.
I guess bishop g5 is forced. Yeah, I mean, black can still sacrifice the exchange, or just move the queen out of the way. I feel like if I would be black here, I would be really tempted to sacrifice with knight takes d5. But it's
Just
of
right
course
now,
always
even, right? Just knight d5. Or you could do it with rook e7 if you prize the dark squared bishop more.
right. Yeah, I think maybe when with rook e7, bishop g5 included,
Yeah.
the sacrifice might be even better. Because white's bishop on
Now
a4
there's
is kind of,
this.
yeah,
Right. Kind of a bad bishop, an amazing
Yeah.
pawn center. Two really nice bishops for black. Wow. B7, G7, right behind the advancing pawns.
Yeah.
And knight f4 can be a strong move too. Actually, you could aim at the king side with if like white plays
Exactly.
queen d2, maybe to defend this pawn, you can start threatening knight h3 check and stuff. This looks like black's obviously better to me, actually. I mean, I don't have to like wonder at length which side I'd want to sit down on.
Yeah, no, definitely. It feels like I went a bit wrong here for Megan Lee. She, in my view, she definitely had to accept the piece sacrifice.
Right.
Because now it looks like black just has a great position for free pretty much.
Right. If you're going to go for b4, then you've considered this and you're going for it.
Exactly.
But if you're just going to take like this, well then, I mean, why even play b4? We've just weakened this pawn.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there we are. She's tried bishop a4. Foizor is thinking. Probably looks like some nice stuff is coming for black. And then our other game is Abrahamian versus Eswaran. Oh, wait, we've got two other games. Abrahamian Eswaran. They slow played it, and we can see with g3 and g6, both players were looking at f4 and f5, but eventually Tatev got there first, and I assume she's better.
Yeah, so we see what I was talking about earlier, how white got an f4, and since black wasn't able to, let's say take on f4 and put a knight on e5, she decided just to keep the position closed, which I think was the correct decision. White is definitely better, but it's not going to be easy to break through.
Yeah. I would say Ashrita accomplished one nice thing during the time we weren't here, which was moving the rook from a6 to b7.
Right. Yeah.
Because like if white doubled rooks on the f file and then traded on e5 to try to win the game, if black's rook were on a6, that would seem really effective.
Yeah.
But now the rook can definitely come over and defend the king side. And white's, might have to commit by sacking this pawn at some point. Although bishop c2, I like that from Tatev.
Yeah, interesting choice by Tatev. I think she wants to be able to move the queen again.
Oh, you think she'll bring the queen over?
Yeah, or the rook, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the queen and the rook are not stuck defending that pawn.
It'd be ideal if the queen could go to d1 and the rook can get out. Which is a little hard to do. There's one or two ways to maybe do it, such as queen d1, bishop b3, and then rook a2 coming out.
Right, or something like, let's say you go rook f1, rook f2, then you go the other rook to f1, and then you go queen a2, queen a1, and queen to d1. But it's all a bit slow.
Right, queen a1, queen to d1. Okay, so it's possible to eventually sort of assign the minimum defense to that a pawn. But yeah, it's quite laborious there.
Yeah.
It looks like it's not easy for white to play f5 either. So it looks like the main plan for white would be to open on the f file. There's probably a couple other options.
Yeah, and I would say that even though the position looks very pleasant for Tatev, she's down almost half an hour on the clock, which, I don't think that anything dramatic is going to happen. But once again, if she gets into a position where there might be, a very strong move, or let's say the position does open up, she wants to have that time on the clock. So she has to speed up a little bit, because 23 minutes for another 60 moves is not a lot.
Okay, queen d8 after deep thought. These are the kind of positions when they're totally locked up where you can spend, where almost all the time you spend looking at positions doesn't actually come up. You know what I mean? Like you're like thinking like, what happens if I play queen d8 and they play fe5, but then your opponent doesn't, right? Or what happens if I play queen d8 and they play h4, h5, but then they don't.
Yeah. You know, almost on every move you have to consider the opening of the position, but both sides will probably keep it close for now.
Yeah. Let's say white could play f5, gaining more space. Let's say we engineered it with like knight e3 or something, and then we played f5. Does that seem desirable to you, or what? Is there anything that looks like the most likely place for white to break through right now?
Yeah, I think f5 could be a nice idea because black maybe would like to play g5 and keep things closed. But the problem is that if black goes g5 and white goes h4, black cannot play h6 because we got our bishop there.
Yeah.
So I think if white, under the right circumstances, can, like my plan here with white would probably be to play f5, knight e3,
Okay.
then let's say double up the rooks and then go g4, h4, and play g5 at the right moment and try to break through like that.
And try and make 4 pawns worth of tension all in a row. That'll be an explosion, and then you'll be well placed with the bishop on h6.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Cool. We'll see if Tatev goes for that plan. Sounds good. It's interesting to hear that. I guess if black ever played like GF EF when white has that square covered, then the E5 pawn's just kind of blockaded and you've got a pawn majority, and you would still go for your G5 plan and have decent
Exactly, yeah.
chances over there. Maybe
So
black needs a knight on F7.
Yeah, that's really the problem for black, that this knight on a6 cannot, the knight on b8, sorry, cannot really come back. I mean, the best black can do is maybe knight a6 to c7 to e8, but even there it's not great.
Right.
Or maybe move the bishop out of the way. Let's say go bishop e8, knight d7, but then the best you can get is, let's say, rook f7, knight f8. Just still not great.
Right. No way to establish the knight on one of these like light squares where it covers this.
Yeah, I think with black, you'd be happy to get rid of the bishop on h6, which is always going to be annoying there. But you just can't.
Yeah. Pretty awkward that it can just sit on h6 and we can't challenge it at all.
Yeah.
Can't force white to defend it or nothing.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's a really nice position for Tatev. Continues to be. And then the last game that we haven't seen yet on this pass through. Last we saw queen b3 had been played to defend this pawn. You said it was awkward for white, and I noticed during our commercial break an option for Nazi to have taken advantage of that, which she passed up. So she went for this plan of knight g4 to e5. And of course, one option for white, if the c pawn's just dying, is you give up your dark square bishop for this knight and eliminate black's weakness on d6. And that is pretty prospectless for white.
Yeah. That is a bit sad indeed.
Yeah, it's pretty heinous. So what Talia came up with was leaving the pawn on c4 hanging and counterattacking d6. What I calculated, perhaps wrongly, was that black could take on c4, trade a bunch on d6, and then win a pawn on the queen side at the very end of it. So,
right, but I feel like even if you do not win a pawn, black should be a lot better there because of the two bishops.
Okay. Right. Yeah. And what made me think of it was that at first I thought like, well, I mean, this position's pretty hopeless for white, even if I don't win a pawn. But I was wondering if we couldn't just win a pawn at the end with this move.
But here probably white has rook takes e6. And if bishop takes b2, rook to b1.
Yeah.
Bring the pawn back.
Total trash. Okay.
So I think with black, I would just go king to f7, protecting that bishop.
Right. Just
and
bring
then
out the piece.
Right. And then maybe on the next move, rook f to d8. And look at the bishops on the two diagonals. They look great for black.
Right. There's not actually a good way to set up the a2 and b2 pawns. They'll always be hanging. So just trade off any rooks you can. And then I almost want to say and then win. Like, I mean,
I feel like if black managed to consolidate it, this position could easily be technically winning because the bishops are so strong.
Yeah. and this c6 pawn is like perfect right now, and it's a queenside majority, and like these things are under fire, and I'm not sure how to arrange it. Like, yeah, so dirty little secret, I occasionally have played the Dutch and often the Leningrad. And so although the opening has its problems, I've also seen like what are the good positions that it can get you. And I've seen some situations like this, and they're just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This bishop on g2 is kind of blunted by the pawn on c6, and the knight on c3 is also kind of stuck. Like it cannot move to b5 or d5, and yeah, once again the black bishops just look amazing. I feel like if black plays accurately in this position after king of 7, black should just be technically winning.
Yeah. So yeah, in some cases, white can try e4 in like a middle game to try and like open up space for their minor pieces, and try and maybe open up more space against the black king. Usually black pushes past it with f4, letting the pawn on e4 for white continue to block their own pieces. And here, for example, I mean, on e4, black might be able to play bishop e5 and then f4, even though the king was blocking control of f4. And yeah, this position looks really bad for white. What Paikidze did was she just defended the pawn on d6 extra, threatening c4 again. But now Talia was able to play b3, the move which you wanted to play for her.
Yeah.
Originally, long ago. And yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a mischance for Nazi to just go for knight c4 and be confident. Those positions have to be great for her.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I feel like black still has a comfortable position because white has a lot of time with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
But the queen I feel like is a bit misplaced now.
She's a bit weird still, yeah.
Right, and maybe black can launch an initiative on the king side in the meantime.
Like this, the move she played.
Yeah, g5. And
rook d7. This makes me wish she'd played rook d8 if her follow-up was g5.
Yeah. So we see queen a3 by Talia. I think a good move. The queen is planning to come back to c1.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see. Like, it's not so easy for white to come up with a plan here, I would say, but it's not easy for black either.
Right. I mean, on the one hand, I kind of want to just play the move f4.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, it gives white the e4 square for their knight and bishop, and I also like took my rook off of f8. So even if I play f4, it's not clear that it does anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the pawn on b3 really changes the situation pretty dramatically, because I'm not sure what I want to do next for black.
Yeah, and we see that Nazi just played the move rook to f8, which does sacrifice a pawn. White can't take on a7, but black is probably hoping to create counterplay on the king side in the meantime.
Maybe b5 would win the pawn back on c4. Right, because of the tempo here.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. And yeah, I guess b5. So maybe the pawn cannot be taken.
Yeah, but I mean, we really have to wonder about which rook she put on d8. Like, clearly she changed her mind about something in the last two moves. Like that much, we can recognize there when we see rook d8 to cover the d6 pawn, and the very next move is g5s, and you start thinking like, if only I had the rook. And then she brings the other one around. So so rook f8, that's the position we're at. Talia is thinking about this. I don't expect her to take on a7. I think a move like queen c1, trying to control f4 and g5 is far more likely. But we'll be back in just a few minutes to see how that and other games go. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2021 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Championships here on Chess.com. We are looking at the men's games again here all around us. You can see a simplified position in Wesley So versus Lazaro Bruzon at the moment, with the Queen E2 Petrov still not bringing too much excitement. But a game that is at a very, very critical point. Well, there's two of them that are right at the boiling point. Lenderman versus Sevian and Xiong versus Shankland, both games that are pretty hot. And I think the Lenderman versus Sevian game might be something that you can just figure out for us, Ben. So that's what I want to look at first. Yeah. They played several moves that you had sort of predicted, or that we had sort of predicted together. First of all, Lenderman did play bishop f4. That's where we left it. Sevian traded on c3 and then went bishop g4 to come out. And as you had spotted, Lenderman grabbed the pawn on b7. He didn't, I don't know, he probably barely looked at my idea of rook d7 before grabbing that pawn.
Yeah, I feel like, Sevian did a good job of realizing that he had to, give up the pawn there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we saw a trade. Yeah, I feel like if white would have taken on g4 and rook to d7, black could just play b6, then move a rook. Let's say play rook f to c8 on the next move. Black should just be able to draw this. So Lenderman chose bishop takes b7, hitting the rook on b8. Lenderman took on d1. Sevian took on d1. Lenderman took on a8, and Sam played bishop e2. So both rooks are under attack. So Lenderman goes rook e1, hitting the bishop.
Right.
And Sam goes bishop to c4, attacking the pawn on a2.
Yeah.
So Lenderman goes bishop e7, which is surprising to my eye. I would expect bishop f3. But
just to go to a safe defended square.
Yeah, but maybe he did not go bishop f3 because after bishop e3, he might have been worried about bishop takes a2, and if rook a1, bishop d5. Whereas if his bishop is on b7, so let's say white takes on d5 now, right? Black recaptures, and the bishop and the pawn are under attack. And if you take on a7, black can take on f3, and he probably felt that with these double pawns, black has a good chance of drawing this. So I guess that was his idea behind bishop to b7, that if black takes now, which is what Sam did.
Although I would think that all that matters is how strong this c-pawn is. Like if the c-pawn becomes strong, you kind of lose no matter what, with the rook on your 7th rank and all that. And if you can control like the c4 square, then you're probably pretty safe.
Right, but I feel like if Lenderman managed to consolidate the position and then bring his king a bit closer, he has pretty good winning chances here. But if the pawns would be doubled on the king side, then that would always give Sevian targets to attack. So I like what he's did here with bishop to b7.
Okay.
So after bishop takes a2, rook a1 was played. Black played rook to e8. Now note that white cannot take the bishop on a2 because of rook e1 checkmate.
Right.
So instead he went bishop e3, blocking the e file. Lenderman will have to move. I keep on mixing. Sevian will have to move this bishop now. Let's say to d5, I suppose, because I feel like if he manages to trade off the bishops, he has chances of drawing. But if Lenderman keeps the bishops on the board and he wins the pawn, I feel like his position should be winning. So expect bishop to d5 here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, black is just dying for one of these bishops to get traded off, because it's so much easier to play against one bishop. It's like very predictable what it can control, what it can't control. You can work around it, but boy, do they help each other out when they're together. And yeah, so I guess white could just take a pawn here with rook takes a7, right? Yep. Or if they want to insist on the bishop pair, they could play like bishop a6, looking at c4 and saying, I give you a chance to defend your a pawn. It's going to be kind of weak anyway. And it's more about getting the c pawn strong and keeping the bishop pair.
Yeah, so interesting decision here for Lenderman. Like I said, I think bishop a6 is the more ambitious move.
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned, if he manages to win that pawn and keep the bishop pair on the board, I think he should just be winning. Because if you have the two bishops, you're
Mm-hmm.
basically controlling the entire board. You
Yeah.
control the light squares and the dark squares. So bishop a6. I'm curious if Savian will go, let's say, rook to a8, even though that looks passive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why it would be bad
C4
necessarily.
here, and I don't know, maybe rook d1 to d6.
Right. Maybe you don't even win the a7 pawn, but you just sort of play around it and claim
Right.
that you have a great position.
Yeah, just try and use the bishops and the c pawn. Like, to me, and maybe I'm overstating it or exaggerating it or something, but to me the key square on the whole board is c4. Like, so for evaluating the strength of this passed pawn, I think the further up the board it gets, the stronger it becomes, as far as, if black has to blockade it, have a rook attacking it. And the hardest squares to get through are always going to be the light squares, and the dark squares will be relatively easier to get through. So if I can get the pawn through c4 and expand it from a c3 pawn to a c5 pawn, I really feel like, wow, that's so much easier. And honestly, even once I get it to c4, I won't in a hurry put it on d5, because that'll give on c5, because it'll give black the d5 square again. But if I can get it to c4, I'm already very happy to take that square away from the black pieces. And then I start trying to win control over c6. And if I ever feel like I've got c6 under control, then I'll try to quickly play c5, c6.
Right. And after the move bishop e3, we saw Savian played rook to e7, hitting the bishop on b7. But I wonder what he's going to do if white just drops back.
A6 or f3 or
I would say f3. I really like the bishops, controlling these adjacent diagonals.
I mean, so I guess bishop d5 and bishop c4 are prominent options. Let's try bishop d5 first, continuing to hunt your bishop pair and see what white can do about that.
So can white just go bishop e2 here, keeping the bishops on the board? And I think you're just losing this pawn. And I feel like white should be winning if you just trade the rooks. If you go rook takes a7.
And if we go here trying to fight the c pawn,
then you can always go bishop d4, or you even have c4, I guess, because if you take a rook c1.
Oh, that's the move I need. That's everything I want. C4.
Yeah, so here white really gets what he wants. You keep the bishop pair, you advance your pawn, and you're just going to take on a7. So
and if the bishop drops back here, you're probably comfortable taking on a7 now that you just worked this endgame here. You got enough to win. Okay, so rook e7 was just played. It's white's move. That's bishop f3, bishop d5. What other options does black have? We said maybe like bishop c4, which definitely loses the pawn, but tries to keep the one I'm scared of blockaded.
Right, so bishop c4 is an option. I assume white will just take on a7. And I would think that white should be technically winning with the two bishops and the extra pawn.
Okay.
But maybe things are not so easy. Wait, after rook takes a7, maybe black can take. And if you recapture knight to d5. So everything looks great for white, right? But the pawn on c3 is hit. And if you go bishop to d4, there's this tricky move, knight to f4.
Oh.
Yeah, once again, it's like if white gets one move, like if white would have gotten g3, he would have been winning. But here, after knight f4, let's say you go g3. Now I think black's going to give a check. And if you move the king up, black can trade maybe and claim that this endgame is a draw.
Right. Now, if this were a king and pawn ending, it would be lost.
Right.
As the same colored bishop ending, it's right on the line. It's right on the line for win or draw. If the pawn were even a little further away to stretch the black king, I would be pretty sure it's winning.
Right.
Usually just a clean pawn up with same colored bishops, you can win, like more often than not. It's not 100%. It's not like 95% like king and pawn endings, but it's like probably 80% of cases like this you can win.
Exactly. But here in this situation, black can sort of build a wall. He can go king f8, move his king to d6, then put his pawns on f6 and h6 to make sure that those are never hanging, and then always block the white king from advancing up the board with the bishop.
Yeah.
So I feel like this position should be a draw.
Okay. Should be a draw. Interesting. We'll have to check our Dvoretsky or Averbach manuals later on and see what they say about one extra pass D pawn, see if that made it in there. That would be a pretty epic defensive resource for black to go for here. So that would be bishop to c4 in this position. And by the way, in the game, Lenderman has played bishop f3. So that would be bishop c4 now. And then on rook a7 to go for knight d5, which I did see, but with the idea of knight f4, just trying to just straight up force a knight for bishop, for any bishop trade, you know, at any cost and with any amount of time used.
Yeah, so I think that could be a nice trap that Savian has. So after bishop c4, white should not take with the rook, because I think that is just an immediate draw. I didn't see any way to improve there, because once again, black was just in time with this move, knight f4. But white can take with the bishop, of course, on a7, then drop it back on the next move, and you know, just be up a pawn and you know, be happy.
Right. The other thing I could maybe do is play rook a4 and fight for my c pawn. Okay, but you're saying we can just take a pawn. Let me play it. Okay, bishop a7.
Yeah, I would just take the pawn. Yeah.
Just
but we see Savian play the move bishop to d5. I think
he's played bishop d5. Okay.
I think bishop e2 now is great for white, keeping the bishop pair. A7 is going to drop. I think Lenderman's going to win this game.
Okay.
He is extremely good at grinding these kind of positions out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is the game between Lenderman and Savian. Let's have a look at the game between Fabiano and Daniel, because a lot of things have happened there.
Yeah. So last time we were here, h6 had been played. We were expecting bishop e3 most likely, but he just took.
Yeah.
And then brought this knight. And honestly, it feels like black's fully equal. They can trade off one more piece. The central space advantage looks meaningless to me with only one minor piece on the board.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It looks a bit odd that Fabiano just decided to trade. And after the move knight d2, Daniel could have traded, but instead he went knight to a5.
I find this very surprising.
Yeah, no, me too. But I guess he felt that if he traded the knight, it was difficult for him to really do anything. Right, with only a bishop. True. And if he has a bishop and a knight, he has the knight jumps, but also still the bishop that's controlling a lot of squares. So we see Fabiano went knight to b1, Danya expanded with b5. Fabiano went queen to c2, and Daniel played bishop to g7, making sure that bishop is never hanging. Fabiano played knight to c3, Daniel played c6, carving the pawn on b5 and the d5 square. Fabiano played e5, opening up the e4 square for his knight. Daniel played rook f to e8, knight e4, knight c4, guarding the pawn. Fabiano took, Danya recaptured, knight e5 from Fabiano, and queen f5 from Danya. I think that this game has the potential to go either way. Like, the two knights look active, but they could also easily start hanging on the e file. What do you think?
C6 is hanging. The knight on d6 is hanging. Queen on c2. G4's in the air, maybe. And Caruana is just throwing everything straight at Danya. I'm surprised, like, how sort of just forward and sort of in favor of trades he is.
Right.
And then I'm also surprised when Naroditsky's avoiding a trade. Because it really seems like the simplified positions should be very safe for black to me. And and I, believed in the quality of his sort of low weakness position with the bishop on g7. I mean, now we see him with the weakness because he's played b5. But previously, his position looked basically pristine to me.
Yeah.
So a little puzzling through some of that, but
I would say this is a typical Danya position in the sense that he's got that bishop on g7. There's a couple tactics in the air that white has to be very careful of. And this could easily go wrong for white. Right, like if you take on c6 with the... So we see that white cannot take with the knight on c6, because that would leave the knight on e4 hanging. Black would just go knight takes e4 and black would win a piece. So white cannot do that. And
so
if white takes with the...
tries for the queen.
And if white takes with the queen, there's probably knight takes e4, and if you recapture with the rook, there's f6, hitting the knight that's pinned.
Yikes.
And white should just be losing a piece here.
You could like calculate g4, but it might be too late after queen c8, right? Because if the queen's trade, the rook's still undefended. Here?
Oh, sorry. I was saying that after g4, there's also queen to e6.
Okay, similar idea. We sort of trade the queen and the rook's still undefended.
Yeah, but both moves are good for black. So it's looking tricky for white. I don't exactly see what Fabiano is gonna do. And actually, this is a threat. Black is threatening to take on e4.
Just threatening to trade and play f6.
Yeah. So what are you gonna do? You can go g4, but that opens up your king. It's also not really what you want to do.
But you're gonna have to come back and defend your knight now because it's hanging, right?
Right. Yeah.
So here.
So queen e6, yeah, you can take
I'm gonna
d6.
Trade it. I don't know if I should or not, but I'm gonna just try and take this pawn again.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't look at bishop takes e5.
Yeah. If you take with the queen, there's bishop takes e5 indeed.
Okay, I shouldn't have done that.
You lose a piece.
I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I just tried some direct moves. So we see that issue. Then there's knight c6, which might walk into rook c8, right? Although maybe then there's d5.
Right. So we actually see that Fabiano played g4. Danya quickly played queen e6. We see that Danya has a nice 10-minute time advantage, so that could also play a role later. I guess Fabiano has to trade, and after queen takes, knight takes c6 is a move he could consider. And here, I don't think there's any tactics for black, because if you go rook a to c8,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, yeah, go ahead.
So you're going for knight d6 and then knight c6.
Yeah, I think that is the critical line that white has to consider, because otherwise the material is equal and black's pawns are better. So knight takes c6, I don't think there's any tactics for black, because if you move either rook to c8, I think there's always going to be knight e7 check.
Oh, and even knight e7, yeah.
And what black can do is take on d4, take on e1 and take on d4 to get the pawn back, which should be
you're gonna go like
fine,
this and recover the pawn. If white tries to pin you up, you've got queen g3.
Exactly, yeah.
So white's got to be careful in how they handle this situation. And you think just trade off the bishop?
Probably he would have to take the bishop, yeah, because the bishop...
On queen d3, queen c6 is easy. Bishop f2 is even better.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take it before I hang any more pieces.
Just take the bishop. And after recapture, but maybe white has this move queen to c6, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn on b5.
Here. Oh, right. And I can't take b2 that you're leaving undefended in time because you'll actually cover it when you come here.
Right. Like black is just one move behind, which is annoying here. So I feel like Fabiano can probably take that pawn, but there are some lines that are not so easy that he has to calculate.
Well, this is actually awkward here. If I defend the pawn, you could play rook e8, or Fabi could play rook e8, trade me, and still take my b5 pawn, right?
Exactly, yeah. If you rook b8, yeah, black is just one
So
move
on
behind.
queen c6.
I honestly don't see a way not to lose a pawn here for black. Black is, of
Right.
course, still good drawing chances even after the pawn is gone, but
But
it's
that's awkward.
not.
It makes me not love
Yeah.
trading my bishop, actually.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's a better way to play for Danya after Fabiano would take on
I wish I could just
c6.
develop my rook to the open file. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's, yeah.
um.
I feel like there should be ways here for Danya to play on and have some compensation for the pawn.
Okay, let's put it here before we make the commitment with the rook trade,
Mm-hmm.
right? And let's see if we can come up with anything nice for black here, because what do they have to work with? The d4 pawn and b2 pawns are both targets on this bishop's diagonal, and the white king's a bit opened up, and the knight on
Right.
c6 is a little bit weirdly placed.
Exactly. Yeah.
What if I moved my king out of the way of knight e7? Could I threaten rook c8 and get white to trade off a rook on e8 for me? I would
So
love
you're
to inherit
considering.
the file.
So you're considering, let's say, King H7.
Right. And if there's something wrong with that square, maybe king h8.
Mm-hmm. I think King H7 makes a lot of sense. I guess what white always has to do is like trade on E8 and maybe D5
Right.
to protect the knight.
Okay. And now I'm hoping that I'm active.
Right, yeah. What
Queen
you would love to
f4.
Queen F4, but if white goes D6,
I'm letting the pawn go.
yeah.
I'm letting it go. No, I want to bring something near the king, right? And I'm not
Yeah,
sure how to get my rook or bishop closer at the moment.
exactly. Yeah, you would love to somehow get the queen on F4 and the bishop on D6, but it doesn't
I'd like to
seem.
play h5 if my king were on h8 instead of h7. Then I'd also have rook g8, maybe.
I don't know. It feels a bit too slow, I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to try king h8 though anyway, just once, real quick. King h8, trade, trade, d5, h5.
But what if white takes
Mm-hmm.
and queen F5?
I was going to come there first.
Yeah. This is yeah, this is the annoying thing about chess. Like you might have a great idea, but you might just be one move behind.
Right. I don't have time to both bring my king to the queen to the king side and open the king side. I had to sort of like
Right.
choose.
But at the moment, Fabiano is thinking he only has 13 minutes on the clock. I think he has to trade on d6 and take on c6. But once again, the lines are not so easy. I think
Right.
it might not be easy to realize that after bishop takes d4, take queen c6, white is winning a pawn. That there's just no way for black to defend.
Like he might not have seen the queen c6 at the end of that line yet. There's something making him hesitate.
Yeah, or just to realize that white is just winning a pawn and there's just nothing black can do. Because you would think there's some sort of defense, right? But it doesn't seem there is.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm.
Well, we'll let Fabi ponder it a little bit more. I mean, it's a critical moment, and I'm a little surprised to see that the clock initiative looking like Danya's a little more confident and Fabi's like hesitating, because the lines we found looked pretty good for Fabi so far. But maybe they've each spotted a resource for black that we haven't yet. But we'll bounce around a little bit more here, because I want to see this game between Sam and Jeffrey again for a moment, because it seemed like so committal. You know, at some point Sam had played this e5 move, saying like, yeah, I got weaknesses, but you know, I bunched up some pieces on the king side. Hopefully it works out. And Jeffrey played c5, giving himself like a clear winning condition with the queen side passed pawn. I mean, it's not passed yet, but it's like you know, I guess majority.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it doesn't seem what Sam is doing should work, but it's not easy. We see Jeffrey has 14 minutes on the clock. 10 moves still move 40. So there's still a couple lines that he will have to calculate correctly.
Right.
until he gets into a comfortable position where he feels like, okay, now I'm gonna win. But I feel like Jeffrey should manage. He's a good rapid and blitz player, so he should be able to hold his own here.
One of the reasons I wanted to show this is because I think it's very instructive for our viewers to see this kind of situation where one side has sort of like a long-term winning situation. And of course, I can see, like a lot of our viewers, that this bar on the side is showing like an evaluation immensely in White's favor. But if you're just playing a game like this over the board, I think it's going to be interesting to see like how Sam creates some threats before losing, because he's not going to play passively. He knows these two pawns win. He's going to create some kind of surprising threats, and those are threats that almost all of us would blunder into in some way. So I think it's going to be useful to see, like, how does he whip up a threat? Because one of the reasons that many of us don't convert these positions as White is we don't quite figure out all the threats our opponent's going to throw at us in advance. So then the threats come as a little bit of a surprise when the opponent creates sort of an unusual pattern, and then we blunder into it. So I'm curious to see what Sam does here.
Yeah, so definitely the position is heating up. I think the most important thing for Jeffrey is just to keep time on the clock in case that surprise does come. And we see he played c6, and I don't know what Sam should do. Maybe take, but then White's going to recapture with the rook, I suppose, hitting the queen. This looks great for Jeffrey. I don't even see what Sam should do.
Right. I had wondered if Sam would do something with like queen g6 at some point to threaten knight h3 f2 as a perpetual. But I suppose one easy defense to that is just king h1.
Well, the problem
is, the knight was already attacked. I meant before the knight was attacked. Sorry. So in like a situation like this, it had just been on my mind that, like, maybe he would threaten this knight h3 idea and maybe just king f1.
Well, I feel like the problem is that in the current position, if you ever play g4 with black, you leave the knight in f4 hanging. So you would have to defend the knight or move it out of the way and then go g4, but then you lose so much time. So I think Jeffrey should have this one, but it's of course not over yet. His position is great, but the material is equal, right? He is not cashed in yet or anything.
Right. He's just trying to get one of these pawns through. As you said, if Sam takes, he probably gets the rook active, taking away lots of options for Sam's pieces, with the idea of b6, b7 as being a place to win it. Also, it might just, like, I don't know, win something because the bishop's hanging.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey still has enough time.
Yeah.
It's
looking good for Jeffrey, but he will have to find some good moves if he wants to finish, if he wants to win this one. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with round 5 of the US Chess Championship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the 2021 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. I think the question that's now dawning on us here, Benjamin, is who's going to be the first person to win a game today? I think in the next half hour it could happen. Do you see any?
Yeah, no, I think Jeffrey is looking pretty good to win. But if we look at the women's section, a lot of games are heating up. And yeah, we're looking at a game between Tokirianova and Carissa Yip.
Mm-hmm.
As we see, things went pretty well in Begin's favor. She expanded a lot on the queen side, and black's pieces really look stuck in the current position, right? Like the queen and the bishop, the queen on e6 and the bishop on g7 are barely holding the pawn on e5 together. The rook is, holding the bishop. I mean, black can really move. I would say if I was white here, I would just go a move like rook a to c1, activating another piece. Mm-hmm. And I would say that black is pretty much on the verge of collapsing. Both players are around the 15-minute mark. So it's looking pretty good. Maybe Begin can be the one who scores the first win of the day and shake up the standings in the women's section. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe so. I would say that Yip's position almost looks worse than Sam's that we were just on before, because it feels like it's primed for a tactical collapse. Like you may never get any pieces out to trade into a lost endgame, which is probably the main thing that's threatening Sam is, to trade down and lose the B pawn at the end. Yeah. Gosh, it looks really tough. What moves can black make? If it were black's move and they could move some pieces, like, is there anything to move? Can the knight on c8 go anywhere? Can it go to?
Well, you can move the knight to d6, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so on rook c1, knight d6.
Yeah.
Disallowed. Oh.
But that being said, if you're white here, it's easy to get carried away and look for a forced win, which is what I feel. Well, I would feel like that would not be the correct strategy. Probably just better to increase the pressure, and black would somehow lose the game. Like the game would probably win itself if you just increase the pressure.
That move was vicious. That's exactly what you ordered, Ben. I mean, bishop a3. I mean, she's dead.
Yeah. Bishop a3, very tricky move by Begim. Now the knight obviously cannot move to d6. If the knight moves to b6, I would assume something like rook d6 should be winning. Pressure on the d file should get too much.
Yep.
Note that black
on every knight move, rook d6 wins. Look at this.
Yeah. And the problem for black is you cannot play bishop f8 because then white can trade and the h6 pawn would be hanging. So I don't know. What is black going to do? I don't see a move. Do you see one?
Bishop a3 is kind of like a forced win to me. I mean, via tube-spying instead of attacking three things. But to me, if the knight on c8 stays there for another 1 to 2 moves, the game's over. Right now, every knight move seems to lose to rook d6. So I think it's done.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing black could maybe do is maybe black could still move the queen so she can move the bishop again. But it's very tough. I feel like if you play rook e8, then rook a c1, I think your bishop is just getting trapped. And we see queen e8 on the board.
Oh,
by Carissa.
Queen e8. All right. Carissa disagrees with me that it's done and finds a way to keep moving. This introduces the possibility of the bishop moving to e6 because the rook's defended. It introduces the possibility of bishop f8. Maybe in some case she could recapture with the queen and defend her h-pawn, although e5 would also be hanging.
Right, yeah.
Maybe knight e7 because rook d6 won't trap your queen anymore.
But then your knight is kind of stuck on e7, right? It's not really going anywhere.
Nope, nowhere.
So I would assume... I think she wants to move the bishop out of the way. Let's just try to make one move at a time.
Yeah. So maybe prevent that first.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it counts as preventing it, but I'm planning to trade on e6.
Yeah, I think really the only thing that can go wrong here for white is if she's looking for a direct knockout blow that probably is not there.
Hmm.
And that could sort of frustrate her a little bit. Maybe she would spend a little bit too much time.
Hmm.
So I
Yeah.
think once again, it's just important to keep increasing the pressure and good things should happen automatically.
Right. So you think like bishop c4 and trading on e6 could make sense?
Well, yeah, I would
Or is it not
say
enough?
that if white goes bishop c4, probably black doesn't want to go bishop e6, but probably
Oh,
bishop to g4.
great. Great. Well, I'm in favor of taking that diagonal in that case,
Yeah.
unless there's a way to prevent any move, like
Hmm.
maybe queen d2 or something, right?
Right. Queen e2 is a move. It stops the bishop from moving. But white goes queen to
Allows knight
d2.
b6.
Then maybe knight b6 is a move indeed. And now the rook is no longer pinned. Yeah, so I think queen e2 is a mistake. I think the queen is perfectly placed on the e3 square, looking
Okay.
to the queen side, looking always keeping that h6 pawn under fire. And we see bishop c4 on the board by Begim.
Okay.
Bishop g4 quickly played by Carissa. It's interesting to see how this game is going to develop.
Yeah. I mean, normally I'd want to trade and play rook d1, but d1's not defended.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would creep with queen c5, headed for c7, but the knight on f3 is hanging.
So maybe move like king g2 makes sense, making sure the knight is always defended.
Maybe just defend the knight an extra time.
Yeah.
And hope that black doesn't yet have any reasonable moves with their knight.
Right. So
Queen b3, that could ratchet up the pressure a little bit on the black queen that's
I
defending.
like that move. Yeah, white is turning bishop takes f7, but here black once again gets a chance to play knight at b6.
Oh yeah, that's a good defense.
So we should
B3, knight
really keep that queen on e3. I feel like the knight on b6 is really black's main problem. If that knight can come back into the game, black's not doing as badly, but with it being stuck on c8, I think black's in poor shape.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Let's just anything that keeps the knight on c8 is what we want. So just a simple move, maybe king g2 and then the rook on a1. I mean, we just need to find time to move the rook on a1 too.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's getting close to 10 minutes. Should still be enough to figure everything out, but you never know what's going to happen in time pressure. I can definitely see that she might be getting a bit frustrated because she doesn't see a force win, even though it feels like there should be something.
Yeah, that could happen for sure. Yeah, sometimes the player who's got the good position feels a lot of pressure to deliver.
Right. Like you feel like you're winning, so you actually have to win. Right.
Yeah.
So there's still that pressure that you have to deal with. That is true.
Yeah. Okay. The other leader, Nemtsova. Looks like dark squared bishops were traded.
Right.
And the D pawns were traded, and it looks pretty equalish to me. It's showing one of the players with 0 minutes, but I think that's because they crossed move 40. Yep.
Yeah.
Crossed move 40.
Once again, we see Sherevich with a lot of time, but I think Nemtsova doesn't have anything better than just forcing a draw here by giving a perpetual.
Yeah. Probably this game's not going anywhere special at the moment. Threatened to be our first result might be a draw by repetition somewhere around here, though.
And maybe we could switch back to the Fabiano game. Fabi only has 3.5 minutes, and he's under pressure, so maybe we could see a big upset here.
He's really struggling in this game, and we're not sure why, but in the last position that we'd been watching, after thinking for several minutes, he retreated the knight from e4, giving up on winning that c6 pawn. Danya improved his rook, And honestly, I don't see anything promising about White's position. Even just after that one retreating move, it looks like everything of Black's is good. So I don't think that Fabi was probably in love with his position. And how do you like Danya's queen trade?
Yeah, queen trade is an interesting decision. I guess he felt like he had to because there was no other good square to put his queen. And otherwise, at some point, there would be a discovery threatened by
Something.
Fabiano.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think if Danya, has a chance to beat Fabiano, it is today. I mean, it looks like he has a great position. He's up 20 minutes on the clock. He's got 23 minutes versus Fabiano's 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so easy. Like, how do you increase the pressure? Maybe you double up the rooks, like rook e6, rook e8.
I mean, to me, his queen trade on b3 made me feel like knight c4 was going to be the next move. I have no idea what this pawn structure is exactly or where it's headed. But that's the instinct I had, is that he's somehow trying to set up a breakthrough to create a pass pawn, even though he doesn't have like a normal way through.
Yeah, I feel like knight c4 is a tricky move because the pawn on c4 can easily become weak.
Mm-hmm.
And if you lose c4, your entire queen side just collapses.
Right.
But I feel like a move like rook e6 just looks like a nice improving move.
Okay.
You're gonna go rook e8 on the next move. There's maybe tricks with c5 at the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
So rook e6 looks like a nice move, also keeping the tension because Fabiano only has 3.5 minutes.
You're right. And knight c4 really releases things. Here you've got all kinds of plans. You got rook b8, b4 to work on these pawns. You've got rook here, and then later either f6 or knight c4 or c5. There's still a lot of avenues to poke at White from. The position looks really nice. Maybe White would try knight d3 to c5.
But if you go knight d3, you'll leave the d4 pawn hanging. I would have. Yeah, I guess Black can just take on d4.
Yeah, that's true. You can just take right away without the rook trade. I was thinking of the knight coming to e2 to save it, but no. And then after this, then I've allowed this pawn to become exactly what I want for Black, right? The monster.
Exactly. A monster. Indeed.
Okay, so king g2 is where they're at. Danya's thinking here. Okay, so we got rook e6 as an idea. Mm-hmm. We've got all sorts of thoughts in the air later for Black with rook e8, knight c4, c5.
Yeah.
And if Fabi's last move was king g2, mm-hmm, what does that tell us about what Fabi's going to do? Maybe like f4, king f3. Maybe king f3 without f4.
F4 is probably definitely an idea. And actually, we see c5 on the board by Danya.
Already? I would assume
that, yeah, c5 on the board by Danya after a 5-minute think. I would say, and Fabiano takes pretty much instantly. Let's see what's going to happen now. Danya can recapture or can recapture, but that leaves a knight hanging. What else can he do? Maybe knight c4 is a move.
Knight c4 definitely goes down a pawn for a bit.
Right. So let's have a look at it. So let's say knight c4.
Okay.
I would assume the main move is knight takes c4.
Right.
I guess we have to take on e2.
Right, because we don't want our own rook getting deflected there.
And I would say if White recaptures with a knight after b takes c4, this should be good for Black. Because b2 is hit. And otherwise, if White goes, let's say, rook d2, we go rook takes c5, which should be great. But maybe in the position after rook takes e2, White has some trickery with knight at d6 or knight at b6. Mm-hmm. So let's say White goes knight at d6, right? Let's just have a look at it.
My first instinct is we play rook b2, knight c8, bishop c3, that position. I mean, we could also do it with bishop takes c3 first, but
yeah, I would say it's probably better to take with the bishop because then we hit a3. It takes on c8 and then we take with the bishop on b2. I feel like this should be a draw, but if anyone's for choice, it's probably Black. The c pawn should be easily stopped with rook c2.
Right. White's lucky the B1 is a light square.
Yeah.
This is like extremely risky to have your short range piece over here and the opponent's pass pawn on your doorstep.
Yeah.
Man.
So to bishop takes b2. Let's say white goes. I can go rook to d3, hitting the pawn on b3.
Yeah.
And
nice.
But black can take on a3, and if white takes on b3, you take on c5. And black's going to be up a pawn here. And this is not a easy endgame at all, because your knight on c8 is still stuck. But if you take on b5, I take on f2. This could potentially be a line that could come on the board, but it's not so easy to calculate.
Like so? Just support this, keep the knight cut off for the moment.
Right, yeah, you're up a pawn, the knight's cut off. So this could easily be very bad for white.
We have seen Fabi survive worse during this US championship.
Right.
I'll say that about that position. But I mean, certainly the other thing we can say about it is like all the risks are on white in like every random scenario that we haven't put out on the board. But obviously you and I are each like imagining 10, 20 different variations. I mean, I'm not seeing any variations that are bad for black, like nothing.
Right. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Danya thought for 5 minutes, played c5. Fabiano took instantly, and now he's
then
thinking
didn't
again.
Play his move instantly.
But yeah, knight c4 looks very tempting, I would say. I think knight c4 looks good, right?
Yeah.
Like if you go rook takes c5, white goes rook takes d6, and white shouldn't be risking there.
Because now you take here with one of the rooks, maybe, because you don't want this thing hanging at the end.
Right, but this could backfire because your b3 pawn could be weak here. So I guess Danya is considering knight to c4. And I guess the line with knight, maybe he sees now that after rook takes e2, there is knight at d6.
Maybe he's looking.
Oh, and knight c4 is played by Danya. Fabi is being put to the test.
Yeah.
Fabi
usually passes his tests. We'll just say
that. He usually. But it looks like a tough situation.
Yeah.
He has only 3.5 minutes on the clock. Let's see what he's gonna do. I think he's gonna have to take on c4, but it's definitely looking tough for him.
He could also play f4 to try and radically keep that bishop at bay a little bit longer. He could play knight d3, bishop c3, rook e8 check.
But after knight d3,
also rook e2 and then knight b2.
Or
it's just risky for him, similar to what we were looking at.
Yeah, I feel like there should be a win there for Danya, but I can't figure it out right away.
Full win here?
I mean, after knight d3, it looks extremely risky. But
I'd probably start like this, right? Just get the pawn back.
Yeah, I was wondering if bishop takes c3 was good because you get you get a past b pawn, but I don't see a forced win.
So here, check. Here, takes, and now rook e2 or rook d8. Sometimes actually you win by surprise in these endgames by just lining up the pieces.
Exactly, yeah. But rook d8 is not really threatening anything because if you go b2, white can always take.
That's lame.
So maybe white has time to go c6.
Actually, here's the funny thing though. The one way I can lose for white is maybe this move, because then you can take and push. Oh, sorry, 95? No.
No, 95 white's just in time, but here you just go rook d1, and I guess...
Yeah, and then the c-pawn beats me after I win the piece. My whole plan was that this would... This was supposed to win for me, but I think it just loses.
But I think the line you initially mentioned with taking on e2 and taking on b2 might have been better.
Yeah.
Because it looks like all the pawns are going to drop off.
By the way, to me, it's looking like Fabi's down to 1.5 minutes trying to figure out what to do about knight c4.
It's looking very tough.
This is the live position. We're like analyzing some cool stuff, but oh man, 1 minute left. That's intense. They're not like, it's not like he has to make one move. He has to make a couple more moves.
Yeah. Now, if you're Danya here, you feel like you have the chance to beat Fabiano. But it's still Caruana, who is one of the best defenders in the world.
Yeah, I think specifically they're at move 33. It's a little bit small on my screen, but I think there's 7 moves left to play to get that extra 30 minutes at time control.
Right. So we see Fabiano take on c4. I don't expect Fabiano to blunder all of a sudden, but
no,
it is a tough position. He has a lot of tough decisions to make. And Danya is keeping up the pressure. He played Rookie 2 quickly.
Good. Now, does Fabi have time to hesitate about knight b6 and d6, or does he just have to like go?
I think both moves are, I think they lead to the same thing. So you just choose one. I guess the only other thing you're considering is knight takes e2, but as we saw, the position looked very tough.
Oh my gosh, a bunch of games have just ended while I was just like spellbound by this game. So let me like quickly enter in some results here for round 5. We've got Jeffrey Xiong winning the first game. We've got Svierch and Robson drawing. Oh, the results have already been added in right below here. Okay, great. So you guys are up on it. And let's stick with this. Knight takes e2, b takes c4 played. Bobby's still looking like he's got about a minute left. Sometimes the clocks are inaccurate despite all the electronification of everything with DGTs and all that. But likely is very low on time. I once saw somebody with 30 seconds had their clock reset to 4.5, which was totally different.
Yeah. Okay, so we see a rook c1 played by Fabiano. So I guess he wants to meet rook takes c5 with knight c3. It's going to be interesting to see. Danya can also take on b2 and take on a3, which looks very close to a win for him. Or like bishop takes b2. If you take there, white has to go knight c. So let's say we take on b2, right? White has to take on c4.
For sure.
We take on a3.
Yep.
I feel like white cannot afford himself to lose the pawn. I feel like that endgame should just be lost. An extra pawn for black.
Oh yeah, if black can take with the rook, the pure endgame is lost if you trade rooks. There's nowhere great to put your rook. So he probably needs to spend a move on c6 here.
Right, so c6 is forced, and then b2 can still be met by knight to c3.
Right.
But then it looks good for black, but I don't see an immediate win.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, you could run your king to the c pawn. You could try to do it like that.
Right.
White's going to try to play like knight b1, then abandon the c pawn at some point to take to encircle b2. Right. But black might have bishop back to e7 or f8 and then go to f6 or something. And
yeah, maybe bring the bishop back, and then
how can white ever win that pawn if the knight is covering b1?
Yeah, well, I feel like, yeah, maybe the plan you mentioned, like bring the bishop around to f6, and then you bring in your king f8, king e7, king d6. And as we talked about earlier, like if you take that pawn and you trade up the rooks, black should be winning.
Right.
Because you'll just deflect the white king with your passed pawn and go and gobble up the entire king side.
Yeah. Danya's having a nice deep think here. I mean, you got to use your 16 minutes. The live position is after rook c1 from Fabi. And of course, rook takes c5 is a second candidate move. We were just looking at bishop takes b2. Rook c5, continues to threaten bishop takes b2. And white would have to choose between rook b1 and knight c3, which are both passive and both leave black in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I think Danya did a really good job with his time management earlier on, because this is really a position where he needs his time. He needs to take out, like, let's say 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or maybe even a little bit more, calculate the right line.
Yeah.
And then I think this line with bishop takes b2 is winning. So if he takes his time here, works everything out correctly, he could be on his way to scoring a sensational victory.
Right. Or to witnessing another sensational defense from Fabi.
Yeah.
Did you catch Fabi's defense against Lanier Dominguez? when he was
I
down 2
saw it. It
pawns?
was insane. He was down 2 pawns. The position was just dire, but he
Yeah,
survived.
I thought that was like an 85 to 90% chance that white wins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. This is
But
maybe equally bad now after bishop b2 to a3.
also, yeah, true. But this is a bit more forcing, right? Like if we have a look at bishop takes b2, white has to go rook takes c4, right? So let's go through this again. We've taken a3.
Right.
White has to go c6. You cannot give up that pawn, right?
Yeah.
b2. White has to go knight to c3.
Yeah. Those moves were easy to calculate. I mean, this much, like Danya probably calculated in 3 seconds, like 5 minutes ago, right? Yeah. The question is evaluating, do I or don't I win this position for sure versus do or I don't I win for sure the position after like rook c5, knight c3, and then maybe trying to maneuver the rook to d2 or something for black.
Right. But I would say that one, black's better, but it's less direct. So if I were Danya, I would say he should keep digging in this direction.
Yeah.
Right. So like after knight to c3, he can bring his king, but I really like this idea of maneuvering the bishop around.
You want to bring the bishop back first, right? Even without white playing knight b1. Okay.
Well, yeah, so forcing knight to b1. So let's go bishop b7, king f3, right.
King,
bishop f6, knight b1 is forced.
Got to go anyway.
Now we bring our own king.
Now our king heads to d6.
Right. So king e2, king e7. I feel like black should just be winning here.
I try to save things, and now I have to deal with rook check and d1. I have to calculate carefully. There's the c pawn.
I think this is the line Danya should go for. I think this is winning. It's also like the knight on b1 is completely stuck. If he calculates this line,
I'm just playing random moves to get a sense for it.
Yeah. Then I feel like there's nothing really Fabiano can do. So I feel like this line is not impossible to calculate.
Yeah. I think I like the first moves, I agree, very easy. But then once you get to that position with the knight on b1, it feels like now you can go in 20 directions and it's hard to be confident.
So this is tricky what you're doing, bringing white's king up. Yeah, but black probably has a check. You cannot go to c5 because that allows rook to d1. Yeah.
Right.
So you'd have to go back to e4.
That's as far as I got.
Yeah.
And if you come back to e4, then I was thinking maybe now I would play king back to d6, sort of embracing the pawn. That's how I think of this. And then I'm probably just coming back rook to c8 to capture it after all. Although there might be some scenarios where I go rook e8 to e1 if white messes something up, but normally c7 will save white there. Or I could maybe play king c7 and rook to d1. I don't know. Got options.
Right, yeah. So I guess after king e4, king d6 would be the move to look at.
Sorry, say again?
Oh, sorry. We were looking at this position, right? Like if white brought the king all the way up, so rook d8, king e4, king d6.
Yeah.
It feels like black should be winning. The only thing that might not be so easy is to actually pick up the pawn on c6. Because let's say white goes king to d3, you go rook c8.
Okay, so you're planning on king c7 to play king c2.
Right, yeah.
You're going to hug my pawn too. Okay, so I do this.
So let's say we go to c8, then white still has rook f4.
Yeah, and if I defend the bishop, then you come back here.
You come back, yeah. But still, it feels like slowly but surely we should be able to round up that pawn. I think Danya is winning. We have a whole crowd here who's rooting for him, so let's hope he can score a. I'm not biased, but it would be a great for Danya if he could score a heroic victory here.
Yeah, that would be exciting. I mean, we have not yet seen Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, or Lanier Dominguez lose the game. No exciting upsets for the any ambitious American players who want to threaten that hegemony. And honestly, those three lose very rarely. So, it's going to be exciting if anyone even wins one game against any of the three of them. much less the world number 2.
Right. So let's just I mean Danya. Oh wait, Danya moved. He took on B2.
So
Danya
gonna be
took on
2.
B2.
Some moves coming in.
Fabiano took on C4. Bishop
Yeah.
takes A3. Looks forced. I mean, yeah, I think he has to.
Yeah, surely he doesn't want to let Fabi play a rook B4. That was a good choice. And I think now that we've looked at it a little bit, which is not fair to compare for the players, right? But now that we've looked at it for a little bit, I feel like any scenario where the black bishop is defending the pawn on the long diagonal is probably winning, because like you need the knight to control B1, so you can't really win the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should be winning. And C6 has just been played by Fabi. He is not here to allow rook takes C5, which makes things a lot easier.
So yeah, C6 is played by Fabiano. I expect B2 by Danya. It's a move you have to make anyway at some point. I don't think you can. I don't think you have any sort of clever move here. I guess B2 is just the best move.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like as long as he keeps that pawn on the board, and then brings the bishop around, brings in the king, he should be on a way to win.
Yeah. That rook F4 move you played earlier made me like wonder if the bishop should like go to G7 or F6 or E5. I had initially gone to F6 so that my bishop was less in the way of my king.
But your bishop's going to G7
because when
anyway,
it goes F8 for a moment, it feels awkward. But if it's just going to G7, maybe I should just get out of the way that way.
Yeah. So yeah, Danya is taking his time.
Wow.
I guess B2, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Danya's using his time. This is super, super, super hard to do what he's doing here. And there's some extra pressure. I mean,
right. Yeah. I mean, if you're about to beat Fabiano, of course, everyone gets nervous.
Yeah. And I imagine that Danya's following very closely the tournament he's in. So he's seen what Fabi has escaped recently. And he's like, you're not getting out of my clutches. No, not this time, please.
Yep. Yeah, no, I feel like, I mean, the game against Lenier was really bad for Fabiano, right? But here, I feel like the material is so limited that if Danya figures out the right plan here, then once again, I feel like there's just nothing Fabiano can do.
Yeah. Probably true. There may have been nothing he could do in those other games either, but somehow he held them.
Right, yeah.
So it's partly just a matter of
keeping his nerve and
can Danya find all the right moves, right? Like it was for Bruzon and Dominguez. Like, could they find all the right moves?
So
yeah. So here we are with C6 played.
So in the meantime, we see that Jeffrey has won his game against Sam Shankland.
Yep.
Oh wait, but while I'm saying that, I see that B2 and Knight C3 are on the board.
Okay.
We'll keep a close eye on this game. As soon as there will be any moves, we'll switch right back. But we see that Jeffrey has beaten Sam Shankland. Well, like Sam managed to escape into an endgame, but it looked very, very tough. As we saw the rook coming into C6. And even though the material was equal, Black was just completely stuck. And
oh man, this was a nice find from Jeffrey, repositioning the bishop to G2.
Yeah, and it just illustrates how bad the Black position is, because Sam just resigned. The material was equal. He's not even down a pawn. Okay, he's gonna lose the D5 pawn. After which White has this monster pawn on B6. So yeah, Jeffrey moves. He gets back into the tournament. He gets a nice win, and Sam, he is on 1.5 out of 5. Definitely not the start he was looking for.
Yeah.
Did we mention that Brazon and Wesley already drew?
I just sort of gestured at the results below us here, but yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't see much of any of that particular game. We kept waiting for it to be more interesting. It never
Happened.
particularly was. So that happens
Yeah.
sometimes. And Caruana is now one move away from time control. So presumably he's not going to blunder anything in the time scramble. His next move would be, king f3 or knight b1, not too hard to find. So, I mean, he hasn't made any clear mistake under time pressure this game. Not that we would like expect him to, but it seems like he had just enough time to do what he needed to.
Yeah, I feel like Fabiano did not blunder, but Danya just did a very good job of, making sure he kept making precise moves, not playing for, like cheesy tricks. Just really once again trying to be accurate, even though the opponent's low on time, because that's a mistake I see happen quite a lot, where one player is down on the clock and their opponent just blitzes along, but then they make mistakes.
Right. I guess the one question I have, maybe one choice Fabi made, was in the position after b takes c4, right, where he chose rook c1, allowing bishop b2 to a3, right? Does he have any option here to just go completely passive and defend the b2 pawn, right? That's a decision that he had to make quite rapidly. And maybe one of the other moves, like knight c3, rook d2, rook b1, had some resources to it.
Yeah, or this line we looked at earlier with this knight d6 jump.
With like a knight d6 trick, the move before.
Right, like that could have given him better chances to hold. And maybe that's where, let's say, had he had 10 minutes on the clock, he would have had a better chance of holding on. Whereas now he had to move quickly, and it seems like he's in a losing position now. But it is still up to Danya to figure it out. Danya still has 2 moves to make to time control, but let's say bishop to f8, bishop g7 are 2 moves that are pretty easy to make. So I'm curious what he's thinking about.
Yeah. Well, I think actually, like, it's clear enough that they've made it to time control that we could finally take the break that we delayed to watch the time scramble, right? Because Danya's not going to flag. He's got 4 minutes, and we're definitely going to get to see them play out this endgame with 30 minutes each in a moment. So we'll take our little break now. We'll be back very soon, everybody, with more of this dramatic day at the US Championships. Welcome back, everybody. While we were spellbound by this pressure that Danya managed to whip up against world number 2 Fabiano Caruana, and Fabi's, scramble to make it to the time control, several games have actually ended, and among them 2 games in the 2021 Women's Championships. And I want to start off by taking a look at the moves from Irina Krush's victory against Anna Zatonski, her longtime arch rival in these women's championships. And when we left off, Zatonski thought a long time about where to put the queen. She went to A4, and a surprising, looking at all sides of the board, geometric move from Irina here, queen to B1. Yeah. Reminiscent of another queen to B1, which was tweeted as a chess puzzle today, from Foizor's game, I think, where she played like queen B1, hitting a bishop on B3 and managed to play C4, D5 because of it. This move here, I could believe that Anna thought for, 10 minutes about where to put her queen and was still surprised by queen B1, because you'd expect rook A to B1 or knight H4 to F5. You're not looking for white to retreat, but this makes room for the bishop to go to B5 or D3, as well as threatening rook B7. It looks extremely strong.
Yeah, no, nice move by Irina. And yeah, we see that after queen B1, Black did not have a comfortable way of protecting the pawn on B7 and dealing with this move bishop B5 as well. So after queen B1, she traded on D4 and played rook C7. But here, white just got the pawn back. And here, white has a great position and she's not down a pawn anymore. So Anna dropped back with queen to D7. But after a trade, we saw bishop to D3, hitting the pawn on H7. Anna decided to sacrifice it with bishop to C5. But after takes, king G7, bishop F5, bishop takes D4, E takes D4. She got rid of a bit of the pressure, but Black is still down a pawn and has the weaker king.
Right.
She played rook to E8, queen C2.
So it's like she avoided total tragedy, but it's almost like a certain long-term death here.
Yeah, I would say that things did not look as bad after queen F4 takes rook D1, because Black has some activity, but somehow things went downhill pretty quickly anyway. So we saw rook to E4, queen D3, queen D6. Felt like she probably had to keep the queen there, but queen D6, queen D2, queen A6. But I guess she underestimated that, okay, Black managed to get the A pawn, but in the meantime, she left her own king undefended. So Krush went rook to B1, rook E2, and queen F4. And suddenly you see that the Black king is undefended.
Right.
So Anna went queen to D3, but now comes the rook lift, rook to B3, queen D1 check, king H2, rook E6. But after rook G3 check, the king cannot go to the H file, because then white goes queen H4 checkmate. And after queen F8, queen of B8 was played, and Black is getting checkmated, because if you go rook to E8, white's going to give a check on D6, and if you go rook E7, white has rook E3. You're going to lose the rook on E7. And after queen to B8, king E7, I guess the easiest way for white to win is to go rook to G8, after which queen D8 cannot be stopped. So Anna resigned, and so Irina gets a win. She moves to 3 out of 5. And as we discussed earlier, the tournament is wide open. I think Irina has every chance to fight for the top places again. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a perfect recovery from the mistake in round 4 against Carissa. I mean, it's unfortunate that she made a mistake against Carissa, who's going to be one of her top competitors for first place. But I think I was pretty certain that Irina would be able to shrug it off. And you just know that if you're playing an 11-round tournament against really strong opponents, you'll make a mistake at some point. I'm sure when it happened, she was really angry, but she only needs like a couple minutes to put herself together and realize okay, well, that happened and now I'm still going to play. So she'll keep chasing. And this was like a pretty good game for her, pretty crushing. So she's got to feel very good about that.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, I think Irina, we talked about this earlier, how she She's a fighter. She's won 8 U.S. Women's Championships, and I'm sure that she will, fight her way to the top again, and with the other players.
Mhm.
So in the meantime, we saw that the game between Talia and Nazi also came to a conclusion, and we saw that Nazi actually won.
Right. So this game took a less technical turn than we had expected from this one. And the players started fighting over this F4 square, which is perfectly logical. A trade happened, and Black's king's a little bit open, but they also have some space on that side. So you never know for sure which king is going to come under more fire. And you see Talia Cervantes, I think, playing reasonable moves with F4 and E4, trying to gain more space for her own pieces there, because at the end she'll be left with 2 pawns to hide her king behind, and Nazi only 1. So let's see why that didn't work out for her. I think in theory, the strategy was sound.
Right. But somehow Talia's king was the one that ended up being more exposed.
Trying to put a ton of pressure on here. We can see, I think she's playing very aggressively and thinks she has a good position.
But I guess this move, Queen e7, was missed by her because now Black is suddenly always hitting this bishop on e3, and things are turning around.
Right. So pawn takes f5, bishop takes f5, and it doesn't work out for white, even though they attacked f5 a bunch of times.
Exactly. Yeah.
So queen e7, bishop moved again. Now Black had the bishop defended, could trade. Maybe it was time to just, I don't know, does queen e4 hang a piece somehow? I'm wondering if it might be time to take queens off. No, white doesn't want queens off yet. Okay, it's fine. Knight e4, whatever. d5.
Right, so d5 played by Nazi, good move.
Right.
So yeah, Talia went knight is c5, but suddenly after queen g4, all of Black's pieces were looking towards White's king.
Yeah.
She played knight at d3 to defend.
Right.
Nazi
This
played
piece is
bishop
floating.
d4.
It tries to help out. Check here. We can feel suddenly the initiative is to Black. Not sure how it happened. Threatens rook e2. Covers it, which makes sense. Oh man, another rook.
Yeah, suddenly the position became undefendable for Talia. I think Nazi did a great job of grabbing the initiative and not letting go of it.
Now I don't know what she's supposed to do, because rook e2 is threatened. You can't trade and counter the file because of queen f3.
Right.
And you just sort of lose a piece. I mean, you're lucky to even have queen g2 and not get mated, but white would lose a piece for nothing. So white just traded and Black put the rook on e2, and
yeah. And
now we can just see mate threats coming in.
Yeah, so queen h5, great move by Nazi. She's threatening the pawn on h2, but she had another threat after g4. She played queen takes d5, checking the king on the diagonal. The only thing White can do is rook f3, which Black could take, and that's checkmate. So yeah, Nazi wins her game. She moves to 3 out of 5. We could probably see a peg maybe with 3 out of 5, or oh wait, there's also Katerina that's still that can move to a higher score.
Right. Carissa might move to more. Nemtsova will probably score at least a half point and stay in the lead. Let's check in on what she's doing. I guess Sherovich got the pawn on a3, so it's still kind of a 3 result position, actually.
Yeah, a lot of things happened here since we left off. As we see, Sherovich still has a lot of time. She's over an hour against Nemtsova, 6 minutes.
Yeah.
But once again, I think this is a position that White cannot lose, but once again, maybe at some point, you need the time to figure out or calculate a critical line. And if you don't have the time, that's where she could let Black off the hook. But I would say in terms of the position, only White can win here.
Okay. So you don't think there's any real way that you could blunder to the B pawn? I suppose you could always sack your bishop for it, pretty much.
Right. Right, the bishop and the queen do a really good job controlling the board.
Yeah, and she's looking to just like have all her pieces in the center, which would be a big part of her advantage here, almost more than the doubled pawn. Although the doubled pawn plays its role insofar as like if you get one of your passed pawns down the board and they sack for it, then you've got one left to actually win the game. But yeah, white's plan is to put the bishop on e4, chase the king out. Then the black bishop and queen maybe can't challenge white's pieces, and you start moving the f pawn up the board. Looks very dangerous this moment here for Sherovich.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think Katerina still has every chance of winning this game. And usually defending these endgames is very tough for black. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's quite likely that Katerina will go on to win this game. Queen d6 was just played. I expect a check now on e4.
Excellent. It was the last chance to do this, right? Because here, check, the king can actually come to c7 and keep the queen defended. Once bishop e4 came in and the king was pushed further from the center, it could never defend the queen to go back into the center. So this was a good moment. I guess white is very. I guess one thing about this position is white doesn't have to take or move away. White could leave the queen here on the theory that, you know, connecting the pawns gives white good winning chances. So white could possibly give the check, put the black king on c7, and then start moving the white king towards e2 or something.
Yeah, and I like that idea. So bishop e4 was played, king c7. And yeah, I like the idea of just keeping the queen there on e5. So maybe even a move like king ht, king h2, moving the queen, the king up the board. And yeah, Sherovich can play b4, but as soon as you go b3, that pawn could also drop off at some point. Yeah.
Right. And moving the pawn to b4, I would probably do. I mean, that's sort of like our b pawn is supposed to distract white from trying to beat us. But yeah, once it gets to b4, black would be a little bit frozen in this position.
Yeah, because I mean, you can maybe still get the pawn to b3, but once again, you would have to be worried that it doesn't drop off. Yeah, this is definitely a critical game in the women's section, because if Katerina manages to win this game, she'll probably grab a full point lead over the rest of the field. Of course, the tournament is still very long, but that could give her the momentum she would need to go on and win this this tournament.
Yeah, the competition is right here. Yip, Carissa, who has just finally lost a pawn to a very, very patient Tohir Genova today.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like she played this the way you wanted her to.
Yeah, no, I think Begin played great. And yeah, she finally won a pawn. And Carissa still can barely move, but she got her king out of the way. So I guess if you're black here, you want to try to create some sort of counterplay with the move f5. You want to do something, right? You just you don't want to lose and not do anything at all. But I guess if white goes bishop to b4, black can go f5, but what is she going to do afterwards? So I guess Big Game is going to win this game.
It still seems so, yeah. Let's just see like a couple previous moves on this game so I can just see how the screws were turned. King g2 was the last moment we'd seen, and we'd talked about king g2, knight e7, right? Getting one rook out. Knight h2. Yeah, Carissa hung in there better than I would have. She found ways to not, lose any pieces.
Yeah, I think she did a great job of, trying to hang on and not, like I said, not blundering anything, which is very easy to do in this position.
Nice patience. But I mean, man, the knight on e7, as you said, it's still trapped, right? Like there was just still never anything she could do this whole game. It's just finding moves that don't lose. And yeah, white took that pawn for free and maintains the bind. So that's the situation we're in right now. I mean, what a torturous day for Carissa. And
yeah,
I think that's something that turns some people off from chess as they get better and start playing opponents who are better, is that sometimes you play a game of chess where you never have a single active move, like from start to end, and when you were like 1400, 1600, 1800, 2000, you're not used to that. You don't realize that part of chess is games where you never have a single chance to win. You never make a single threat.
Mm-hmm.
You just sit there and you're like, if I can, do my time, maybe on another day I'll have a good position.
Yeah, but no, I think we have to give full credit to Begim. She played a very patient and controlling game, and like you said, she did not give Carissa any chance for any active counterplay.
Yeah. Now your phrase "no chance" reminds me of Megan Lee's position. So we'll check in on that and look at the pawn center that Foizor got, even though the piece sacrifice earlier was not accepted, which would have given her a center like this.
Yeah, so here Black has the bishop pair and a great pawn center, and she's not even a piece down.
Right.
I think
maybe an extra pawn. Either that or just her pawns feel like more.
Well, yeah, now she's up a pawn.
Okay.
But earlier on, materials equal and Black
Right.
was doing great. But yeah, here, I mean, look at that Black pawn center. It's just awesome.
It's outrageous. It's like straight out of my dreams as opposed to real chess tournaments.
Exactly.
I mean, ouch. Bishop on a4 looks pretty bad. Rook on a1 looks pretty bad. Knight on d1 is correctly placed to blockade the d pawn from queening.
Exactly. And on top of that, Megan Lee also doesn't have. Oh no, wait, never mind. There was something wrong with the clock. Yeah, I think Sabina played a great game, and it looks like she's on her way to score a victory here.
Yeah,
I think she did a great job of slowly pushing that center up the board, not allowing any counterplay. So Sabina will move back to 50%, and that's only half a point behind, players like Arena. So if she manages to get a couple wins, she could also easily fight for the top places.
Yeah, she's back in the hunt in the tournament. Tough turn for Megan Lee. I feel like this game really revolved around like her choice to go for b4 without adequately sort of considering the piece sacrifice and then backing out from taking the piece sacrifice. I feel like that's like pretty decisive, because once she played b4 and then didn't take the piece on a5, like everything just kind of drifts. She gives up her bishop to save her d pawn, and I mean, Black's just got great center, bishop pair, weak d5 pawn. It's like, how do you motivate yourself to make much of this game here as white?
Exactly. Yeah, it seemed like she was maybe a bit indecisive earlier on, and that's what got her in this very tough position. Yeah, she should have definitely accepted a piece sacrifice, because then she might have ended up in a similar position, but maybe with another knight somewhere on the board.
Yeah, like on a2, that would be
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now Abrahamian and Eswaran, the last game still going in the section that we haven't seen this go around. Looks much less terminal for Black. Perhaps even a fortress.
Right. Yeah. I mean, White still has ideas of breaking through, but I don't like the last move that Tatev just played. I feel like that king should have gone to f3, supporting the break that you just pointed out with g4. Because the king on d3 can't really go anywhere. It cannot infiltrate the Black position on the queen side. So I feel like king f3 was the way to go. And Black can really move anything.
Right.
Like Black, so the king could move back later, but Black can play a move like, let's say, rook to e8.
Right.
White could play rook h1. But let's say Black waits. It's difficult though for White to break through.
Yeah. Maybe she feared king f3, rook to e8, going to e4 and taking pawns, but g4, rook e4, gf5 would have won material, I think, unless I'm miscounting the timing. I think g4 would have handled this. Maybe black takes once. Yeah, drawing the king away from e4.
Right. So white could have done this, but
Maybe what
you
she
can
didn't
also
like.
prepare it first, like rook e8. Let's say you go rook h1,
Mm-hmm.
because
Right.
you very often want to swing the rook around anyway to the b1 square.
Right. So rook e4, which allows g4 as well as rook b1 with a pawn eating race. I think g4 is probably the most dangerous even here.
Yeah, like black takes on c4. After gf5, black takes on c3, but you go king to g4.
Right.
And this reminds me of this famous endgame of Capablanca against, what's it, Tartakower?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know which one I'm
Maybe.
talking about, right? Like where white gives up a couple pawns, but the king gets so active that white is just crushing.
Yeah.
But during a game, it's not always that easy to give up your own pawns and allow the
Right.
rook to get active.
And yeah, maybe rook takes d6, and then you're also trying to keep the knight off of d7. I'm trying to take its last square away to really
Right, yeah,
trap
knight
it.
f8, rook h6.
But this might be why she played king d3. You know, this is just like kind of a little bit out of control to let the opponent play rook e8 to e4 and get into your queenside pawns. You're kind of enjoying that you didn't have to defend them all game, that they weren't really an issue. And then
Right. That makes sense, yeah.
okay, so king d3, king g7 has just been played. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I'd count myself mildly lucky as a Shritha to have this position.
Yeah, because it's not easy for white to do anything. Like I felt like the idea with g4 was sort of the only idea, because if you ever move the rook back, then your bishop is kind of stuck on g5.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really move the rook to b1 because then black's going to play h6. So
Okay, so even the idea of trying to tie black down to this, there's just h6, and where's white going?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so not the so I mean Tatev got an overwhelming position, but it's just like what you said as far as like choices for where to lead the game as black. You play f6, you hunker down, and even if you can't do anything to threaten white, you're sort of skill checking white to see if they really can like figure the whole board out.
Yeah, so let's see. I feel like we had a look at all of the games.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go back to the game between Lenderman and Savian.
Okay.
Because if Lenderman wins this game, he will join Ray in the lead with 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good for Lenderman. He's got everything he wants. He's got the 2 bishops. He's got an extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe in this position, what you do is white is go king f4. And in some cases,
start leaning towards the king side.
Exactly, yeah. And in some cases, maybe you would even give up the pawn on c4, because if you can collect everything on that side of the board, you're just going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be time to do that.
You know,
I mean, we both think that this position here is probably a theoretical win.
Right,
Bishop
yeah.
pair, c pawn. Honestly, I even like how the king side went for Lenderman. I feel like it's perfect, right? That the black pawns are sort of pseudo blockaded in a way that your king can approach them, and your own king side is pretty well placed to not get, counter traded off or sacked on. So I would bet more than 9-1 that this could be winning if we let computers loose on it against each other.
Yeah, I think if you let 2 computers play each other, I think white just gonna win. Yeah, you did a great job of explaining how white has a clear way for the king to come in through maybe g5 and f6, and white also has possibilities of going g4 at some point. And after a trade of h takes g4, f takes g4, white can go h5 and create a passed h pawn.
Yeah. And so because black's dark squares are weak, you know, when we go king f4, if black tries to keep us out with f6, just bishop c3, and yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think this bishop b5 move first is fine as well. It's just nice to have this defended, and there's a lot of options afterwards to still play king f4, and then you can always check the black king away if it comes near you.
Yeah.
So I think he's doing great with that. I'm just going to check on Fabi before we maybe go to a break. I mean, so far, as far as I can tell, the live position is a position that we had literally on the board half an hour ago ourselves when predicting what would happen. I will play out the move so everyone can see how it happened, but this was the position we left them confident they would make time control. Danya played bishop f8. Last move of time control was knight b1 for Fabiano, and then bishop g7 for Daniel. So he went all the way back to g7 instead of f6. So that one rook f4 idea that came up once, maybe he looked that far ahead, or maybe it was on principle to keep the bishop nice and tucked. And now the plan's to bring the king out and get to the c pawn. And what's crazy is it looks like Fabiano's played one move, king f3, since time control, and he's got 12 minutes on the clock. So he spent 20 minutes either on king f3 or thinking about his next move since playing king f3.
Yeah, I would assume that he probably thinks the position is lost, and he's trying, you know, his best to come up with some sort of defense. But we did also not see it. I think the position is just lost for Fabiano. But yeah, he's trying his best to find something, but I just don't think it's there.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the idea of bringing the king over to cover b1 and then trying to maneuver the knight to attack b2. But that sort of means, or maybe I could play knight c3 once my king's on c2 and just block that diagonal.
But I don't think you're in time. Black just goes king e7, king d6, and takes on c6. So, and the rook trade should always be winning for black.
Knight c3 is out. And any knight a3 to c4, knight d2 to c4, the black king runs to the king side. Yeah, I don't know. It's like deep thought from Fabi. We will have to see if he comes up with any more magic later. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with you after this ad. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. While we were on our short break, Fabiano showed us a little bit the fruits of his 20 minutes plus of thinking on this dangerous-looking endgame, and what he came up with was H4. Benjamin, do you immediately know what this is about, or do we have to figure it out?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to figure it out for a little bit. I mean, I guess Danya still should play king e7. I guess the idea is to go h5. And I wonder, like, let's say Danya takes on h5 and Fabiano recaptures, how exactly that's going to help him after king to d6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any sort of ideas for white here?
Maybe gives him some options to attack something on the king side with the rook to avoid a rook trade.
Right.
Like at some moment to play rook f4, rook g4, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's still sort of far-fetched. I feel like Danya should be able to keep the king side together. As we speak, by the way, king e7, h5 is on the board. Danya could also play king to d6. Let's see if Fabiano could have any sort of tricks up his sleeve there.
Right. He could just leave the pawns because to some extent, HG, FG gives black an extra pass pawn to work with. So it's going to have to be something very concrete and specific. Probably rook f4 if king d6 is played, just going straight into some kind of calculation with the pawn still on f7 and g6.
So let's say black goes rook to c7, guarding the pawn.
Right. So here. Right. First, let me just say, like, rook c6, like, this is what I was kind of thinking of. Is there any scenario for white to sort of, just let everything go on a rampage with the rook and come back and stop this pawn? Right.
Yeah, this should be a draw. White's just in time to protect the pawn. And white's even up a pawn on the king side, so there's no way black can win here.
Yeah. And you'd seen that. I just thought I would show it to everyone to explain why you were even playing rook c7. So, okay, so you would try rook c7 here. And now I don't seem to be making an impression on black's structure just yet. And you're going to take on c6 next with your king, which will make things worse and worse for me. And I don't yet see, if I'm Fabi, what I want out of this.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, he can trade on g6, but I don't even see how that's necessarily helping him.
Right.
So the only thing I would say, though, is that it's maybe confusing Danya a little bit, because I'm also wondering, like, okay, he gets h5, but is that really a big deal? I don't think so. But yeah, I really wonder what exactly what his idea is.
Right. My preference as black is not to trade on h5. That's like my instinct preference. So I would be looking at king d6 first, as far as like assessing my options.
Right.
But yeah, I can't yet imagine what scenario Fabi's got in mind. Like, does he have a scenario where he attacks on the king side with his king and rook and just leaves the knight to fend for itself? I think that if we imagine, like, a rook trade and just the knight versus bishop ending, you can't get enough counterplay on the king side, because the black king can sort of come down, trap your knight with the help of the bishop, and you'll never be able to sack your knight for this pawn. You'll actually get queened on. So
yeah. And I think you make a good point that I think the black bishop does a really good job of controlling all the entry squares for the white king in case there would be a trade. And black should always be able to win in case there's a trade of rooks. I feel like the white pawns are just gonna drop off like one after another. Um, so yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly Fabiano has in mind, but it's up to Danya. He has to make a decision. Does he trade on h5? Does he not? That's sort of that's one thing. That's one of the upsides of Fabiano's moves. He is giving Danya a decision here that he has to make. But I feel like Danya should win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of h4, h5 has yet to emerge to me. I mean, I see, yeah. Yeah, I can't yet see a scenario where Danya doesn't win this position, and I'm sure Fabi's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what he's gonna do. In the meantime, Landerman versus Savian is still looking good for Landerman, but
yeah,
I thought the idea of bringing the king to the king side looked really good, but he's brought it all the way over to the queen side. What do you think of that?
At the moment, I don't yet see where it's coming through. So I'm wondering if his next idea might be to reposition the bishop on b5 all the way around to d5 to stretch the opponent's defenses.
That could be an idea.
Because basically it could be annoying for black to get tied up by the bishop on d5. But with the king on c3, you might not have an option to move the knight because of king b4, king c5, etc.
Right.
So I think he can probably pretty safely do that maneuver. That would then tie the black king completely to the king side and the f7 pawn. And then you could play king b3 to a4 to b5 in some scenarios, maybe. Actually, we might have to go king b2 to a3 to a4 to stay out of range of any knight moves.
Right, so we see f6 played by Savian. I think that's a really good move. I think if you're black here, you want to go g5 and start trading off pawns. Because generally, as a rule of thumb, if you're down a pawn, then it's often good to trade off pawns, limit the material as much as possible. Because if white only has, these two bishops and the extra pawn, then black should be able to draw. But it's really the extra pawns on the board that give white such a great position. But I don't see what Landerman cannot stop g5 from happening here. So that should give Savian better chances to draw. He could follow it up by something like knight e5, then maybe g4. There's definitely, ideas to trade off a lot of pawns on the king side here.
Right. There's one other idea I had for white, and I don't know if it's going to be relevant here against like f6 and g5 coming in quickly, but it was to play c5. That was my other idea. And having the king here is setting up like bishop c4 check, right? So, so c5, and then if black attacks my pawn with king d5, I was going to play bishop d6. And yeah, basically I'm threatening bishop c4 very heavily. I thought knight e5 I could beat. Before there was a pawn on f7, I could just trade on e5 and push c6. And otherwise I wanted to then play bishop c4. Which actually could be checkmate in some positions if black really helps us out. Looks like he just played bishop a4.
So I guess now g5 makes sense for Savian.
Knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is also move, but I would expect g5. Yeah.
Because I think knight e5 in most scenarios, white could probably trade and win.
Right. Also, now the pawn is fixed on the h5 square. So, yeah, I would expect g5, then maybe a trade. And white is still, of course, a lot better, but I don't know if it's winning necessarily. It felt like it was winning before. This move king f4 looked really nice entering the black king side. But I feel like he's allowed too much counterplay now.
Remove, but now you can move the knight and block with the bishop. Yes, not as tricky as I want it to be.
Right.
It seems like Lenderman's not certain here, but okay, wait. let's see. Live position is he's played bishop a4. It's Sevian who's going to play g5, I imagine.
And in the meantime, Danya has decided not to trade on h5 and play king d6 right away.
Yes.
Yeah. What can Fabiano do? He can go rook f4, but Danya's just going to play rook c7, defending the pawn. I think he's just going to win this one.
Yeah, so far, no saving scenarios have come to my mind, nor have I seen anybody in chat saying, like, here's Fabi's idea, guys.
Yeah.
So
Still waiting for that. I think it's just a lost position. Your knight is just caged in on the b1 square.
yeah.
So yeah, when we were thinking earlier what white should do, I mentioned this line because I felt like there was just no way Fabiano could ever come back. I think that's what we're going to see here.
Wow. Well, folks, you heard it. Benjamin Bach expecting that if you stick around for another 20 to 30 minutes, you'll get to see one of the biggest upsets in US chess.
Yep.
In recent memory. Now that we're down to this few games, I'm going to click over to the women's championship as well and go back and forth between them a little bit, see if any of these games are coming to an end. Foizor won her game against
game by her.
Megan Lee. Let's just see how that happened. We were in this position last we saw them, and it didn't last all that much longer. Megan Lee played queen c6. Black doesn't mind. Sure. Trade it if you like. Plays e4. And the rook gets to e2. Knight b2. And d2 was the end of that. Oh, black even has a mating net if white tries to hold with a rook on d1, huh?
Yeah, rook d1, rook e1, check, king h2, bishop g1, king back, bishop f2, king h2, and bishop g3. Very pretty checkmate. And yeah, great game by Sabina.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. So on d2, Megan Lee resigned. No real defense to this rook e1 move. So that is great. Point for Foizor. She continues moving, rushing up the table. And our remaining games here.
We see Begim crushing through.
Nemtsova's game ended also, sorry, with a draw.
So Katerina draws. She's gonna probably be the sole leader after this round because her co-leader Carissa Yip looks to be in a very tough position. I don't think there's any way black can ever hold this.
Yeah, queen d7 coming in, tying black down. Basically no counterplay. There's a rook against a knight, and white's up a pawn, and black's tied up. And I mean, any queen trade wins pretty easily.
Yeah, queen e7 by Begim. Keeping things very simple, just trading off the queens. And next up, she's gonna collect the pawn on b7, and the A and B pawns are just gonna march down the board. So yeah, great game by Begim. She moves to 3 out of 5 as well, just half a point behind. Okay, I'm calling a bit early, but I'm pretty sure she's gonna win. Only half point behind Nemtsova.
Yeah. Wow, that's right. So this game here, shaking things up. And what a crowd it's going to be here. What a crowd it's going to be here at the top. No idea who's going to take the lead. I mean, Nemtsova having the lead at the moment, but, in a couple more rounds, there's, 5, 6 people within a point of her. And then the other game that's still going over in this section is this one here. Has nothing happened. I just clicked 10 moves ahead, and it just moved one piece for me. How is
you
this?
Start to wonder if black can claim a 3-fold at some point. I feel like Tatev should still move that king over to the king side and go for g4, even if she will have to sacrifice some pawns on the queen side. Right. What she's doing right now, she can't really break through, I don't think.
Right. Now, bear in mind, she's got 1 minute against Ashrista's
Oh.
30 minutes.
Mhm.
So if she wanted to go for king f3 and g4, she's going to
Mhm.
be even taking some risks with that kind of time on her clock.
Right. So we see that Tadev just played the move rook to e2. A tricky move. I think the trick she has in mind is that in case black goes pawn to h6, white has bishop to e7. Hitting the pawn on d6, you cannot protect it, so black has to take on e7, white recaptures.
Mm-hmm.
And followed by rook e6 check, white should collect the pawn on d6, which should be winning.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks very much like a winning situation. So black needs a pretty strong move, because also if they just move the king to defend e7, there's probably a secondary idea with rook e6.
Yeah.
Which is not as tricky as your bishop e7, but also looks really hard to deal with. So what is black supposed to play here, actually?
That is a very good question. Yeah, maybe she can play rook to b7, stopping bishop e7 and making sure that rook e6 can be met by rook to d7. But it looks pretty passive. If you're Tadev here, you feel like there has to be a way through.
It also will allow you to eventually play h6 and maybe deal with this piece, because your rook can cover both squares the bishop goes to eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Hard to say, but we're going to turn our attention to the game that everybody is most fascinated by, which is Fabi and Danya, which might be the biggest story of this round. So we'll bounce back to it. Last we saw, Danya had played king d6. Fabi made this pawn trade. He didn't play rook f4 trying to work on the tension. He just traded once and left the c pawn hanging and put his rook behind the passed pawn. So he's preparing for a post c pawn world now.
Yeah, I guess the idea of moving the h pawn up the board was simply, trading off some pawns. Okay. So in case, he loses the knight, and maybe he hopes to somehow snap off the g6 or the h6 pawn somehow.
Right. Man, I wonder if rook b7 would have also been annoying with the pawn still on f7. I guess all black has to do is, if the pawn's still on f7, is play like rook b1 and white doesn't have time to go take things. Mm-hmm. Okay, now Danya probably needs to spend a beat to save his bishop.
Yeah.
I don't think rook c1, rook takes, rook here is exactly what he wants. Although just walking the h pawn might be a theoretical win. The rook on b1. No, the white king can go back to g2, h2. What am I telling?
Right,
Easy
yeah.
draw. Easy
you don't
draw.
want to go rook c1 here, indeed. But I think a move like bishop e5 looks very nice, centralizing the bishop.
Yeah.
And eventually you're going to go after the knight with rook to c1. Fabi also, like I said, only has a minute on the clock. So even if maybe he magically gets a chance, he might not be able to take it because of the time situation.
I thought magically he finds all of those.
So,
all right.
Yeah, I expect bishop e5 from Danya.
Yeah.
Curious to see what Fabiano's going to do to try to keep the game going.
Yeah. So far, our best guess is that h4, h5 was to trade one pawn off the board.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And if rook trades are terminal, bishop d4, rook b6 is another idea, but I imagine the white rook just runs away, and the rook on b6 doesn't help break the blockade. So that probably doesn't really help black in any way. The rook would rather be on c1 than behind the pawn. So I don't see an argument for anything other than bishop e5 really at this point.
Yeah, I think the rook is perfectly placed on a c file, ready to go to c1 and hit the knight. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Danya to play bishop e5. I think it's a very logical move. Keeping the bishop centralized. And I guess, if you're Fabiano, I'm curious, like, how is he going to create any sort of chances?
Yeah, we haven't seen them yet. If he eventually loses this game, we'll say we were wondering about his chances for like, an hour for no reason when there weren't any. But
Yeah.
I can't shake the feeling that he's got something still up his sleeve after what I've seen so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean it's not over yet, that's for sure, because Danya still has to somehow collect the knight, let's say for his B pawn, and make sure that Fabiano does not get too many pawns on the king side in the meantime. That's his main job that is to figure out.
Yeah. So far, my impression of the US Championship is actually like that it's very, very close this year. Sometimes it feels really like stratified in a couple tiers between the top three, and then the players who are like close to 2,700 and then the players who are like closer to 2,600. But I mean, Wesley and Lanier both drew today. And, I've clicked through the games in their entirety. Dominguez never really generated any pressure against John Burke. With white, Wesley played the Petrov and never particularly threatened to win that game. It seemed like they drew that like some like the favorites are struggling to get on a winning streak. They have to grind every game.
Yeah, no, I mean it's tough. Like they have a high rating, but they're playing very strong grandmasters who are also well prepared, who can play a good game of chess. So it's not like, oh, this dude is 2750. Of course he'll beat this 2600. They still have to work very very hard for it, even if they're playing with white. And in the meantime, I have to say, so Danya is still thinking about his move after rook to b7. Meantime, we see a couple moves in the game between Lenderman and Sam Savian.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is turned in the right direction for Lenderman.
Okay, so
Now,
last we saw he played bishop a4,
mm-hmm,
and Sevian did not pull the trigger on g5, though. I mean, he's got the idea of knight f5 and g5. It's
mm-hmm.
still possibly there. Bishop stepped out of the way of knight f5, and he just repeated. So he didn't go for g5. He just rather not
Yeah.
touch anything and
Yeah,
just leave it up to Lenderman to come up with something.
yeah, I felt like he should have gone g5, trade a pawn or two there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Lenderman's king is walking up the board now. It feels like white should win. So again, the black king side is kind of vulnerable. You can still play g5, but what are you really going to accomplish there?
So Lenderman's king finally makes a move. He brings the bishop back to c2 to tie black to the pawn on g6. And now his king wants to come up to b6 and take control some really valuable squares.
Yeah.
Black's going to have to try and keep control of the c6 square and find space for the bishop. White could maneuver the c2 bishop to a4 once the king's on b6 and take away even more territory.
Mm-hmm.
And if the black bishop comes to c6, then white will always, it'll be in danger with the king on b6, bishop c6. White will have moves like bishop c5. Maybe you could even play bishop e4, the move you would never have wanted to play for white, giving up your bishop pair. But if your king's on like b6 or b7 afterwards, sometimes that'll be winning too.
Yeah, I would think that there are even maybe some situations that, let's say the king makes it all the way up to b6 and black goes knight f5. There might be some cases where you could even take that knight and push the c pawn up the board, and maybe even some of those endgames are winning. So I think Lenderman's gonna win. I think Danya's gonna win as well.
Yip has just resigned over here.
Mm-hmm.
After losing the b7 pawn, after queen e7, spite check given. The queen avoids a queen trade. Only square she could hide.
Yeah.
On h8. But man, Guruk Begim barely let her play this round.
Yeah.
Pretty rough.
And in the meantime, we see
for her.
Tatev. I I think she's winning now at this point. She did a very good job of, making progress in this endgame. And it looks like black can barely move right now.
Oh, yeah. She found the D8 square with rook E8.
Yeah, nice trick by Tatev there. Black takes, you take with the bishop, and B6 is gonna fall, and then A5 is also gonna fall.
Wow. After all that, it turns into a little textbook.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And in the meantime, it seems that Danya is very close to winning this one. We have a couple moves on the board. Let's switch back to that game.
We got to catch a couple moves of this. So bishop E5 we'd seen coming, knight D2. And now this is the part where you're going to try and break the blockade on B1. This knight's going to cover here. The king's going to cover the knight, but the knight's on a dark square. So it's not going to be stable.
Yeah. So after knight at D2, Danya played rook C2, hitting the knight. King E3, king C6 was played. Now the rook barely has any squares on the B file. It cannot go to B4 because then black has bishop C3, hitting the rook and the knight. So Fabiano choose rook to B3, but I would think the easiest way to win here is just trade the rooks. Are you trading
you
the
told
rooks?
us long ago a rook trade would be winning.
Exactly. Yeah, I predicted the whole game. I'm just kidding. So after the rook trade, white has to go knight B1 back.
Yeah. Now, do I have any other way to win other than the rook trade? Does bishop C3 win for me too? Does G5 win for me?
You can go bishop C3, but then the knight is free to move pretty much anywhere. Right? You can go to C4 and Danya has in fact traded the rooks.
Okay.
So we're gonna see bishop takes C3, knight to B1. And I would think this should just be easy win. Just go, let's say, bishop to F6 right now.
H5 if you want it.
The only thing you have to be careful of is when you go H5 is that you cannot lose the B pawn.
Right.
Because then you have the wrong color bishop. But I don't think there's a way for white to get the B pawn and hide his king in a corner.
Right. To get the B pawn, the white king would have to be on B2.
Right.
And then the black king would be somewhere cutting your king off from the H pawn.
Exactly. So
this looks absolutely terminal. I think we're going to take our last break of the day, everybody. So we will be back in just a couple minutes with the conclusion of the 5th round of the US Championships. 3 games still fighting their way through the endgame phase. See you again soon. Welcome back, everybody. The fifth round of the U.S. Championship, reaching the decisive moment for 6 of our competitors in 3 exciting endgames. And Benjamin, Danya just played h5. He had to calculate this move f5. This is like the last really difficult job of the day, I would say, is you sit there calculating h5, and if you're sure it works, you're sure it works. He played it even a little bit faster than I would have expected. Have you calculated this move through?
Yeah, I did not really see f5 coming from Fabiano, but Fabiano's doing, his best to try to, create some last chances.
Yeah.
Danya has a nice 10 minutes on the clock, though, so he has the time to calculate it. We saw that after the trade of rooks, he did not drop the bishop back all the way to b4,
Right.
all the way back to f6, but he went bishop to b4. And the advantage of this is that it keeps the knight on b1 locked in. So he feels confident that the white king is not in time to pick up the pawn on b2, and he can push his h pawn forward.
Right.
But yeah, so f4, king d5.
So he planned on that. He's planning on the passed pawn. But now Fabi plays f4, and I sure hope that Danya calculated f5 before playing h5, because this is a very, very important trick, this f5 move. The idea of this h5 is you get this outside passed pawn, and your opponent's pawn is closer to you. This comes up sometimes in king and pawn endings. The point of f5 in response is that if you take that pawn, then white takes the other pawn, and then they have the outside passed pawn. I've seen a king and pawn endgame lost instead of won because of this trick, where someone thought, I've got the outside passed pawn, and it's like one-on-one over on the queen side. And they play like h5 and get f5'd, and like it just, so.
But I think the win is pretty straightforward now. Danya just took on g4 and played king to e6. So white can never go king to c2, because black just goes g3, and your king is way too far away. If you take on b2, there's g2, and you make a new queen.
Right.
So white can play something like king to e3, trying to go after the g4 pawn. But what black does here is he goes, I think what black does is, let's say black goes g3, and after king f3, black can always play bishop to d6, guarding the pawn with the bishop. White, once again, if white plays g7, you just go king f7, stopping the pawn. And white's knight is completely stuck blocking the b pawn. White's king is completely stuck blocking the g pawn. So black's just going to take the g pawn, walk the king all the way up to, I don't know, c2, and black's just going to win the game. So I think this one's over. I think Danya's going to win.
Okay, so the bishop flexing its long range by defending the pawn all the way on the other side of the board. King's got the g-pawn under wraps, and that should be a wrap for the game. Let's see where they're at right now. HG, FG was played. King e6, staying near it. King e4, g3, pushing ahead, like you said.
Yep.
And king f3, bishop d6. There we go.
Yeah.
You guys missed nothing. Benjamin was just reading the future for you. There's just a 20-second lag for reality.
Exactly. Yeah, Danya and I are on one wavelength today, apparently. I think this one's over. I think Fabi can just resign. It's just over.
I'm finally ready to agree with that, and to call this one here as quite terminal. And like, basically I imagine Danya's seen all the way to queening at this point. So it's like, what can you do but give up? Wow.
Yeah, no, a sensational victory for Danya. I mean, unbelievable. He had 1 out of 4 going into today's round. He's playing Fabiano with the black pieces. We all thought it was going to be a tough game, and Danya wins. Fabiano has resigned.
Oh my goodness. It's hard to even to believe, honestly. I thought this was going to be such a nightmare round for Danya, like the scariest round of the whole event for him. And boy, oh boy. Oh, his lands. Oh, his lands. What a surprise result for Fabi and the chess world.
Yeah, huge congrats to Danya. He has a lot of fans in the chat here, but also all around the world, who love his videos, who love his streams. And I met Danya the other day. I'm very happy for him that he got this amazing win. Just absolutely sensational, beating Fabiano with the black pieces. Don't have anything else to say.
It was classy too, right? I think Danya came into this tournament with some concerns about his openings. And in the very first round, we saw him trying to catch Robson out with one knight f6, the Alyekin's defense. And Robson handled it and handled Danya, right? And that just really didn't work out. And here he's up against Fabi and he goes straight into the Rui Lopez. Straight into the Rui Lopez, and just says like, sure, let's play, the most correct world championship classical kind of chess we can. I mean, he did sneak a bishop to g7 early, like you said.
Yep.
But he just met Fabi on his turf and held tough. It was incredible.
Yeah, I think the Alyekin was just a bit too risky in the first round. Because if Alyekin goes wrong, it can easily be like borderline loss, right? Well, if a Rui Lopez goes worse, you're slightly worse, right? Nothing really terrible can happen, and that's what we saw today. He was a bit worse earlier on, but he found some very nice ideas, and eventually, in a complicated position, Fabiano went wrong. But from that moment on, I think Danya played perfectly. He didn't give Fabiano any chance to come back into the game. He showed great technique, and he fully deserves this win.
Yeah. And not that we should be second guessing the second best player in the world, but maybe he got a little low on time to make one or two of those decisions in the 30 moves, like around rook c1, sacking the b pawn versus, you had the idea of knight d6 or b6. I had the idea of maybe just defending the pawn on b2 and letting c5 go. Maybe like a few more minutes would have given him some better chance there, but Danya really brought on the pressure at the right time.
No, I think he handled his clock very, very well. He played fast earlier on, to keep the pressure on Fabiano, but he kept time on his clock when he really needed it. And he played this endgame so accurately. He found all the best moves, as we saw, this whole idea of bishop to f8 to g7. And he just always kept time, to calculate the last lines that he needed to. So yeah, great game.
Yeah, I mean, once he got his chance, he was relentless. That was extreme precision from Danya. We've got 2 games still going, so we're gonna have to turn to those games to see what's going on live, follow up with all the results here, and we'll talk more for sure about what this upset means for the whole U.S. Championship when the round is over, and we're sort of like summing up what's coming in the next rounds. So I'm turning back to Lenderman with a king on a great square on c5, but he's already been to b6 and c5 twice, and I am not completely sure that Lenderman has seen this endgame to the end yet, the way Danya just did. So here are the last 2 moves for reference.
I'm slightly puzzled as to why he would move the king back from the b6 square. You would think that that's where you want the king to be, but yeah, he's shuffling around. I feel like he should still win. He has 8 minutes to Savian's 4. It's actually tough for Savian to make a move in this position. Like, if you move your bishop now, bishop a4 might come, and you make way for your c pawn to move forward.
Right.
So I think Lenderman, bishop a4 is a good move here.
Bishop a4 does look good. And against bishop c6, could we play bishop to b5 then?
Well, I was thinking, can you even just trade and take on g5 and go king d5 with another bishop
and walk straight
versus
across.
knight endgame?
Okay, folks, warning, these moves have not yet been played. But I'm just going to put something on the board. We're going to try and run the kings across the board to get at these things here. The thing is, e5 is covered. I guess you're relying on Zugzwang to finish this game off.
Yeah, right. Like the knight cannot move because then your king crosses over. So I feel like white should be winning this one, but it's never 100% clear, because there could always be cases where black trades off a lot of pawns and white just does not have enough left to win. But I feel like Lenderman should win this one.
Could be very similar to the endgame we just saw. It could be bishop and g pawn and like c pawn against king and knight. Black trades one last pawn on g4. Okay, so that's an option. he's thinking here.
Mm-hmm.
An option that I was really wondering about was with the king on b6, playing bishop e4 for white, just trading that bishop, and moving this pawn up, and wouldn't black just get zugzwanged? But
Right, that's also a possibility, yeah. But there, maybe the white pawns could be easily targeted by the black pieces.
mhm.
It's definitely a move to consider, though. But yeah, I like bishop a4 in this position
a4
because
looks good.
I don't think you can block with the bishop. And if you move your king out of the way, let's say bishop a4, king e6,
Right.
white's going to go king b6. Hit the
Okay.
bishop,
And
and
we
now
haven't even
the
talked about this possible move, bishop e8. But okay, I'll play king b6 for us,
yeah,
and just clearing the way for the pawn. Yeah.
yeah, no, exactly.
Simple. Okay,
But
so bishop
it's
a4 is not going to give black a lot of options. They could block with
yeah.
the bishop. If they walk away, king b6 looks dead. Knight c6 looks like absolute Zugzwang, like self.
I think that actually turns to Zugzwang after white goes king b6, black goes
Right,
bishop a8, and white just goes c5. Black cannot move.
right. And we could win with bishop e1 here too, but play c5. And yeah, there's some kind of like really weird, obscure chess puzzles, which are called help mates, in which like
Yeah,
both players have to make specific moves to set up the checkmate. This makes no sense to people who just play chess, maybe like what this is. But this is an obscure area of chess art. Chess has a lot of different subcultures and areas, not just online chess and OTB chess and classical and blitz, but there's all kinds of stuff. One is creating weird artistic puzzles, or not necessarily weird, artistic puzzles. And in a helpmate, the only way to execute the checkmate correctly is that both players are cooperating to set it up. This would be like a help Zugzwang, right? Like black has
right.
purposely set up the easiest possible Zugzwang win for white here. So that doesn't leave too much to look at here. As far
Mhm.
as options for black, it really just comes down to, are we ready to make the bishop trade, HG, and walk the king across? Do we know we have enough to win?
Yeah. And in the meantime, there's one other game going on. That's the game
Yes.
between Tatev Abrahamian and Ashrita Eswaran. I felt like Tatev was winning, but it seems like she let it slip.
Her rook had been on the 6th rank, and I thought it was
Yeah.
going to collect at least 2 pawns. So far, she's collected 1. Let's just quickly see what happened. So we had seen here, the knight traded for the bishop, and against rook f6, I suppose she would have gone to b8. That's not even 100% clear, but black gave that pawn. Oh, this is why she gave up the 6th rank.
Yeah. I think here she made a mistake. She played h5. So with
Okay.
move h5, she's making sure that the black king can never come forward, but
Right.
it locks up the position. And now, even though white's up a pawn endgame will always be a draw.
Right.
But what she had to do instead of the move h5, and this was not easy to see, she had to play the move rook to c6.
Okay.
Very tricky idea because black cannot take the rook here because you recapture and this pawn is outside of the reach of the black king.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do not trade and play a move like king f7, white has the move d6.
Right.
You know, disconnect.
I'd seen rook c6, but this is really the crux of the idea. We're going to
Yeah,
leave the rook undefended on c6 and then try and just ram this pawn through. So like king e8, for example, d7.
right.
Or
Yeah,
if black waits, d7.
right. But even if you don't win even if you don't queen your pawn, you can just take on b6. Then you go to b5, you take on c5 and a5, and eventually you're gonna find a way through for your king.
But there's also no defense to this trick, right? I mean, you're just saying you could win without the trick.
Uh, right. But black still has rook g6.
Really?
Because if you push there, check.
Oh.
So you don't win on the spot, but you should win it. Like if you just take all the pawns, you should win.
Amazing. Okay. So black could get the rook out of the way of all these tactics, and white will have to go back to eating queenside pawns. That's very, very tricky. Rook c6.
Yeah.
I imagine it was on Abrahamian's radar as one of the moves she could play, but to see, all the idea
Yeah,
is
and
another step.
and we were talking about this earlier, how Tatev was low on the clock, and
Right.
there's no way she could ever lose this game, but there might be a position where she would need a couple minutes to figure things out, and if she and she did not have the time and she missed her chance there, so that's very unfortunate because she played a good game overall, but yeah, she missed her chance there in the end.
Yeah, because she's played this entire endgame with just 1 minute on the clock, the entire thing.
Yeah.
And it looks like now she just couldn't break through anymore without the king ever able to enter the game. Ashritha's rook holds h6 and b6, and this is like 90 moves of suffering by Ashritha. I mean, well, maybe the suffering only started on move 10, but she's had a terrible position all day long, and she's rewarded with that glorious half point.
Yeah, no, I think she did a great job defending this end game. It was definitely not a lot of fun. Tatev had her chances here and there, but that's sort of inevitable. I think Ashrita just did a really good job, hanging in there, making your opponent find a win. And Tatev, yeah, maybe she had one chance, but that was about it. So I think we also have to give credit to Ashrita. So there's only one game left, which is
that's
the game
amazing. And Tatev found that whole bishop d8 and everything. There were many moments where you could be like, okay, I give up. Like she found the way to win. Like, I fought as long as I could. I made it hard for her. Like, I give up. And Ashritha never gave up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, also credit goes to her. So the last game that's going on is the one between Landerman and Savian.
As far as I can tell, he hasn't moved. I must be missing something. Bishop e1. Okay. He did move. He just didn't go for that check. He played some other moves and traded 2 sets of pawns on the king side, which I would not call progress.
Yeah, I don't really like what Landerman is doing. It just seems that he's sort of indecisive in this position. Like the one we just looked at, I did not understand why he did not play bishop a4 check.
Mm-hmm.
And indeed, now he traded off all these pawns, which should favor Sam.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be very tough for Landerman to win now.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, there's only he only has 2 pawns, so Seven did a good job trading off the pawns that were left. Of course, it's still very unpleasant and very easy to lose with black, but yeah, black also some sort of blockade on the light squares. It's really not easy to make progress here.
How about bishop a4 now? Like, is it too late to go bishop a4, king b6, c5, c6?
So if we go bishop a4, maybe what black will do is play a move like bishop to e2, making sure the king cannot step forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that bishop also like got released by those pawn trades. It gave the bishop so much more room. Like a lot of the situations before, the bishop was down to like 1 or 2 squares here on b7, maybe c6, because there was this pawn on f3 that was defended.
Yeah. So yeah, it's looking tough. I would say earlier it felt like Landerman was just winning, but it's I mean, I don't know. It's still, of course, in a practical game, really unpleasant to play with black here, but it's I feel like Sam could maybe hold this one.
Yeah. Wow. So that's the final game going. And yeah, I mean, Lenderman used to always have more time. He had Sebian under time pressure. He was ahead half an hour in the opening and for much of the game. Now he's down to his last, 3 or 4 minutes. He's played bishop h7, which is who knows what, a square from which it can't really move anymore.
It's slightly odd.
Yeah. And he's only got a couple minutes left with which to press this game, with which to come up with some new idea, because he clearly hasn't yet seen like the key idea he needs.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm
Yeah,
feeling
so
like it needs a lot of time to come up with some more ideas for white now.
exactly, yeah. I mean, I guess bishop e2 still makes sense for black.
Mm-hmm.
Always keeping an eye on that c4 pawn, making sure the king cannot step up.
Right.
And I guess you want to keep that knight on e7, because if you move to f5, let's say white could give a check on g8 and then go bishop d5, and that should be progress for white. But we see bishop e2 being played by Savian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, passing the move to Lenderman and telling him
Back
like,
to
hey, what was
c2.
your plan?
Could try bishop e4.
Right, you can go bishop back to c2.
I mean, one question I have is, if black can just play bishop f3 in these positions, if that's still fine for black or not, changing the position dramatically, giving white another pass pawn. But this f3 pawn is so close to queening that white wouldn't have so many options.
Yeah, I don't think you can trade on f3, because if you do, black just goes knight f5, and then if you move your bishop to f2, black's going to go knight h6, knight g4 very quickly,
Okay.
and that's a draw. So
Keeps
I
the king
still, so we see bishop e4, bishop f3, bishop d3 by Lenderman.
Okay, bishop e2, bishop e4 played, bishop f3 played, and bishop d3.
So this makes
So
sense because he cannot play bishop e2, but go ahead.
bishop g2. He's got so many squares now. So
Yeah,
many squares. That bishop's just like rolling in them. He's like, I got squares here, I
yeah.
got squares there.
I think one trick to keep in mind though is I don't think black can play. Can black play knight f5? Because maybe white can take and king d6. Yeah, that should be winning.
That seems like lights out anytime. Yeah.
Yeah, because your king is completely shouldered, as it's called. But the white king is keeping it away. So we see knight c6 played by Savian. He's just moving the knight around. Let's see what Lenderman's going to do here. Still not a lot of fun if you're Savian, but Lenderman has to come up with a plan here.
Yeah. They've got the 30-second increment to avoid like simple mistakes, but there's weird little traps that are just hard to see coming.
Yeah. I would say if Lenderman somehow manages to trade off the dark square bishop for the knight, he should be winning now because the pawn on g4 is fixed on a light square.
Yeah, and the
But
king's in such good position.
exactly, yeah. But I don't think Savian will ever allow that.
Right. So he could play bishop g5 here just to force Savian to switch defensive formations because he'd been playing with the knight on c6 to e7 to c6 to e7. I imagine.
Wait, so
yeah.
I was gonna say he played bishop to c2. Is
okay.
knight e7 a threefold by any chance?
I'm not sure because when it triple stepped on this diagonal before, it never actually came back to c2 yet. It went through e4 to d3. But they could have had it earlier. No, I think the bishop just came to f3 for the first time right before this sequence we saw, right? Bishop f3. Or
yeah,
did it came through here.
It is a twofold, but not a threefold.
This is one black to move with the knight on e7. Oh, and the king was on d7. Now it's on e6.
Yeah.
Wait. Look at that. He didn't take.
Oh, that is surprising. He didn't. Wait, so let's analyze. If he took, I think the black king is too active because if you go king b6, black's going to go king d4 and probably go after the pawn on g3, and black should be in time. So white's king is probably just kind of stuck on c5 and there's no way to make progress.
Oh,
that's my guess.
Getting there in time, that's brutal.
Yeah.
check. King retreating all the way back to c3.
Oh wait, but now he did trade. No wait, no, wait, never mind. My bad.
Yeah.
Looking at something else here. Wait, so knight c6, king c3.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, that can't be a better square than c5. I can't even imagine there's an idea associated with this retreat. And I think Lenderman's going to be left scratching his head. Like, why couldn't I win that position? Like, I went for that position because it's a win, and then I couldn't win it. And what's the point of playing technical chess if you can't win this?
Yeah, I think he played a great game up to a certain point, but when he got to this endgame where he had the 2 bishops and the extra pawn, he was still playing very well up to a certain point. But from some point, it felt like he was just sort of indecisive, like shuffling back and forth, but not really making a real decision. And it was really the one decision he made. He allowed Savian to trade off all those pawns.
Right. The one decision was to sort of initiate the pawn trade on g5, attack it, make black play g4. That definitely seemed to reduce his winning chances. And that was the only thing that he really like forced or undertook.
Yeah. So
hard to believe he wasn't winning with his king on b6.
Yeah. I thought like he should have just given that check and pushed the c pawn up the board. But we see that he put the bishop on h7
again.
Once again.
Oh, but now his king's on c3 instead of c5.
But keep in mind that we're talking about this game like it ended in a draw. It's still a very, very tough endgame for Savian.
Yeah, I am. I've just sort of lost my belief in the win, but of course it's still going.
Yeah. Yeah, like before I was almost certain that Landerman was going to win, and now it feels like 50-50 or something that he's going to win. I don't know.
I'm going with 10% chance that he wins this somehow.
Nah. Okay, well, we'll see.
Yeah, we will.
So king f7 played by Savian. Maybe he's looking at ideas like knight at g6 to force a trade of that bishop.
Seems like a very, very risky way to go about it. I mean,
yeah. But still, knight g6 could be met by a bishop move, like bishop h6, perhaps.
Yeah. And it's white's move here. I mean, king d4 or king b4, he'd probably have to give knight check again. He couldn't go knight g6 because white would trade and then shoulder and win. So.
Well, here black might be back in time. If you go, let's say king d4, knight g6. Or like if you're trading king e5, black has king f7. And king e8 quickly.
Is bishop g5 not enough to win this?
No, I don't think so.
You just need the bishop on like c8 eventually.
Yeah, or you go, let me think.
Yeah, you put the bishop on e4 when white's pawn is on c6. You want to be attacking it from behind,
right?
So that white can't, transfer their king to b8 with the pawn on c6 covering d7 from your king. So basically, well, it would look like you can just hang out for the moment. Whenever the pawn goes to c6, you come to e4. And if it advances, then bishop f5 or b7.
Yeah, I would say that, you just keep your bishop. You keep an eye on this pawn on c6, and as soon as it advances, you go right, like bishop f5 or bishop e7.
Yeah.
So this should be a draw.
Yeah. It's a clear draw. That's right. Bishop f7, bishop c2 played, king back to e6.
Yeah, the thing I would say though is that Lenderman, he's shuffling around a lot. And what he has to be careful of is that Savian doesn't all of a sudden have a threefold repetition. Like that could easily happen because they've repeated so many positions already twice that he could easily run into a position that has been repeated, that would repeat 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the trap for Sevian is not to get complacent.
Right.
Because if Lenderman hasn't offered a draw, he's still trying to win. You can't just say like, oh, the guy has no winning plan.
Yeah. But Lenderman's also getting low on the clock here. He only has a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's looking better and better for Sevian to save this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a plan at this point, but there should still be ideas to try for a win here.
Yeah. I think what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to take our last little break of the day. So then when we come back, we can both see the conclusion of this game and take a look at the cross tables, talk about what today is meant for the tournament, what to expect, tomorrow in round 6 and so forth. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everybody, to the end of round 5 of the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championships. We've got one game still going, but we are ready to talk a little bit about what today is going to mean for the rest of the tournament and the players. So we're going to call up an incomplete cross table here that's largely complete. And we can see that Ray Robson is maintaining a half-point lead after today's games. We've got two players with 2.5 points. Lenderman and Sevian still playing. They could both end up at 3, tied with Dominguez and Wesley So, or one of them could possibly win and tie Ray. But the big news so far is that Fabiano Caruana has dropped out of that group of players right behind Ray. He lost today and is a full point behind Ray, who drew his game. And Benjamin, how do you think that Caruana will take this loss, or what do you think this loss means? Like, how do you feel about his form or his chances in this tournament right now?
Yeah, so obviously the loss with White against Danya is a big blow to Fabiano. And if we, it puts him more or less in the middle of the table. He's got to win a couple of games now. He's gonna play Black tomorrow against Savian, who is generally very, very solid. Mm-hmm. And then he's got, games against Ray and Jean coming up. Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely a big surprise. And I think he just has to get, a couple wins in very fast. Otherwise, this tournament just could, it just could pass him by, and he will not really have a chance to fight for the top places, or for the top place, because that's of course his goal.
Yeah, the first 2 rounds when he had sort of miracle escapes, my take on it was like, wow, he played incredible defense. Like, who would have saved these games? And then he won comfortably in round 3, and it seemed like, okay, the Fabi tournament's kind of taking off. But after today's game, his third absolutely terrible position in 5 rounds, I actually have to wonder, is there something maybe slightly off? No, because at some point, if you've got a bad position more than half of the games, and one of your big strengths is your openings, then maybe something's wrong.
Yeah, no, I think you're asking a valid question. He seems to be kind of out of shape. And actually, if you think about it, I don't think he has really played well in the post, COVID era. Like, he had an all right tournament in Baikansei earlier this year. The candidates was, disappointing for him.
Yeah.
And the World Cup was, for Fabiano standards, quite a disaster, you could call it, losing in round 2.
Right.
And this tournament, he won one game very quickly against the low seed in the field with some great prep. But other than that, he's just been suffering. So he definitely seems to be off form. So he has to get himself together somehow.
And the trend in his classical rating is losing a couple points here and there, right? Like, he's rated 2,800 FIDE right now, which of course most people dream of being rated 2,200 or 2,400. But he's a player who's been up to like 2840s, and more commonly 2820, 2830. So he's actually lost a few points here and there. And, maybe he's not in the form he needs to be in to win this tournament right now.
Yeah, no, with this loss, he drops below 2,800. Mm-hmm. Of course, he's still Fabiano Caruana. Right. He can make a comeback. He can beat anyone with either color. Let's not forget. But something seems to be off, and I don't know what it is, to be honest.
Right. And at the same time, if we're going through like what happened today and what it means for the tournament, let's talk about the player who beat him, Daniel Naroditsky. He had, I guess you could have said maybe slightly a rough start to the tournament before this round, but now that he's won this game, you would say like up and down, because I don't think he's even drawn a game yet. 2 wins, 3 losses. Might be his tally at the moment. What does this mean for Danya? Is this like a one-time career moment and a trophy, or does this motivate him to like really get in gear in this tournament? Did he just need to believe in himself a little bit more? What do you think?
Yeah, I think Danya just needs to make slightly smarter decisions in the opening. I felt like the Alekhine against Ray was just asking for trouble, my humble opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I did not really like the choice of the dragon against Darius. But
Right.
I like today's decision of the Rui Lopez against Fabiano, and then in his white games, yeah, like he got playable positions, but he did not really pressure his opponents from wide from the get go. So I
Right.
think Danya, he can play very very well, but he just needs to be smarter in the openings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think pressuring with white is less of a problem or danger than getting in trouble with black, probably, because if you don't pressure your opponent, you can still like get by on your chess skills to some extent. If you get on the back foot, one of the things that we've been seeing here is that sometimes some of these games with black, the player never has a single chance to win the game from start to end. Never. Just that's just
Yeah.
not one of the scenarios that's available. Um, and every now and then there's a game where you barely even have a chance of drawing with black. So I think that's what he needs to avoid, and maybe today's opening choice and game will give him the confidence to make those sober assessments in terms of what openings he should be bringing out.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I think the route was a good decision, very solid. We talked about this earlier, how in the worst case he gets a slightly worse position, but there's still all to play for. So yeah, hopefully that gives him some confidence. He's gonna be white tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully he can, keep it going.
Yeah. As far as the tournament standings, Ray Robson probably maintains a half-point lead over Lanier and Wesley. Maybe a couple, maybe these two players that we're watching as well, Lennerman and Sevian. And to me, today really increases Ray's chances. A lot of people talked about him taking the sole lead with his win in round 4 against Xiong, which was a great game. But to me, today actually saw Ray's chances of getting his first U.S. championship win really dramatically increase, because I'm looking at the form that Wesley So, Lanier Dominguez, and Fabiano Caruana are in. That's one of the things I'm looking at. And none of the three of them today gave me this feeling like, oh gosh, it's a juggernaut. Like, you might be playing well, Ray, but like over 10 rounds, you're never going to outpace this guy. It was pretty tame draws by Dominguez and So today.
Yeah, no, like you said, I think for Ray to win this tournament, this championship, he has to do very well himself, but he also needs to be a bit lucky in the sense that one of the others cannot, catch up to him. And I think, like you said, it does not seem like Dominguez or Wesley seem to be in the kind of form to really rake in one win after another. Fabiano also doesn't seem to be in great shape. So I think it could easily be the year of Ray Robson. He's been showing great play so far. So, I mean, yeah, I think he could easily win his first US championship. Okay, not easily, but he could.
Yeah. And he came through a bit of a test with the black pieces without too much, without too much of a scare. Dariush played fine, put pressure on him, but he survived it. He got a black out of the way. And right now, I don't see anybody here who's like screaming at me like they're trying to win the tournament and they're just like, here to like get that title. And if there's nobody who's just like dying to get that title, nobody who's in like the form to win 3 games in a row, then I'm thinking that you only need +3 possibly to tie for first this year. And that looks still attainable for Ray to me, for sure, especially with a lot of draws coming in general. So I actually like his chances after today. That's my takeaway at the moment.
Yeah, I would think that +3 is still, a bit of a low score to, tie for first, but probably someone like +4 gives him a good chance of, tying for first or winning the tournament. But he does have a lot of tough black games coming up. He's gonna play with white tomorrow against Landerman, so that's gonna be a game where he's looking to score. But after that, he's gonna be black against Caruana. He will also have a black game against Dominguez and a black game against So. But on the other hand, in his white games, he's playing guys that he could easily win all his white games, I would say.
It's possible. I mean, a funny thing that you might notice when you look at the full cross table right now is that Robson, in the current standings, has played the players who are currently in 8th through 12th place and has not played the players in 2nd through 7th place.
Yeah.
That definitely tells you there's like a long road ahead. I just feel like so far, I would now, after seeing him play this round, I would say so far, he's played the best. And of all those people, he feels like the most motivated to me. And I feel like if a tournament's going to be really close, that's a very important extra inch there.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I would say someone like John Burke he's playing a great tournament, but I would say that is definitely a game that Ray is looking to win with the white pieces.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. And Ray's like very dangerous with the white pieces so far. He got some really good games. He's playing Bishop B5 against the Sicilian and seems to be very well prepared to do that. So, anybody hoping to catch him in some kind of open Sicilian of their preparation, that's not going to go. So like your area of where you can defend against Ray has been sort of like limited a little bit. He's going to play like Rui Lopez style against you, whether you play C5 or E5. Yeah, I think he's looking pretty good so far. We'll look at the women's cross table as well in a little bit, which is pretty jammed up here, pretty tight. Half point lead for Nemtsova, and there was a lot of movement here today. I mean, if anything, it's more bunched up than ever since Irina, who'd lost, has now won. Carissa, who'd won, has now lost, and I really don't know who's gonna pull themselves into the lead from here. What do you think?
Yeah, no, Katerina is having the lead so far with 3.5 out of 5. But yeah, we saw Begin winning a great game today against Carissa Yip, and Arena Crush also winning a great game, as well as Nazi also won a very nice game with the black pieces against Talia. Yeah. And as Rita, she hung in there against Tatev. So I feel like those top 6 players could be making a run for the title there. I expect Arena to really try to rake in a couple wins in a row now.
Right.
Today she beat Anna Satansky, her longtime rival with the white pieces. And I feel like she's really capable of beating anyone in this field. So, but that being said, players like Carissa are also very dangerous. So I think it's really, the title is really anyone's to take in the women's field.
Yeah. And compared to the men's field, I feel like there are several players there who are like, I feel like fighting really hard. Like, I feel like, they're trying to seize the tournament. I mean, Carissa lost today, but she's playing fiercely, right? Irina lost a game to Carissa, but she's playing fiercely. I can just feel their like desire to win the tournament just steaming off the board in a way which I don't quite see it on the other side. So on the other side, I don't see who's like gonna take it away from Ray. On this side here, it feels like anybody could go off on like a streak. So a half point lead is like, like extremely not safe, and we could see a lot of lead changes over the course of the next few days. Of course, everybody round 6, 7, and 8 will be played on the next 3 days at the same time as today, which is 11 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. in St. Louis, where the players are, and 2 p.m. on the East Coast. So you can plan for a rest day on Friday this week. But until then, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, we will be back with you with the next 3 rounds of the tournament. And we've talked your ears off about all kinds of stuff while Lenderman and Sevian continue to move back and forth. I've got the game in the corner of my eye. Is anything changing, Benjamin? Because I don't really see any big difference.
It seems like Lenderman is still just moving back and forth. Maybe now he can go bishop to e4, which is what he just played.
Mm-hmm.
And bishop to f3 can be met with the move bishop to d5. So Savian goes back with the knight.
Yeah.
It feels like he has made some progress, but not really.
Yeah. He's always bringing that knight to e7, covering the d5 square. He's been back and forth through several different through a couple different defensive setups. There was a point where the knight switched to e7. Lenderman's tried to check him from g8. Now he's trying to check him from c8. Bach, he's not going to fall for that, right? I mean, he's playing bishop f3 normally in this situation, leaving the knight on e7. Yeah. I feel like for the moment, Sevian's seen all these tricks before.
Yeah, I wonder in this position if Landerman can go for the move king b6, and if that endgame is winning after the trade.
Right.
But it seems like Landerman, he is a little bit more decisive now in the sense that he's really pushing up the board. Before he was keeping his king on c3, moving the bishop back and forth. But here he's really trying to push up the board right now. And even though, he hasn't done a whole lot, it's still a tough endgame. He's up a pawn, he's got the bishop pair. I wonder though, like maybe at some point the players could get close to the 50 move mark, but I guess that's still far.
The last pawn trade was at move 64. They're currently at move 95. So they've played about 30 moves. 20 is still a lot, but it's true that could be the way the game ever ends. Lenderman is not allowed to offer a draw, even if he doesn't think he's making progress. He could repeat pretty easily if he wanted to. I mean, Sevian's given him some opportunities. So my impression is he's still sort of hoping to win.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, he's up a pawn and still has any chance to win, and he can never lose. So if I was Lenderman, I would just keep on playing till tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe bishop g5, and then if the knight moves, finally achieve bishop c8 check. Is this a situation where trading on e7 would threaten to win the game? I think so. I think with the passive black king on e7, white would be winning.
Yeah, that looks like a very tricky idea. Bishop d6 is also an idea. So I think you do threaten to trade off the bishop for the knight. And if black goes forward, then he does allow a nasty check on c8. If the king steps to the side, it feels like you make a lot of progress if you push the king to the f6 square, because then your king has more way to come up the board.
So we could see bishop d6 or g5, then maybe knight f5, bishop check, king f6, right? I'll play the one you suggested because it's more likely to be right, even though they look about the same to me. And so then it would look like this. Now in this situation, well, our king is still busy defending this pawn because it's getting attacked from behind.
I don't think you can trade here because you cannot, shoulder the king right away.
Right.
But if you would go, let's say bishop f4, you would threaten to take maybe. But he's played king to b6 here. Yeah, or maybe take on f5 and king d5 could be a there's king f6 back. I guess it's not a threat.
All right. Well, moot point. He didn't threaten the bishop for knight trade. Played king b6. Might he be considering a c5 moment? It seems not threatened. It seems like at the moment it would actually possibly lose to knight d5 check, bishop trades, knight f4, and black's pawn queens first.
Right, yeah. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity that he did not go bishop to d6, but we see knight g6 from Savian. That seems off.
Oh, that's weird. It seems like everything that Lenderman has done has told me that his goal was to give one of these bishop checks to disrupt the king. And it looked like bishop d6 maybe genuinely threatened something. But knight g6 comes in, bishop here. So again, he doesn't check. Why not check? Because his pawn on c4 will be hanging, as well as the knight f4 threat afterwards, right?
Yeah, so I guess after bishop c7, Savian is going to go back with the knight to e7. then maybe you have bishop d8.
Mm-hmm.
Still looks very, very tough.
Yeah, actually, that could be a scenario where the white pawn starts running, right?
Yeah.
If we go like knight f5 or something here and get checked and have to go to e5 to defend the knight, and the pawn could start trucking up the board, actually.
Yeah, very nice move. Black cannot take on g3 because of bishop c7 check.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned this idea earlier, like maybe if the white pawn advances far enough, at some point, white can just take the knight in f5. And those endgames could be winning in some cases.
Yeah. In fact, here already you might be threatening it because you got c5, bishop here, c6, bishop here, king c8. It might already be in range. Like we don't need to be at c7 to do it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Okay, move played. Knight e5 was played.
Okay, so I guess trading is a draw. Wait, but if you give a check now,
right? Normally we'd want to throw in the check if we could, but actually it's true. C5 might be more forcing as well to consider with the trade and then c5.
Wait, but if you give a check and black goes king to king to f6, you should be able to take, right? And c5. I don't think black's in time.
They need to play based on like counterplay, but the bishop also needs to find its way to cut this pawn off, and that means the king can't go through here. So it would have to be king d4 to e3 with bishop here to sack.
Yeah, and we see that Leonard
Bishop c8 check was played. So this would be like here. Actually, this bishop's not even getting there in time. This looks terminal. For reference. For reference. If king f6 here, this position looked like it was dead, right?
Right, yeah, because I think you just push the pawn forward.
Okay. So in the game, what happened? Check. Oh, knight came back to block. Okay, that makes sense. Counter check. And now the white king needs to either defend this or, come right at the knight and try and win win the piece directly. Does. Probably get pushed back by bishop f3. He's almost self-mated himself.
Yeah.
Almost self-mated.
Yeah, king d5. Black goes. But now, okay, I guess after king b5, maybe bishop e2 to try to stop the pawn from marching up the board.
Resourceful. I was thinking black's like nearly forced to play king d8. Nice idea, bishop e2. Wait, some of this is happening. Oh, this has all happened. Wow, they're playing it fast right there.
Oh, and yeah, bishop e2 is on the board.
So now I would expect king back to b4 just because the c pawn looks scary. I would think that's the idea.
Or maybe you drop the bishop back to f4 because then your king can go to c7 in case you get checked.
Yeah. So that would look like, oh, he played bishop f4. So now the idea is king e7, king c6, leaving this thing hanging.
Right.
And if bishop takes e4, bishop d7, there's no tactic.
But it could still be tricky. Like, let's say you go king e7. Let's say white goes king c6, and black goes knight to f6. If you go c5, I can imagine that maybe black gives a check on f3. You have to go back to b5. It feels like white is making huge progress here, but the game is not over yet.
Right. I mean, this knight has lost control of this square, which was black's.
Right.
Black's game revolved around controlling c6 still, right? So now black needs like a totally new defensive setup. These moves have somewhat happened. Let's see. In the game, bishop f4, king e7, king c6, knight f6. Oh, he didn't give the bishop f3 check that we just looked at for a second.
Yeah, I think here bishop f3 didn't really make much sense anymore due to king to c7.
Right.
So it's better to just keep an eye on the pawn on c4.
Check. Yeah. And to Benjamin's point, he was saying king b5 is forced because of here check. And then wherever the king goes, taking this and pushing this one.
Right. White still has bishop h3, does not lose, but black is out of the woods there.
Yeah. Okay. So here we are, c5, bishop f3, and king b5 being played.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was talking about this earlier, how even though Landerman was just shuffling around, the endgame is still extremely tough for Savian. I think if white gets like 2 moves here and goes like c6, c7, it might just be over. But he's not there yet.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess you have to go king to d8 to try to keep the c-pawn under control.
So is it too late to control the c6 square?
Yep.
There's no last-ditch way to like set up, knight d4 check or knight somewhere something. Knight c3, knight d5 with the tempo here, and then some check.
I think if you go knight d5, white has bishop g5 check, and then you cannot come back to d8 anymore.
Right, everything taken away.
Yeah, there your king is kind of cut off, so you should lose there.
Yeah. I think we can't fight with the knight. And you wanted to play king d8, but what are you going to do about bishop g5? You're going to take this knight. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, great. So white's going to have to move the bishop somewhere.
Right. And I think then knight at d5.
Okay. I'm just randomly guessing where this piece might go. Apologies.
Yeah, I think king to d8 is the only move for black to stay in the game for now. If he would play someone like knight d5, bishop g5, I think it's just over. And Savian, with 19 seconds on the clock, plays king to d8.
Yeah.
Landerman plays bishop to f5.
Quickly. Keeping the pressure on.
Keeping the pressure.
Now, I've got a question. If the knight were on c7 and white took it with the bishop, would that be enough to win?
I guess so, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Right.
But the thing that's tough for black is that there are endgames starting to appear that where white could trade, maybe the light squared bishops, or like you said, the dark squared bishop for the knight. So more and more endgames are starting to be winning for white.
Okay, I think it is dead. Oh no, I'm not sure yet. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not.
I didn't play the toughest
still has
defense
to
for
push
black.
that pawn through.
Right.
So his bishop is under attack. I would assume bishop to d6. Keeping it nice and solid.
I was thinking maybe e5 as well, taking away a square from the knight. Yeah, bishop d6 is solid too. And then I was wondering on knight c7 if I could take it. But what I'm realizing is, I want to transfer the white king to d4 and play bishop e4 to challenge the diagonal. But the black king can come up and like control c6. Oh, then we just check anyway, sacking the pawn.
Yeah, to me, bishop d6 looks logical, but it's a tough game for both sides. Landerman feels like he's very close to the win, but he's not quite there yet. And Savian, he's definitely let Landerman make a lot of progress. Bishop d6 is on the board. And bishop e2 by Savian.
With the increment, they could play a whole hour longer than any of the other players, which is just a great feeling. I love to be playing after everybody else is done.
Yeah, also keeping us here for, another 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can go if you have to go, but
oh, no worries.
But I love this stuff. I love the last extra moves.
So I would assume that now king a5 is the move, and it's played by Landerman.
Okay.
Right again.
I've lost track of how many moves you were right about.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, king c6 would run into bishop f3, so it wasn't like much else choice.
Right.
But this looks
I
like a
looked at
tough.
that.
Looks like a tough spot for Savian. If he allows c6, I think it's gone. So
Mhm.
he has to try to blockade that square by all means.
Yeah. And the king c6 line was actually funny. If we've got a second while he's thinking about this, but like the king c6 line, bishop f3, right? Of course, the king could just run back away and repeat, but bishop takes g4. It's kind of like a funny move. I think the only move that refutes this is knight e7 check from black double check, where you can't get to it. Because otherwise, this would be like a cool move. I think you would, you could win otherwise with that.
And
Okay,
after king a5, Savian played knight e3, hitting the bishop. Yeah, so it's still not over yet.
No.
Like, still a lot of work to be done.
Okay. Bishop
So I
needs to go
guess
somewhere.
bishop e6. Now what is he gonna do? A bishop e4 played by Landerman.
Bishop e4. Yeah, I was wondering about bishop e6, bishop c4, which you can't trade, but your bishop's also trapped, isn't it?
Right. So yeah, so bishop e6, bishop c4. White would have to trade, but I was wondering if that endgame was winning for white. Because you can walk your king over to the king side, but I'm not sure.
Right, you keep the pawn defended for a while. Come here, here takes, here, king h5 winning.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't a trap. That was not a trap. It was fine, under control. Game position, he goes knight e3, and Lenderman just plays bishop e4.
Yeah. So maybe Lenderman saw the line and he decided that he could not go into that. Savian is taking his time here, and he plays knight c4 check with 5 seconds on the clock. Okay, so Lenderman has to go king b4, played quickly, because after takes king d7, you want to have king to c5. Savian under massive pressure now.
Yeah.
I mean, if white gets 2 moves, if he goes bishop to f4 and c6, it's gone.
Yeah, once that pawn gets to c6.
And I don't think you can trade on... No, you cannot trade on d6. That's just gone.
He's milking his last second on every move now.
Bishop f3, amazing. You cannot take the knight because black takes your bishop, and if you take the bishop first, black will queen the pawn.
Wow.
Amazing defense here by Savian.
What a resource. What's white to do about it? Bishop f5, the knight comes back to e3.
I guess so, yeah. And you cannot get your pawn to c6 just yet.
No, one tantalizing square away. And honestly, black's taking a step towards regaining control of c6 even with this move.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he will probably never get a full blockade anymore like he had before.
Right.
But it is still a hurdle for white to cross. So Lenderman goes bishop to d3.
Okay.
I guess knight e3 is the only good square you have for your knight to, keep jumping around like knight e5 and whatnot. Played quickly by Savian, who is back to a minute on the clock, which is, a bit more comfortable than, 35 seconds.
Yeah.
C6
is not threatened.
No.
The contest goes on. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're seeing a real fight here between these two players.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. I was wrong earlier when I just felt like Lenderman had kind of like just lost the thread of it. He didn't find the win, but he never gave up.
Right, yeah. Like, the position stayed unpleasant for Savian, even though Lenderman did not make progress. So let's see what he's going to do here. Maybe bishop e5 to try to go to c6. You could also consider king c3 to d4. Oh, and he goes for it. Because the black knight doesn't have a lot of good squares.
No, it's a little tangled up. Maybe it goes
Yeah.
back through d5 to e7. That
Or
was its
let's say you go
original square.
90. What could be an idea is knight d5, and if I go king d4, knight b4. But my guess is that you will control the c6 square, but I should be able to collect the g4 pawn somehow.
Just bring the king all the way over here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the black king is the most passive it's been all game. Previously, it was always kind of up on e6.
Yeah.
This is the first chance for the king to really cross through the whole center. Savion's burning those last seconds again. Knight e5 check with 3.7 seconds on the clock, maybe. I mean, we don't know that this is that the relay is
with 4 seconds. With 4 seconds on the clock, Lennerman plays king d4 quickly.
Yeah.
I think Lennerman has this one in the back. So actually, we might have to talk about the standings again. Like Lennerman is going to be in the lead.
This game will surely have an impact on the standings. And Savion choosing between b4 and e7 here. I mean, I assume the knight's not going to hang around on a loose square for long. Is there king?
Yeah.
No, there's no king d7.
Knight e7 played by Savion. I think Lannerman should be able to trade here. Let's have a look at it. Let's say you take on e7, black recaptures.
Play bishop e4 to take the long diagonal while all the king and pawn endings are winning.
Or let's
and then after the bishop gives away, you play king e5.
Oh wait, I think this should just be let's say you trade in bishop f5. King, I think black's just not on time because after king c7, king f4, if black goes king c, okay, maybe I'm, okay, wait, let's show it on board. So let's say you, let's say you don't go bishop e4, but let's say you go bishop f5, right?
Okay.
Okay, actually we have king e5 on the board.
Okay, he didn't make the trade. So it's a moot
but it
point.
should be winning. Like he blockades the c6 square, but king f4.
He's gonna come harass
and then
him
the
from
g4
somewhere.
pawn should drop sooner or later.
Right.
F4.
Like if the knight goes and checks from e2, you still got g5. Still got h4.
Right. But knight d4 stops bishop f5. You cannot play that now. Bishop g6 to h5 maybe? Trying to collect the pawn that way.
Okay, that's a bad square for the bishop though.
Right, but if we get the pawn, we're happy.
Okay, he moved something. He went back. He went back, black.
And back to e3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is he headed?
The king. Wait, this is weird. The king came from d4, went to e5, went to f4, then went to e3.
Oh,
that's the real train. But
he's thinking after knight c6 to play bishop f5 and then come back to f4 with the king.
Or does he have knight c6, bishop e4? Because once again, if you trade one set of minor pieces, that could make your life a lot easier. Yeah, so knight e6 from Savion. Bishop e4 is a move here, but knight at g5 maybe to try to hang on. There's got to be a way to win. Bishop f5 played.
Okay.
I would say knight g5 is the only move.
Okay.
Oh, after king d7, there might be a very nice win. King d7 does king d2 win, and you're in Zugzwang. Knight g5 played. So king f4 runs into knight h3. Barely hang on to the pawn. There's got to be a way to win here for Landerman, but
I'm sure he's thinking there's got to be a way to win here.
Black is completely stuck. His pieces can barely move. You could even consider moving your king to the queen side again, but the knight will jump around and
knight will come jumping back.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. And Lenderman using a little time again.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to get an accidental repetition in here, Ursus. The shape of the board has completely changed. There's no risk of the 50 move rule either because white played c5 more recently since that pawn trade. Because the pawn trade was 48 moves ago.
Right, yeah, white played pawn to he played his pawn to c5 on move, what was it? Not too long ago.
Not too long ago.
On move 103. Right now we're at 116, so
but he's totally reset.
It's not gonna. Yeah. He should be able to, take a pawn or play c6 within the next 30 moves.
Yeah.
But he's taking his time here. 10 seconds, and he plays king.
Time.
Wait, what happened?
King d4.
So knight g5, king d4. Okay. Yeah, I think he's just gonna bring the king up again and push the c pawn because black's knight is completely away from the action over there.
Right. Yeah, knight's really on a weird route now. It seems to have f7 as its best square. It goes there.
Bishop f4 now, maybe to try to cut off the knight. Yeah. But that lets the king lose again.
Right.
King can move to e7 in that case. Bishop g6 played by Lenderman. Okay, don't want to trade on d6 because that is always going to be lost. But knight g5 back.
Yep.
Just hang in the game. Don't like this move, bishop g6. Wait, there's no way there's a... Yeah, no, the knight came from c6.
C5 again.
You have to go back to g5. You don't want to get into a pin with king e8. You can never trade because white's going to go bishop f5 and then, yeah, he goes knight g5. Okay, don't go bishop f4. That allows knight e6. I mean, I like the bishop on f5. The bishop was perfectly placed on f5. I don't understand why I play bishop g6.
Yeah. And if king e5 here, then maybe black can play king d7, which is an improvement.
Yeah, why would you let the king up the board again?
Because he didn't see how to win in that position with bishop f5, knight f7.
White does have a trick though. If black goes king d7, there's bishop f5, king c6, bishop takes g4.
Are you sure?
Bishop takes g4, king f4. I'm not 100% sure that endgame wins, but it should. The pawns are very far split.
The opposite card bishop ending is a win, yeah. The pawns are far enough split. The white king's in good enough position with the g pawn.
You're sure about that, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. 99% on that.
Yeah, it should win. Yeah, I think bishop f5 played. You don't want to go back if you're Savian, but that trick exists anyway. So you might as well go king c6. Now I think bishop takes g4, but he has to calculate it and evaluate it with 30 seconds on the clock, making sure that Savian does not have any tricky knight jumps. But I think it wins. Bishop takes g4 and king f4.
Previously or not? Did he have this move?
I don't think so.
Just a few moves ago.
Will he find it?
No, his king wasn't yet on e5 before, huh?
10 seconds.
King on e3 though. Right here. Could he have played bishop g4 then?
Oh, and he played king f4. But now knight h3. He had the win there. But I wonder, like, let's say knight h3. Let's say go king e3. Black might not have better than. Let's say you go king e3 here. Black might not have better than knight g5, and then you can do it again. So he might be buying himself time here.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be knight g1, not to walk into the same trick again.
Right. Black also has to be. I mean, black has to be careful about bishop e4 as well.
Yeah. But let's say you go knight g1, you can answer. But then maybe you try to go knight f3. and you put your knight on h2 from where it will defend.
Knight g1, bishop check, take it,
Yeah.
and send the knight to h2.
Right. I think that's a draw because the knight cannot
Miraculous.
be.
Can't be trapped.
Knight, yeah.
That's
it's
a
very
miracle.
funny.
You spotted that quickly. Wow.
Well,
Okay.
we've been looking at this endgame for a while now, so
Yeah.
yeah.
You had time.
Yeah.
Time to get your bearings.
Yeah, I think this is a draw, yeah, which is incredible.
So this is a
But
live
I think
position.
knight g5, bishop takes. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, go for it.
I was gonna say, yeah, he goes knight g1. He does not allow the same trick twice.
Okay.
If knight g5, there was bishop takes g4 and king f4. So he goes bishop d3 now. I guess you go back with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it felt like he had him.
Unbelievable.
But still, black is with his back against the wall. Can Landerman finish it off? That's the question.
No idea. I have no idea. I do not know if he can. It's important this position with the knight on h2. That's really relevant. He's got to watch out for that throughout.
And I was just wondering, like, let's say knight h3, bishop e4 happens. Can black just trade and then sit with the knight on f2? Bishop d5 played by Savian.
I think that's not as certain because white can put the king on f5 with a knight on f2 and then play bishop f4 to e3.
Right, but then, well, you cannot take.
Right.
But bishop f4 could be met by a move like knight h1.
Right, bishop f4, knight h1. And then on bishop e3, knight g3, on king g4, knight g3. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe even that you could draw.
We see more moves here coming in.
Okay,
bishop d5, bishop c2.
Bishop c2. Not the most exciting move yet. We've seen bishop c2 23 times this game.
Yeah, I think that's by far the most played move in this game. Yeah, not even close.
Bishop c2 leading over
knight f3.
Bishop d3.
I guess you check. Force the king back to d7.
Yeah, push him back.
Bishop d7, I guess. Force knight h2. And I mean, come on, with the black knight on h2, that's got to be winning.
It's all got to be winning here. Yeah.
I got it. You go bishop d7, knight h2, king f4, bishop f3. And then you pass black the move. He's in Zugzwang. Like king g5. Okay, knight h2 is forced now. Only move. Yep, it's on the board. King f4, I would think. King f4, bishop f3, and king g5. Black's in Zugzwang. Amazing.
I'm going to say this real quick for all our viewers. Anybody who's still watching this with us after all these hours, I don't mean somebody who just popped in 5 minutes ago, but anybody who's been watching this game from start to finish, you have the potential to be a great endgame player. If you've got the Sitzfleisch for 6 hours and you're still like curious, like what possible moves there are here, you guys have what it takes. You don't ever have to question that.
Yep. Just take notes. Just peep OG.
Yeah. Anyone who doesn't have to be here, not anybody who's being paid to be here. That's
yeah.
King f4 played, bishop f3 played.
King g5. They keep listening to me. And it is Zugzwang. You cannot move. If he would have kept the bishop on the d1 f3 diagonal, he would have allowed c6. He could not have moved the king because that would have also allowed c6. So he moves the bishop, and now Landerman just take the pawn on g4. you just have to trust that this endgame is winning because, I mean, come on, it's got to be.
Yeah, it
Pawns are
is.
so far split.
It is. I'm promising.
But he's been indecisive this game. I'm not 100% convinced that he'll do it, but should.
He's still thinking. He hasn't pulled the plug on that G pawn yet.
Yeah.
But it must be coming. And we're on the fence about whether or not we need one last break or not here with this show. We've gone I think we've gone almost an hour without a break instead of half an hour because we never knew if this game was about to end. So if there are any bosses or bosses of bosses listening in the back, you can let us know what we need to do. For the moment, we're going to stick with it. Looks like he just took the pawn.
Yeah.
And now we see this opposite colored bishop. I think this game has only 4 moves left in it now, finally.
Well, I feel like the only thing you should not do here as white is maybe push up your pawn to g7 too quickly, but Landerman is an experienced grandmaster. He's not going to do that.
Right.
I guess just king f5 now. I guess king d7 from black.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you just push up the pawn. I guess he's going to show us here the way. Like I said, you don't want to put all your pawns, like you want to be careful with pushing that pawn all the way up to g7 because then you might take away that square for your king.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to leave some sort of path available for your king to enter the black position.
Right.
But yeah, chess is tough. Yeah, you can be savvy on defending for 7 hours and lose.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Landerman will feel great after this win, but he's also going to be exhausted. But honestly, this endgame, I'm having a blast. It's so interesting, like so many ideas you see from both sides. You know, is it a win? Is it a draw? What is your take?
No, I love this too. I hated endgames as a kid. Now I just love them. So
yeah,
this is fascinating. I mean, and I'm trying to figure out in my head how it ends.
Yeah. I guess he's gonna go king h5 and then g5.
Mm-hmm.
King c6 by Savian. He's gonna move the king out of the way now.
Why did the king take a step away? I feel like you never step away with the king.
Because maybe he felt like if he would have gone to f4, Savian could have sort of.
No, I mean this king going to c6.
Oh, right. Yeah, that is a bit weird. I mean, it's lost anyway.
Versus, let's say just stepping back or something, right?
Yeah.
I guess that allows king f6.
Yeah. Right. So the king moves up to h6. I think it's all over. Yeah. You're gonna go. Should be 3. I guess g6. But once again, don't advance that pawn all the way up to g7 because then you take away that square for your king.
Right. The king's going to need g7 for the final push here.
G6
should be 3 played.
Bishop d5. Okay, he's going bishop c4. King.
Thing is, with the bishop not covering c6, you can never play like king e8 because white gets one more space with this pawn.
Right, so king g7 is what I was talking about. You want to leave that square for your king. It looks odd, but now he can go king f7, shouldering the black king, and then the g pawn just rolls forward.
Yeah.
So I think after king f7, we're going to see a resignation.
One more move played.
Oh.
Check, king f8. Now, this is completely gone.
Yeah, this seems like a
Wow.
good time to resign. 140 moves. Does that does that symbolize anything? I don't know.
It's a nice big number. Oh, the official score has just come in. Alex Lenderman brings himself into a tie for first place in the US Championships. And before we celebrate it, I have to ask you one last technical question since we're here. So we're here to learn this. I'm going to try one defense for black here. I'm going to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll play bishop on d5. Oops.
Let's say go g6.
Okay, bishop d5, g6. All right, and now I'm just going to bring my king closer.
King h6. Or king g.
Now I'm maybe a little too exfanged in terms of things I want to do. Yeah, I'm too exfanged. I can see it, but you can show us anyway. I'll bother this from behind.
King g7, I guess, wins here. And now king h8.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, this round finally comes to an end. Lenderman with a heroic victory after 140 moves and 6 hours and 15 minutes gets the point against Sam Savian. Yeah, he did not seem to be making a lot of progress for a lot of moves, but eventually he marches king all the way up the board, and it just was too much for Savian to handle.
Yeah.
So Lenderman joins Ray Robson in the lead.
Wow.
And they're followed by Dominguez, Wesley So, and Wesley So. Then on 50%, we have Lazaro Bruzon, John Burke, and Fabiano Caruana, and Sam Savian on 50%. We have Danya and Darius Sweers on 2 out of 5, Sam Shanglin on 1.5 out of 5, and also Jeffrey Zhang 1.5 out of 5. So let's have a look at the standings in the women's section, where we see that Katerina Nemchova is leading the field with 3.5 out of 5, followed by Tohir Jonova, Carissa Yip, Irina Krush, and Nazi Paikidze and Ajrita Eswaran. Then on 50%, we have Sabina Foysor, Talia Cervantes. And on 2 out of 5, we have Anna Sharovic and Megan Lee. And on 1.5 out of 5, we have Tatev Abriamem, who unfortunately did not manage to win her game.
Yeah.
And in last place, we have Anna Satansky, who has not been having her tournament so far.
Yeah. Well, fantastic play by Begim to beat Carissa Yip, who was the tournament co-leader going into today, and leapfrog her in the standings and move up or catch up with her in the standings. And looking forward to tomorrow, more fantastic chess at the same time as today. Thank you so much for being with me, Benjamin, and explaining so many of those endgames so patiently.
Yeah, pleasure was mine, David. It was a lot of fun doing commentary with you. Thanks everyone for watching. Make sure to tune in again tomorrow for round 6 of the US Chess Championship.